Marvin's POV. I was out on my patrol duty near our southern border. I was leading a new group of trainees, showing them the area they were to cover, what they should do if someone attacks while they're on watch, that sort of thing. My shift was over in about 15 minutes, and then I would be going home to my mate Beth. Working with new trainees wasn't my favorite part of being the beta. You had some people who thought they already knew everything, and others who didn't know the difference between north and south, but it was a job that needed doing. I had been the beta of the October Moon Pack since I was 21, when Alpha Gregory took over for his father. He didn't want me as his beta because we had two very different ideas about how to lead. My father had been the beta to the former Alpha, so customary in our pack, I became the next beta. Gregory's son, Logan, was now 5 years old. He would take over at 21, which was also customary. I was looking forward to my retirement. I have been trying to help the people of this pack and make their lives better for 21 long years. Gregory was a tyrant of an alpha. He loved having all the power and feeling respected. I don't think people respected him because he was a good alpha, though. I think they would simply fear for their lives if they didn't. Gregory was a kill first, as questions later kind of person. If the slightest rule was broken, he would take the person to the dungeons as a courtesy. There he would beat and kill them, never holding them for more than a couple of hours. Our dungeon rarely held anyone for longer. He didn't believe in second chances. I think you guys have a pretty good grasp of what's to be done, I told the group of men. Women weren't allowed to be warriors. It was a long-standing rule that no one bothered to change. It seemed ridiculous to me that women in this pack deserved a chance to learn to fight and defend their families. "Did you hear that?" my wolf Ray asked me. "What?" I asked him. "Shh, listen." I closed my eyes and focused only on what was around me. Faintly, I could swear I heard singing. "Did any of you hear that?" I asked the group of warriors. "Hear what, Beta?" "Listen for a second." Everyone went quiet, letting their wolf hearing take over. This time I knew I heard it. "That sounds like a child singing," Milton said. "What would a child be doing out in the woods?" Damon asked. "Follow me," I told them. We all began walking in the direction of the noise. It was leading us farther away from the border and into the woods. We had walked about 2 miles when the sound suddenly stopped. We all came to a halt, listening for any sign of who was behind it. To my left, I heard the rustling of leaves followed by the snapping of some twigs. "Hello?" I called out. All the noise stopped with the sound of my voice. "That's great. You scared it." I did not. I'm sure they're just playing a game. I started walking again, looking behind the trees. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a small red blur running behind a tree. "Wait here," I told the rest of the warriors. I slowly approached the tree. Like Ray had said, I didn't want to scare them. I peered cautiously behind the tree. There, sitting on the grass, was a little girl. She couldn't have been older than 4. Her chestnut brown hair fell around her face, blocking it from my view. She was playing with the leaves, but I noticed she wasn't touching them. They were cracking and splintering into many pieces. Her hands were hovering over the leaves, making them disintegrate before my eyes. "She's a witch!" Ray exclaimed. This was bad. The Alpha hated anything that wasn't a werewolf. He didn't allow hybrids into the pack, and if anyone found out their mate was a non-wolf, they were ordered to reject them. I couldn't believe this child was out here alone. I looked around, but I couldn't see anyone else. I couldn't smell anyone around either. I noticed her smell was not a full witch. There was also something else. She smelled like a wolf. I crouched down, so I was on her level. "Hello, little one. What are you doing out here?" She didn't answer me right away, but continued to play with the leaves. "Hi," was all she said. "My name's Marvin. What's your name?" She laughed. "That's a funny name." She finally looked at me and I saw her large, round, amber eyes. I smiled at her. "Yes, I suppose it is. What's your name?" "Juliana," she said. "Do you have a last name?" She shook her head, making her long hair fly around her. "Are you alone? Where are your parents?" "I don't know. They said I couldn't be with them anymore. They said I needed to find a new place to live. I got mad at them when they told me." "What kind of parent tells that to a child?" Ray was irate, pacing in my mind. "How old are you?" She didn't answer right away. "That many." She held up 3 tiny fingers. This is not a good place for someone who's only 3. She shrugged her shoulders, looking back down at her pile of crumpled leaves. I like it. Do you know your parents' names or where they're from? She shook her head no again. We can't just leave her out here alone, Ray said. I know that. Juliana, it just so happens that I have a place you can stay. Does that sound nice? Yeah. Would you like to come with me? I said, extending my hand to her. Okay, she said, taking my hand and standing up. I noticed now she was wearing a simple red dress and no shoes. She didn't look dirty, so she must not have been outside for a while. I walked with her back to the group of warriors. Beta, who is that? Her name is Juliana. I found her just over here. I indicated the direction with my head. She's going to be coming with us. But Beta, she smells like a witch. I'm well aware of that, Damon. The Alpha has forbidden anyone to enter our pack who isn't a pure wolf. He'll never allow her in. I will not leave an innocent child in the wilderness alone. We are bringing her back, and that's the end of it. Yes, Beta. They all chanted in unison. How are we going to explain this to the Alpha? Ray asked. I have no idea. I know he hates hybrids and non-wolf creatures, but maybe he'll make an exception because she's a child. That's a big maybe you're betting on. He was right, but it was the only hope I had. Juliana clung to my hand as we walked back to the pack house. I decided to mind like the Gamma's wife Sandra to come and watch over Juliana while I went to talk to Gregory. She didn't need to be anywhere near that conversation. Sandra met us in the great room of the pack house. I didn't tell her right away why I needed to speak with her. I was worried she wouldn't believe me, or she would refuse to help out of fear of Alpha Gregory. Marvin, she said, slightly breathless. What in the world? She stopped when she saw Juliana poke her head out from around the back of my leg. Her hand flew to her mouth. Are you crazy, bringing a child into this pack house? I can smell she's a witch. What if the Alpha finds out? That's why I need your help. I found her in the woods all alone, and she's only 3. How was I supposed to leave her out there? I'm going to talk to the Alpha about it now. You're dreaming if you think he'll let her stay. I have to try. She's a child. Maybe he'll show a little mercy. I bent down to talk to Juliana at her level. Juliana, I have to go talk to someone and see if you will be able to stay here. This is Sandra, and she's going to watch over you while I'm gone. She's very nice, and I think you'll get along great. I looked up at Sandra, who came down next to me. Hello, Juliana. It's very nice to meet you. Are you hungry? She nodded her head. I bet if we go into the kitchen, Mrs. Fields, the head cook, will have something delicious to eat. Sandra held out her hand, and Juliana took it without hesitation. I watched them walk away towards the dining room before I made the journey up to the Alpha's office on the Alpha floor. On my way up, I mind-linked him. Alpha, are you in your office? Yes, Marvin. What do you want? I need to speak with you about an urgent matter. Do you have time right now? I suppose I could give you a few minutes. As long as you get here quickly, I'm very busy. I'm almost there now. If you need to talk to the Alpha about something, you had better not mind-link him until you are walking through the door. He wasn't a patient person, and he didn't like to have to wait on people. I knocked on the door. Come in. I pushed the door open, praying to the moon goddess. I got out of this alive, 15 years later. Juliana's POV. Psst! I heard someone in my ear. I figured it was just a dream, refusing to open my eyes. Psst, Julia! I woke up with a start. My mom was standing over me, leaning down to whisper in my ear. Goddess, Mom, you could have just woke me up like a normal person. Yeah, but where's the fun in that? She sat down next to me on my bed. What time is it? I asked groggily. It's 7:30, she answered, way too cheerfully for how early it was. I groaned. You do realize school is over, right? I know, but I'm just so excited about giving you your birthday present. I couldn't wait any longer. My birthday isn't even until tomorrow. You know, you're the only pup I know who's not excited about receiving a gift early. I'm not a pup anymore, Mom. I'm about to be 18. I sat up and looked at her. I know, you're my very grown-up 18-year-old. She leaned in and started pecking me with kisses like she used to do when I was a kid, snorting as she got sloppier with them. All right. I held out my hands. I'm ready. She placed a small black box into my outstretched hands. It was tied with a red ribbon. I undid the ribbon, flipping open the lid of the box. Inside was a beautiful gold brooch with a P in the center, representing our last name of Parker. There were vines interlacing the P and a wolf showing in the background. "It's beautiful," I told her, picking it up delicately from the box. "It's a tradition in this family to pass it down to the firstborn on their 18th birthday. Your grandmother gave it to me, and now I'm giving it to you. You'll pass it on one day, too. Your father would be proud to see you have it." She tucked my long chestnut brown hair behind my ear. "I love it. Thank you," I said, leaning forward to hug her. She sniffled slightly, but when she pulled away, any tears she might have let out were gone. My mom was a very strong woman. She had lost my father and her mate when I was 7 years old. Most wolves would have died from the pain and heartbreak, but she always said I was what kept her going through it. She never showed fear or weakness. Being the former Gamma female, she couldn't. Our Alpha was a terrifying man. He liked order and obedience above all else. It was a miracle he let me stay here when they found me 15 years ago. The Beta Marvin said it was because I was a child. If I had been any older, he would have turned me away. He hated me for being part witch, not that it was my fault. I was forbidden from using my powers in the pack. That was one of the conditions of me staying here. I was also forbidden from training with the other warriors, wasn't allowed to attend pack functions when other packs were in town, and I couldn't tell anyone I was part witch. Not that they couldn't smell it on me. I was allowed to attend school with everyone else, and I could eat in the pack house for regular meals, but that's the extent of my liberties. Another condition of my staying here was I had to work. Currently, I work in the pack house in the daycare during the week. They had a daycare for the pups of the warriors and upper members of the pack. That was where I met my best friend, Naomi. Most of the pack wanted nothing to do with me because they didn't want to feel the wrath of the Alpha, but Naomi didn't care. She was an Omega, so she was already subject to Gregory's cruel hand. "Okay, get up and get dressed. Breakfast in the pack house starts in 30 minutes. My mom got off my bed and left my room. I sat there, admiring the brooch she had given me. Even though she was my adoptive mother, she always treated me like I was her own. Marvin had wanted to take me in, but Gregory wouldn't allow it. He said he couldn't have his beta having a weak hybrid child. I guess it didn't matter for the Gamma because he didn't see him as important. I swung my legs over the side of my bed, stretching as I got to my feet. Today was Saturday, so I didn't have to go to work. I took a quick shower, threw on some jeans and a shirt, before meeting my mom down in the living room. Our house was small, but it fit the two of us well. Once my dad, Dale, passed away, the Alpha made my mom and I move out of the pack house. I think he had wanted to do it for a while, because he hated the fact that I was also living there. It was an easy excuse to have us move as far from the pack house as possible. We lived in the outer part of the pack, secluded from everything. My mom never complained, though. She knew there was no point, but I also knew she was just happy to have a child. She and my dad tried for many years without success to have a pup of their own. My mom always tried to do everything she could to make sure I was safe and was able to stay in the pack. We made the long journey to the pack house, which was a large 3-story brick house. The Alpha, Beta, and New Gamma all lived in the house. It also housed the dining room for the pack, offices for the ranked members, but nothing else. The Alpha didn't like regular pack members in the house except at mealtimes. Our pack had about 400 members of the pack. We were considered one of the smaller packs in the area. I knew there was also a Lycan pack not too far away, where the Lycan King lives, but both packs kept to themselves. Our neighboring packs were Crescent Night, Black Autumn, and Moonlight River. I think the Lycan pack was called the Black Hollow pack, but I wasn't sure. We learned about the different packs in school, but I only remembered so much. I knew the Lycan King and Alphas of the other pack had been here on occasion, but I never got to meet them, since I wasn't allowed to attend functions. When we walked into the pack house, we joined the throng of people already in line for the buffet. This was the easiest way to serve breakfast to everyone. The ranked members had their meals brought to their tables, but not us. We each took some toast, eggs, and bacon before finding an open table. It was usually just my mom and I who sat together, seeing as no one else wanted to sit with us. I made the mistake of glancing up at the head table, where Alpha Gregory and his son Logan were sitting. I caught the Alpha's eye, and he glared at me. I quickly lowered my gaze so he wouldn't get angry with me. We finished our breakfast, and some Omegas came over to clear our plates. "What are you doing on your day off today?" my mom asked. The truth was, I usually spent my Saturday training with Beta Marvin. I wasn't allowed to train with the other wolves, but he taught me on his day off out in the woods just beyond the pack borders, so no one would catch us. I didn't want to tell my mom about it in case Alpha Gregory found out. He would punish her for allowing it to happen. It was better if I was the only one that knew. I'll probably just go hang out with Naomi. Her parents are away for the weekend. Sounds like fun. Should I expect to see you at dinner? Yeah, I'll meet you at our normal table. Bye, sweetheart. Bye. I waved to her and turned and walked towards Naomi's house. When I was sure I was out of sight and earshot, I made my detour to the woods. I had my small purse with me, which is where I had some shorts, tank top, and sports bra. I wore sneakers to breakfast, so I didn't have to carry those. I had almost reached the tree line when I heard voices behind me. "Hey, hybrid!" I turned to see Logan and his cronies Tyler and Ian. They were all 20, so they had their own wolves and could shift. I turned and tried to get as far away from them as possible, but I could hear them following me. I quickened my pace, trying desperately not to be their punching bag today. "Where are you going in such a hurry, half-wolf?" I started running now, listening to their steps getting closer and closer. I felt a hand close around my arm. I tried to pull away, but it was too strong. Logan had me in his grip. He flung me around so I was facing him. "Dan, you're getting faster, but not fast enough." "Let go of me," I yelled, trying to wriggle free. That only made him tighten his grasp more. "You're getting mouthy," he laughed. He let go of me with one hand, raising it up to strike me. "Logan, Ian, Tyler, that's enough." A deep, booming voice came from behind me. "Let go of her and get back to your training. You should know better as the future alpha." Marvin had come to stand beside me. "We were only having a little fun, Beta," Logan said innocently. "Attacking a pack member unprovoked is 3 days in the dungeon chained in silver. I should know. I wrote that law." "That doesn't apply to me," he laughed. "It applies to everyone. You're not the alpha yet." He looked from me to Marvin, relinquishing his hold. "What are you even doing out here anyway?" he asked Marvin. I stepped back several paces, trying to keep out of their reach. "What I do and where I go is none of your business." "You're lucky the Beta was here to protect you this time," he seethed through gritted teeth. Turning around, he and his 2 EAT friends went back the way they came. "You shouldn't have done that," I told him. "He's going to tell the alpha, and you'll be punished for defending me. You know that law applies to everyone except me." "You let me worry about the alpha. After all these years, I've gotten pretty good at avoiding his punishments." I smiled at him, thankful I had one other person in this pack who looked out for me. We walked for a little while longer until we reached our training area. Marvin had done his best to get some of the old equipment from our training facility. We had a punching bag, free weights, and a couple of torn mats to place down when we would spare. "I have to get changed," I told him, pulling out my other clothes. "Of course," he said, turning around. I went behind a nearby tree and changed, coming back out and throwing my jeans on top of my purse. "Let's start out with 50 jumping jacks, 50 sit-ups, and a 2-mile run as a warm-up." "What, no half marathon today?" I joked. "Funny, let's get going." He ran off into the woods and I followed behind him. He trained me hard, which I appreciated. We started when I was 15, when I was able to tell my mom I was hanging out with friends, and she didn't insist on coming with me. After our run and warm-up exercises, we sparred. Marvin had been the best warrior in his day, and even at 57, he could still take on even the youngest of wolves and win. Marvin's POV. I had gotten to our training area early to set up the equipment so we could start as soon as Julia arrived. We had been training here for close to 3 years. In that time, Julia had shown amazing progress. It had been my idea to train her, even though the alpha had forbidden it. She wasn't keen on the idea at first, but I convinced her it would be a good thing. I planned to keep training her and train her wolf once she appeared tomorrow. Of course, she couldn't show she was able to fight, which made my blood boil. I tried my best to protect her, but there was only so much I could do. If the alpha thought for a second I was too soft on her, he'd release me from my duties and put someone else in place. His son, Logan, was going to take over soon, and I knew her life would get considerably worse after that. The least I could do was keep her safe as long as I could in my position of power. I was pulling out the punching bag, which stood on a metal stand, when voices caught my attention. "Where are you going in such a hurry, half-wolf?" I knew immediately who that voice belonged to. Logan had seen Julia heading into the woods. "Damn it," I huffed, running in the direction of the voices. When I got to where the chaos was, I saw Logan with his hands on Julia and his two friends, Ian and Tyler, standing just behind him laughing. "You're getting mouthy," Logan told her, raising one of his hands about to strike when I intervened. "Logan, Ian, Tyler, that's enough," I boomed in my beta voice, letting them know I was serious. Logan tried to act innocent, but I knew better. This man was turning out to be just like his father. His mother had died when he was 6 in a rogue attack, and Gregory had raised him to follow in his cruel footsteps. Once I was sure they had left, Julia and I walked to our training area. The last thing I needed was for Logan to find out what we were doing. He wouldn't tell his father, but he would use it to blackmail me until I died. We started our training with a 2-mile run, followed by some conditioning before we put the mats down for sparring. I had confidence that Julia would be able to hold her own if we were ever attacked. I felt bad she couldn't use and grow her powers as a witch. I couldn't help her in that department as much as I wanted to. "Don't forget to move your feet," I reminded her. We were circling each other, each waiting for the other to make a move. She lunged at me, and I dodged, but she got a punch to my shoulder. I whipped around, grabbing her from behind, pinning her arms against her sides. She wiggled, trying to get free. "Don't forget, use your size to your advantage." Because she was part witch, she was not nearly as tall as a wolf. At 5'4" and maybe 105 pounds, she could get in and out of positions better than someone larger. She let go of all her body weight and became like a lead weight in my arms. I tried to readjust my grip, which she took advantage of, snapping her arms up and out of my grasp. "Very good," I told her. She smiled, proud that she was able to outsmart me. After another hour or so of sparring, I decided to call it for the day. We sat down under a tree to take a water break and eat the sandwiches I had my mate, Beth, prepare. This was how we usually had lunch on the days we trained, which was most Saturdays after breakfast. "Are you excited about your birthday tomorrow? 18 is pretty big. You're going to get your wolf and shift for the first time." "What if I don't have a wolf?" she questioned. "What are you talking about?" "What if my witch side is too strong and I don't have a wolf?" she repeated. "That's ridiculous. Of course, you'll have a wolf. We knew the minute we found you, you were a werewolf. We could smell it. You're going to get a wolf, just like everyone else." I didn't know where this was coming from. She had never mentioned worrying about something like that. "What made you think of that?" "It's just something I heard a couple of girls talking about the other day. They were saying just being a hybrid doesn't automatically entitle someone to a wolf." She looked down at the sandwich in her hands, not making eye contact with me. "Listen, you are a wonderful person who's going to do amazing things. There's no way the moon goddess wouldn't bless you with a wolf." "I don't know. She left me abandoned in the woods, only to be found by a pack that hates hybrids. It seems to me like she has a funny sense of humor. The universe never gives us more than we can handle. You have to believe that. I'm the one that found you, not the alpha. He also agreed to let you stay, which was a miracle. Something good is going to come out of this, I know it." I put my hand on her shoulder and squeezed. Both my daughters had grown up and found their mates, going to live in their packs. It was nice having Julia here. I thought of her as a third daughter. "I should probably head back. I told my mom I was hanging out with Naomi today, so I should probably go do that before she realizes." Julia stood up. "Sure, I should go see the Alpha anyway. He's been trying to contact me. He'll be angry I've been blocking him. You should change back quickly because Logan saw you coming into the woods in one outfit, and if he sees you coming out in a different one, he's going to ask questions. Oh, you're right. She grabbed her clothes and went back behind the tree to change, coming back out while stuffing her shorts and shirt back into her purse. Thanks for the training today and lunch. You're welcome. Same time next Saturday? I'll be there. She waved at me before turning around and walking back towards the border. I put all the equipment back, hiding it as best I could in case anyone came this way. Once I was satisfied with the equipment placement, I followed Julia's trail back to the pack. When I got to the edge of the woods, I saw Logan and Alexis standing over Juliana, who was on the ground. Logan looked up and made eye contact with me. I heard him tell Alexis to leave, which they both did. Juliana got to her feet, meeting my eyes before nodding. I nodded back in response and kept walking. Gregory was trying to link me, and this time I let him through. Marvin, he barked. Yes, Alpha, I responded. I've been trying to contact you for an hour. Where the heck have you been? He was angry, but I knew the one lie that would calm him down. Sorry, Alpha. Beth and I were having some alone time. Oh, I see. Well, come to my office when you're done. Already on my way. He cut the link and I dragged myself up to his office on the Alpha floor. I knocked twice before hearing his voice. Come in. I pushed the door open and walked slowly inside, taking note of the tension I sensed in the room. He was sitting behind his desk in his large black high-back chair. He was busy scribbling on a piece of paper, his dark blonde hair perfectly coiffed to the left. He looked up when I closed the door, surveying me with his brown eyes, one bushy eyebrow raised. Logan tells me you've been defending the hybrid? Of course, Daddy's boy immediately told him about what happened in the woods. Luckily, after 15 years, I'd become a master at acting like I was doing it for the sake of his son. Well, I didn't think the soon-to-be Alpha should bother getting his hands dirty. It's not a good look to other pack members if he's attacking people unprovoked. She was simply walking, which isn't a crime. You know that rule doesn't apply to her. People are free to do to her what they want. Of course, Alpha, I bowed my head in respect to him. I just think people should respect him because of how he leads and not the fear he invokes. Fear is important. It lets the people know who's in charge. Certainly, I just want the young Alpha to start his reign on good terms before he takes over. He was also missing training, which is invaluable. He laughed slightly. Thank you for looking out for him and his image. You've served me well all these years. I bowed my head to him again, but didn't say anything more on the subject. Instead, I changed it. Is that all you wanted me for? Or did you need to discuss anything regarding Logan's Alpha ceremony next week? Now that you mention it, we should talk about that. I just received the finalized guest list. All the Alphas and Lunas from the neighboring packs are coming, along with the Lycan King. The Lycan King is coming? I was shocked. Lycans and werewolves did not get along. Each thought they were better than the other, and long ago that idealism started a war. Since then, we have all kept to ourselves, leaving the king to rule his southern territory how he pleased. We've been cordial with the Lycan pack, but I never expected they would come to Logan's ceremony. They obviously know how important Logan is and are finally showing us the respect we deserve. That's excellent news, Alpha. Logan should be proud he has so many supporters. Thank you. It's comforting to know you support him as well. Is there anything else you need from me? I asked, hoping I would get out of this situation soon. No, you're free to go. I turned to leave and managed to make it to the door when he called me back. Oh, one more thing. I turned to look at him. What is it? The hybrid turns 18 tomorrow. She'll get her wolf and will shift for the first time. Make sure she does not try to attend the ceremony for other pack members turning 18. She's not welcome, and once she's 18, I plan to banish her from the pack. But Alpha, I thought she was free to live here? I felt like I had been drowsed in ice water. Ray was frozen with his mouth open. She's about to be 18, and I've done what I promised. I promised to give her refuge until she was old enough to be on her own. She's old enough now, and I want her gone. I think I've been quite lenient with even allowing her into this pack in the first place. Had she been older, she would have been turned away on sight. She's a stain on this pack. Make sure it's done. Take her to the northern border and send her on her way." I didn't know what to say. I couldn't let this happen, but I also couldn't tell him no. Since she's already been living here for so long, what's the harm in letting it continue? "Are you insane? I won't have her here for Logan's ceremony. The Lycan King himself will be here." He had stood up from his desk now, both hands flat on top. His alpha aura was starting to permeate the air, making it hard to breathe. I knew I'd gone a little too far. "Apologies, Alpha. I meant no disrespect." He stopped glaring at me and sat back down in his chair. "What the hell are we gonna do?" Ray asked frantically. "We'll figure something out. We have until tomorrow to do it." "You can go now." "Yes, Alpha," I said, bowing my head. I left his office and walked slowly to the end of the hallway. I don't understand how Gregory could be so cruel. For all he knows, she's never trained to defend herself. He's just sending her out into the wild to get killed. You know what happens to female rogues if they're caught by males. We won't let that happen. We'll find a way to keep her safe. We've been doing it for 15 years, and I'm not about to stop now. Logan's POV. I let go of the filthy hybrid, like Marvin asked, and walked away reluctantly, Ian and Tyler following close behind. My wolf Levi was angry. He wanted to go back and finish what we started. He was also angry with Marvin for not letting us have our fun. "He's too soft on her. He always comes to her aid," he snarled. "I know, he's done it since she was little. He's the one who found her in the first place. I can't believe he convinced my father to let her stay. He must have given a convincing argument. Too bad she wasn't older. Maybe then he would have killed her for being so close to our territory." We walked out of the woods and towards the pack house. Marvin was right. I was missing my lesson on international wolf law. I hated all the studying this role required. I didn't understand why I couldn't just find someone else to do the useless work for me and just focus on the punishment and rule enforcement side. "I have to go up to my father's office for some lesson on international law," I said, turning to Tyler and Ian. "I'll come find you when I'm done." "Sounds good," Ian said, giving me a fist bump. "We'll go find something to occupy our time with," Tyler said with a wink. They both left and headed in the direction of the lake. Around this time of year, there were bound to be some hot she-wolves going for a swim. I started making my way to my father's office. He was the one to usually give me my lessons. When he wasn't available, it was Gamma Dylan's job. I planned to make Ian my beta and Tyler my gamma when I took over. They had been my best friends since we were pups, so it just made sense. They both shared the same values and ideas about running a pack. I knew I could trust them. I walked into my father's office, not bothering to knock. This will be my office in a matter of days. "Logan, where have you been? Do you know how late you are?" He was angry, but I knew he wouldn't take it out on me. I was his only son and heir. Nothing could touch me. I went into the office and took a seat in one of the chairs across from his desk. "Sorry, I had a little encounter with the hybrid in the woods. Marvin stopped me from having a little fun with her." "What were you planning to do?" "Just slap her around a little. Nothing too painful. I wasn't in a fighting mood. Be that as it may, as the future alpha, you need to prioritize these things. People don't take kindly to lateness. I'll have a talk with Marvin about her. He sometimes forgets what her place is here, but that won't be a problem much longer." "Why do you say that?" "Because once she turns 18 tomorrow, I'm sending her away. I can't risk her being here for your alpha ceremony. The Lycan King is planning to come, along with neighboring alphas and lunas. We have to make sure everything is perfect. We can't show any signs of weakness. We also can't risk her mating with one of their pack members." "The Lycan King? He's coming?" I was shocked. Usually, he never comes to werewolf alpha ceremonies. "Yes, I just got the updated guest list and his name's on it. He must know how important this pack is and how important you are as an alpha." This was fantastic. It would be a great time to show how superior we are to them. They always think they're so amazing because their Lycans are different, but we all know it's a facade. We know the truth. We'll show him how powerful this pack is going to be once we whip it into shape," Levi said proudly. Good call, though I will miss the easy target she is, but I agree she can't be here any longer. You'll have an entire pack to run. You'll be too busy for such childish games. You'll find someone else to take your frustrations out on. Now go to Gamma Dillon's office. Since you're so late, I don't have time for your lesson today. Yes, father. I stood up and headed to the second floor. This was going to be torture. 3 hours later, I was finally leaving the Gamma's office. He had kept me there longer on purpose as punishment for me being late. I couldn't remember most of what he had told me. It was so much jargon and legal talk. I had a hard time following anything. I descended the stairs to the first floor, intending to go find Tyler and Ian. That's when I saw Alexis walking in my direction, her light brown hair perfectly curled and falling around her face. "Hey, hot stuff," she said, jumping on me and wrapping her legs around my waist. Both her hands were behind my neck, pulling me close as she kissed me. I kissed her back, holding her with both hands under her. "I've been looking for you everywhere," she said, pulling back to look at me. "Sorry, I had a lesson on international law." "Well, now that you're done, I wanted to see if you wanted to come swimming with us. Tyler, Ian, Lindsay, and Abby are already at the lake." "Absolutely," I told her, setting her back on her feet. Usually swimming just ended in people disappearing in the woods to have, and I was not about to pass that up. "So I was thinking we could do my Luna ceremony a few weeks after your Alpha ceremony," she said casually as we walked. "Whoa, slow your roll. Who said you're going to be the Luna?" I was surprised at her thinking. Just because we are together now didn't mean we would be together forever. I still wanted my fated mate. I planned to wait for her and make her my Luna. Alexis was just something easy to until that time. Well, I just assumed, we're together, so shouldn't it be me? I still want my fated mate, and you know that. A chosen bond is not nearly as strong as a fated one. If she doesn't come within the next few years, then maybe we'll talk. She got quiet, looking straight ahead. I noticed her eyes flash from blue to brown as her wolf Ariel pushed to the surface. I'm sure she wanted to argue with me, but she knew better. As we made our way towards the lake, we spotted Juliana coming out of the woods. "What the is she doing coming out of the woods?" Alexis asked. "I have no idea. I caught her going in too." "Hey, hybrid!" Alexis screeched. I knew she was at me, so Juliana was about to take the full force of her anger. Juliana looked in our direction, quickly trying to beeline in the opposite direction. "Do you really think you can get away from us?" Alexis picked up her pace as she yelled out, letting go of my hand and almost running at Juliana. I sauntered behind her, excited to see what was about to happen. Alexis came up behind Juliana fast. We had our wolves, so we were able to move quicker than her. Juliana's hair was up in a ponytail. Alexis grabbed it, yanking her sideways to the ground. Juliana rolled over, propping herself on her elbows. "Please, I'm not doing anything. Why can't you just leave me alone?" "Don't worry, soon everyone will be leaving you alone," I sneered. "What's that supposed to mean? You'll find out soon enough." I looked up and caught sight of Marvin looking at us from the tree line. "Come on," I said to Alexis, taking her hand. "We can finish this later." She glared at Juliana but walked away with me. "Why did you do that?" she asked. "I saw Marvin coming. He already got on my case once today about harassing her. I just didn't feel like getting you into trouble. He wouldn't do anything to me, but he might to you. He's always too soft on her. You can tell he likes her. It's disgusting." "I know, but he won't be beta for much longer. Once I take over, it won't matter. Actually, after tomorrow, it won't matter." "What do you mean?" she questioned. "My dad told me once she turns 18 tomorrow, he's ordering her to leave the pack. He doesn't want her here for my ceremony. The Lycan King is coming." "The Lycan King!" she squealed out. "How prestigious. I hope he brings a lot of warriors." "Why? What do you think is going to happen?" "Hey, if you don't want me as your Luna, maybe I can find a hot warrior too." I stopped walking now. I grabbed her hand and turned her to face me. "What?" I roared at her. "Don't forget, until I find my mate, you're mine." I grabbed her face, bringing her close to me. "No one else will have you while I do." I kissed her hard, to remind her who she was talking to. She kissed me back vigorously. She liked it when I was rough with her. I let go of her hand and gave her a hard slap. "Say it. Say you're mine." "I'm yours," she breathed out. I could smell her arousal, and Levi was growling in my head to take her here and now. I picked her up and ran us both into the woods. I slammed her back into a large oak tree, causing it to shake. Her hands were already undoing the belt on my jeans, pulling them all the way down to my ankles. "Logan, yes. That was great," I told her as I pulled my pants back up. "You should talk about other people more often." I kissed her again, helping her draw her leggings back up. "Maybe next time you're at me, we can go to your room and you can tie me down." She placed her arms around my neck. "I love you. I love you too." Juliana's POV. I watched as Logan and Alexis walked away from me. I didn't know what made them stop so suddenly. Normally, Alexis loved to use me as her verbal punching bag. When I got to my feet, I turned and saw Marvin looking at me from the woods, realizing that's what stopped them. I nodded at him, letting him know I was okay, and he continued towards the pack house. I brushed the dirt off the back of my jeans and my hands. I know the ranked members hate me, with the exception of Marvin, but I didn't understand why I could never seem to escape Logan and his abuse. He seemed to find me wherever I was, even when I was trying to avoid him. I walked as fast as I could towards Naomi's house, just praying she was home in case Logan found me for round 3 of the day. Without my wolf, I couldn't mind Link her asking where she was. Naomi had turned 18 3 months ago, so she could now mind Link anyone in the pack. She was able to be part of the shifting ceremony that took place when people turned 18. There was a small stage off in the woods where everyone would gather. The newly 18-year-olds would go on the stage and take turns shifting one by one. Once everyone had shifted, they all went on their first run together while the pack waited. It wasn't very formal, but it was still a rite of passage for all wolves. I figured not being allowed at pack functions also meant I wouldn't be welcome at the shifting ceremony, but with my mom and possibly Naomi, we could have our own. I finally made it to Naomi's house and knocked on the front door. She opened it and smiled when she saw me, her dark red hair pulled into a messy topknot. Naomi's mom worked in the pack house kitchen, while her dad worked construction and maintenance of things around the territory. "Hey, what's going on?" She held the door open so I could walk inside. "Nothing much. I just finished training with Marvin and thought I'd stop by." She was the only one that knew about my training sessions. "I told my mom I was hanging with you today." "Got it. If she asks, we've been hanging out the entire day." "Thanks," I told her as we walked further into her house. "Are you excited about the alpha ceremony?" I guess she forgot who she was talking to. "I'm not allowed to go, remember?" We sat down on her couch in the living room. "Oh, that's right. That's so stupid. You've never done anything wrong." "I know, but at this point I've accepted it." "I'm hoping a lot of alphas come, maybe even some betas and warriors." Unmated wolves always get excited about pack events that involve outside people. It was a chance to meet your mate if they hadn't met them in your pack yet. You've only been 18 for a couple of months. You could still meet your mate in the pack. "I know, but part of me wants to meet someone so I can leave. I mean, Gregory runs this place like a military camp." "It would definitely be nice to leave this place," I agreed. I had thought about leaving many times, but it would break my mother's heart, and I couldn't do that to her. "What time are your parents expected to come home tomorrow?" "I'm not sure, probably sometime in the afternoon. They need to be back in time to help get things ready for the ceremony. They've already started, and they're redoing some of the guest rooms in the pack house." "Wow, someone important must be coming if they're taking the time to do that," I said. "I know, I can't wait to find out who it is." "Have you heard anything through the grapevine?" I asked. "No, not really, which is weird. Usually the Omegas in the pack house know all the secrets. They must be keeping a really tight lid on it." "Seems like it. So what do you want to do until dinner?" I promised my mom I'd meet her around 6. "We can watch a movie or something?" she suggested. "That sounds great. Sorry I don't feel like going out and about. I've already run into Logan twice today, and I'm not looking to make it a third," I told her. "I get it. As an Omega, I know how shitty people can treat you." She reached over and squeezed my hand. "So, what movie should we watch?" She sprung up from the couch and walked over to the DVD collection her parents had accumulated. You pick, I'm not fussy. We spent the next couple of hours watching movies and talking. It felt great to relax and not worry about someone coming up behind me to kick me to the ground. Once the second movie ended, I looked at the clock and saw that it was coming on 6. Want to walk to the dining hall with me for dinner? I asked her, standing up. Sure, she responded, standing up too. As we walked to the dining hall, I asked her about my birthday tomorrow. I wanted to ask, would you like to come and have a shifting ceremony with my mom and me? I know I won't be welcome at the main one, so I thought we could have our own. I'd love to. Just let me know when and where, and I'll find a way to make it work. Thanks. You're the best. And don't you forget it. As we came to the pack house, I saw Logan and Alexis walking up the stairs in front of us. Naomi and I slowed our pace so they wouldn't see us. It got me thinking of all the things Logan had done to me over the years. I remember the first time he met me. I had only been in the pack for a couple of weeks, and I was walking with my mom to go get dinner in the dining hall. When I was 3, Logan was 5. His mother had already passed away, and his father had turned him into the spitting image of himself. My mom and I walked into the dining hall at the same time as him. As he walked past me, he made a comment about how I smelled fun. I had the smell of witch on me because that was part of who I was. He then spit in my direction. I had raised my hand to use my powers. Only being 3, I didn't know any better. But my mom stopped me. Logan ran to tell his father that I had attacked him. Gregory didn't listen to my mom when she said it wasn't true, and I received a slap in my face from the alpha. That was my first taste of how much he hated me. When we got inside, a lot of pack members were already eating. I looked for my mom and found her sitting at our usual table, halfway through her plate of food. There you are, Julia. Hi, Naomi, she said when I got to the table. Hi, Sandra, Naomi said cheerfully. Sorry, I lost track of time. We were watching a movie. I sat down and pulled the plate of food she had gotten for me over to myself. Tonight's dinner was steak, mashed potatoes, and salad, which were all delicious. I'm going to go grab a plate, Naomi told us, heading in the direction of the buffet. I'm just happy you're okay. I know how Logan can come down hard on you sometimes. Yeah, he found me a couple of times, but Marvin was there to stop him. Oh good, he's such a sweet man, always looking out for you. Careful, don't say that too loud. The alpha might hear you. We both glanced up at the head table, but Gregory was too busy deep in conversation with his son. At least after tomorrow, you'll be able to mind link me, my mom said, going back to her dinner. Yeah, it'll be great. After dinner, my mom and I said goodnight to Naomi before heading home. So what do you want to do for your birthday tomorrow? She asked. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it. Well, I already gave you your present, but I can make you a special dinner or breakfast. I think a nice dinner with you and me, maybe Naomi, would be good. I know I won't be permitted at the shifting ceremony. I don't even think they'll have one. Does anyone else turn 18 tomorrow? I don't think so, but we can have our own ceremony, she said enthusiastically. Who needs all the fluff and puff? I smiled at her. I was thinking the same thing. I asked Naomi to come too if that's okay. You guys are really all I need. That sounds perfect. We can do it right after dinner tomorrow. I'm so excited for you to finally have your wolf. She gave me a squeeze. I love you, Mom, I told her, wrapping my arms around her torso and giving her a side hug as we walked. I love you too, sweetheart. Cornelia's POV. I was watching Juliana and her adoptive mother walk back to their house arm in arm, discussing their plans for her birthday tomorrow. In my astral projection form, I was like a ghost to them. I could see them, but they couldn't see me. It was one of the skills I accomplished early in my training. I smiled when she looked directly at me, her amber eyes the exact color as her father's, and she had the same dark brown, wavy hair cascading down her back that I did, stopping about her mid-back. I continued to watch as they walked right past me and out of my sight in the direction of their house. I would have liked to follow them, but I knew that would make it harder to leave. The trips I took to visit her had to be quick, so no one would walk in on my lifeless body, sitting wherever I had left. A tear slid down my cheek knowing I wasn't going to be able to be with my baby girl on such a big birthday. When I was younger, this wasn't how I pictured watching my daughter grow up. I closed my eyes and pulled myself back to my body, which was sitting on a chair in my bedroom. I let the tears flow freely now that I was alone. For 15 years, I have been watching her grow into a beautiful young woman from the sideline. I had also watched her struggle and be bullied by the alpha of that pack, Gregory, and his wretched son, Logan, and there was nothing I could do about it. I was the most powerful witch in this coven, and I was powerless to help Julia. Had I known how they would treat her, I would have left her along a different pack's border. I hated having to leave my baby all alone at such a young age. I had stayed nearby, though, guiding the kind beta to her so she wouldn't be out there for longer than needed. At such a young age, I knew she wouldn't remember me, and if she did, it would probably seem like a distant dream. The rules of this coven needed to change. That was the reason I had to give up my Julia 15 years ago. As the high priestess of the coven, I wasn't supposed to mate with a wolf. None of the people in our coven were. It was forbidden and carried a high price for doing so. It all came from a tragedy decades ago. The high priestess at the time found out her mate was a powerful alpha of a nearby pack. They mated each other almost immediately, unable to resist the mate bond. Soon after, he betrayed her. The power she possessed went to his head because his beta got in his ear, stirring fear into his heart that she would one day take over the pack. The beta ended up killing the high priestess on the alpha's orders because of his paranoia. It nearly destroyed our coven because they didn't just want to stop at her. They wanted to wipe out everyone who followed her. After that day, the elders of the coven outlawed any mating with wolves. We moved out of the area to avoid any contact with werewolves. When I found out my mate was indeed an alpha wolf, I tried to resist the bond, knowing what it would mean for myself if I gave in. It was too strong for both of us, and we ended up mating with each other. I fell pregnant with Julia not long after we met. I knew my coven could never find out because they would banish me and probably kill the child. Or worse, kill both of us for breaking the law. I managed to hide the pregnancy with the help of my sister Diana. My mate Joshua and I talked about what we should do. I wanted to keep my child more than anything, and we were able to hide her for 3 years. I realized that I wouldn't be able to do it for much longer as she got older and stronger. I thought about transforming her into someone else, but each scenario scared me with the idea the elders might one day find out. Joshua and I agreed to leave her somewhere another pack would find her. He didn't want to bring her into his pack in case word got back to our coven about who she was. I wouldn't take any risks when it came to Julia. It was the hardest thing we ever had to do. We then decided it would be best to reject each other, and he took a chosen mate. I still see him from time to time, teleporting to him when I know he's alone. I liked keeping him updated on Julia and how she was doing. He would have been an amazing father. He had 2 children with his chosen mate, and I had stayed without a mate, not wanting to endure the heartbreak again. Once my tears finally stopped falling, I wiped my face, but then heard a knock on the door. "Come in," I said, trying to clear my voice of any sorrow while getting to my feet. "Leah?" I knew that meant it was my sister Diana. She was the only one that called me that. I felt relieved, knowing I didn't have to hide my emotions from her. She was the only one who knew about Julia. When the door opened and she locked eyes with me, I knew she could see how red they were from my crying, and I'm sure she knew exactly why that was. "Oh, sweetheart," she said, rushing in to give me a hug. "What's wrong? Is it Julia?" "Yes," I replied, hugging her back. "What happened? Is she okay?" She pulled back from the hug to survey my face. "She's fine. I just went to check on her. It's her 18th birthday tomorrow, and I'm just sad I won't be able to celebrate with her." She gave me a look of sympathy. A practicing witch usually came into her full power on her 18th birthday, but since Julia wasn't practicing, she wouldn't be able to do that. If I was able to train her, it would happen eventually. "I know, but maybe one day you'll be able to bring her home where she belongs." I shook my head. My sister was too young and naive to think things were going to change anytime soon. You and I both know that's not true. The elders will never change the law so long as they fear wolves. I turned and went to sit back in my chair. Diana followed, taking a seat on my bed. She looked down at her hands before she spoke again. "How is she?" I knew how much she cared for Julia. She had helped me raise her for 3 years. "She's good," I said, smiling. "She's beautiful. For what she's gone through in the pack, she's such a kind and caring person. I think she gets a lot of that from you." "Maybe, but I think Sandra has had a lot to do with it. Bless that woman for being there. She has been wonderful to her for so many years. The beta seems to keep an eye out for her too." "He does. I think she's avoided a lot of that brat Logan's abuse because of him. Hopefully, she'll find a mate soon and be able to leave the pack. I don't see any other way out for her unless she wants to leave on her own." We had both been hoping, with a little luck, once she was 18, she would find some way to leave. "Did you need me for something?" I asked, realizing she probably didn't come here to talk about this. "I did. We've had a little trouble with one of the young witches, Violet. She accidentally blew a hole in the ceiling of the classroom. I think it was a potion gone wrong. They asked me if you would be able to come and fix it." "Oh goodness. I thought I told them never to give her any potions to mix that have the possibility to explode." "I think they thought she was finally improving." "All right, tell them I'll be right there." It took longer than anticipated to fix the classroom ceiling, but after dealing with the mess Violet had made, I went back to my room. It was after midnight, which meant it was officially Julia's birthday. I sat down in my chair, lowering my head and projecting myself into her bedroom. I saw her sound asleep, tucked under her white duvet. I knew she couldn't see or hear me, but that didn't matter. I walked over to her, bent down, pressing my lips to her cheek. "Happy birthday, my love." I stood up and pulled myself back into my own room. Juliana's POV. I woke up in the middle of the night with a start. It felt like someone had touched my face. Sitting up, I looked around my room, but I didn't see anything. The clock on my nightstand told me it was a little after midnight. I laid my head back on my pillow when I heard a voice, but it wasn't coming from anywhere in my room. It was coming from inside my head. "Hi, Juliana. My name is Sophia. I'm your wolf." "Hi, Sophia. It's nice to finally meet you." Not only could I hear her, but I could also see her in my mind. She looked huge from what I could tell, with jet black fur and the same amber eyes as me. "You're very beautiful," I told her, sending a smile across her face. "Thank you. Just a reflection of my wonderful human." "How do you know I'm wonderful? You just met me," I joked. "I can just tell. Now go back to sleep. We can talk more in the morning." "Okay, good night," I said to her. "Good night." I woke up in the morning around 8. Usually my mom would have woken me up by now to go to breakfast with everyone else. Maybe she's letting us sleep in since it's our birthday. I jumped at Sophia's words, forgetting she had come to me last night. "Geez, I forgot you were there." She laughed at me, and it sounded like a bark. "You'll get used to it." I got out of bed and went to search for my mom. The smell of cooking sausage hit my nose before I even opened my door. I knew it was because I had my wolf now. That meant my senses would be sharper, my reflexes would be faster, and I would finally be able to heal faster. Not knowing where I came from had me wondering how fast I would be able to heal. Ranked members like alphas and betas, and those who come from alpha or beta blood, could heal things like broken bones in a matter of minutes. Omegas could heal faster but not as fast. I found my mom in the kitchen cooking everything imaginable. There were pancakes, sausage, bacon, toast, even fresh squeezed orange juice. She turned around when she heard me enter the kitchen. "Good morning. Happy birthday." "Morning, and thanks." "Help yourself to some breakfast. I made all your favorites." "It looks amazing," I told her, grabbing a plate and piling it high with some of everything. She flipped the last of the bacon onto a plate and started piling it with some for herself. We sat down at the table and began to eat together. "Have you heard from your wolf yet?" she asked. "I did. I woke up a little after midnight and she was there. Her name is Sophia." "Well, Terry and I can't wait to meet her tonight." My mom's wolf was named Terry. I had only seen her a couple of times because she didn't need to shift as often since she wasn't the gamma female anymore. Maybe we could all shift and go for a run. Yeah, that would be nice. We continued to eat until my mom spoke again. Oh, I need to go to the pack house today and finish up the design of Logan's cake for his alpha ceremony. Did you want to come with me? Since being demoted from the position of gamma female, my mom worked planning pack functions. Yeah, why not? I figured Logan wouldn't be anywhere near the kitchen. Okay, we'll go after I finish cleaning up the kitchen. I can help you, I offered. No, don't be silly. It's your birthday. You just go upstairs and get ready. I'll take care of the mess. Thanks, Mom, I said, getting up and giving her a kiss on the cheek. I headed back upstairs to shower and put some clothes on. After a nice hot shower, I put on some jean shorts, a t-shirt, and sandals. It was hot where our pack was in the summer. I went back downstairs after about an hour to find my mom sitting on the couch reading a book. You look nice, she said, taking in my outfit. Thanks, I replied with a smile. She's right, you do look beautiful, Sophia said. You have to say that you're a part of me. I could just keep my mouth shut, she laughed. Are you ready to go? My mom asked, pulling me out of my conversation with Sophia. Yes, let's go, I said, grabbing my purse. We started the long walk to the pack house. We didn't come across many people. Most pack members were probably still at breakfast or enjoying their Sunday with their families. We walked into the lobby of the pack house. My mom went to walk into the kitchen, but I stopped. I have to use the bathroom. I'll meet you in the kitchen. She walked straight, and I went to the left to use one of the bathrooms. When I was done, I made my way in the direction of the kitchen. I was just passing the dining hall when I saw Logan coming out. Instead of retreating like I usually do, I noticed a mouth-watering smell. It was like sandalwood and bergamot. It was filling me up, setting my senses on fire, and I had to know where it was coming from. I locked eyes with Logan, and to my horror, Sophia said something that made me want to vomit. Mate! What? Mate, he's our mate. No, he can't be. This was impossible. There was no way the person who hated me the most in this world was my mate. We have to go to him, Sophia said. Are you crazy? He hates us. He's made our life a living heat for 15 years. There's no way we're mated to him. Wait, really? Yes, I'm rejecting him. Wait, maybe he can change. Maybe there's a chance. I don't want to give it a chance. Not even for a second. The look on Logan's face confused me. There were hints of anger, frustration, but also something else. Was it lust or possibly happiness? That couldn't be possible. I walked myself in his direction, set in my idea of what I was about to do. Standing directly in front of him seemed to have been a mistake because his scent was overwhelming. I was craving his touch, for him to pull me in his arms and kiss me. Goddess, I had to fight this. I, Juliana Parker of the October Moon Pack, reject you, Logan Russ. I didn't get to finish my sentence as something hard hit my face. My hand flew to my cheek where Logan had slapped me. I turned my head back to face him, unable to believe what he had just done. He was glaring at me, deep hatred apparent all over his face, but again there was something else. You think you have the power to reject me? You, an insignificant, filthy hybrid? I'm the son of an alpha. You can't reject me. How dare you try and humiliate me in front of my pack? I looked around for help, but everyone was attempting to ignore the situation that was unfolding as they spilled out of the dining room. Accept my rejection, I pleaded. We both know you don't want me as your mate. You hate me. Of course, I don't want you, but that doesn't mean I don't need you. He inhaled deeply, taking in my scent. His eyes glowed as his wolf was on the surface. He reached towards me. I thought to slap me again, so I recoiled, but he grabbed a fistful of my hair and pulled me close to him. I tried to resist, but being this close to him and the mate bond made my legs weak. His scent was strong, with only a few inches between us. It was making me dizzy, and I could feel my desire for him becoming stronger. Damn this mate bond. I wanted to be repulsed by this man, to get as far away from him as possible, but every fiber in me was yearning for him to touch me, to kiss me, bring me close to him, and caress my insides. I don't understand. Why do you need me? You could have Alexis as your Luna. He laughed at me, still holding on to my hair. I don't need you as my Luna, but an alpha is stronger when his fated mate is around. I think I'll have some fun with you for a while. I'll be back for you. He inhaled one last time before releasing my hair. I watched him walk away, making sure he was really gone before running for the nearest bathroom. I burst into the stall, leaning over the toilet, and threw up everything in my body. This can't be happening. Why was I being mated to such a horrible wolf? Was this the moon goddess' idea of a sick joke? I had to find a way out of this. I could not survive being this man's plaything. It didn't make any sense. Why wouldn't he accept my rejection? He could mate and mark Alexis, making her the Luna. A chosen bond could still have children and be perfectly fine. I sat back against the bathroom wall, pulling my knees to my chest and burying my face in them. How had my entire life come to this? Juliana? My head snapped up when I heard Naomi's voice in my head. I forgot I could mind link people in the pack now. Julia, where are you? First floor bathroom. About a minute later, I heard the door creak open and footsteps enter the bathroom. Naomi must have been in the dining hall. I'm sure she heard everything that happened. The stall door opened, and Naomi's large brown eyes came down to my level. Her curly red hair was pulled back into a messy bun. I heard what happened. Are you okay? All I could do was shake my head as the tears began running down my face. She gave me a hug. It's going to be okay. How? How is this going to be okay? I'm mated to the person who hates me the most in this pack, and he won't let me reject him. She pulled away from the hug but kept her hands on my arms. I know. I heard him. I don't know what his game is. What is he getting out of not accepting your rejection? I don't know. He has Alexis. He's probably just trying to torture you some more. As if he hasn't done enough in 15 years. She smiled at me sympathetically. Happy birthday, by the way. Thanks. I definitely won't forget this birthday. We both laughed, and she slid in next to me, wrapping her arm around my shoulder. I leaned my head against her, and we sat together in silence. I bet the alpha will make him reject you. There's no way he'll allow Logan to stay mated to you. Once that happens, you'll be free. I hope so. If not, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Come on, let's get out of this bathroom, and then we can talk more. We can go talk to your mom. She stood up and offered her hand to me, pulling me to my feet. Wrapping her arm around my shoulder, she started leading me out of the bathroom. Logan's POV. I had just finished breakfast and was heading out of the dining hall with Ian and Tyler to go hang out by the lake for a couple of hours. Since it was Sunday, I didn't have training or classes to attend. It was my one day off, and I usually spent it with them, or Alexis. I saw the hybrid passing by the dining hall and was just about to shout something at her when a delicious smell hit me in the face. It was like honeysuckle and lavender. I locked eyes with her as Levi shouted in my mind, "Mate!" What? That couldn't be right. How was this low-level hybrid my mate? There had to be some mistake. There's no mistake. She's our mate, Levi said again. No, that's not possible. Alphas are only mated to other alphas or betas' daughters, and she isn't either of those things. It doesn't matter. She's our mate. He barked at me. I thought you hated her as much as I did? Not anymore. He was looking at her with pure lust in his eyes. How can you just chance on a dime like that? I'm rejecting her, I told him. No, you can't. I'm not going to let you. We want our mate. Are you kidding me? You're not going to let me reject her? No. I want our mate. And if you try, we'll take control. He was practically yelling at me now. I pulled myself out of the mate bond-induced haze to notice she was walking towards us. Her smell only got more intense the closer she got. I, Juliana Parker, of the October Moon Pack, reject you, Logan Russ. Was she seriously trying to reject us? That wasn't possible. Someone like her would be lucky to be with someone like me. I raised my hand and slapped her hard across the face, stopping her mid-sentence. You think you have the power to reject me? You, an insignificant, filthy hybrid? I'm the son of an alpha. You can't reject me. How dare you try and humiliate me in front of my pack? She was looking around at the people watching, as if one of them was going to intervene. Accept my rejection. We both know you don't want me as your mate. You hate me. Of course I don't want you, but that doesn't mean I don't need you. I inhaled deeply, taking in her amazing scent, letting it blanket me in comfort. My eyes glowed for a second as Levi came to the surface. I reached up again. She recoiled, probably thinking I was going to slap her. Instead, I grabbed a fistful of her hair and brought her closer to me. I was trying desperately not to lose myself in her. Levi was shouting at me to kiss her, ravish her, and make her mine. That was not going to happen. I couldn't have some hybrid as my mate and Luna of this pack. If he wasn't going to let me reject her, then I'd have to find another use for her. I didn't know what that was at the moment, except maybe my thing. I don't understand. Why do you need me? You could have Alexis as your Luna. I laughed at her, still holding her gorgeous chestnut hair in my hand. I don't need you as my Luna, but an alpha is stronger when his fated mate is around. I think I'll have some fun with you for a while. I inhaled again, taking in her intoxicating scent one more time. I'll be back for you. I released her hair and started walking away, Ian and Tyler behind me. I had forgotten they were there during that entire interaction. Dude, how is she your mate? Ian asked, flabbergasted. Yeah, shouldn't your mate be an alpha's daughter? Tyler remarked. I have no idea, but I have to go talk to my dad about this. I left them at the elevators as I rode it up to the alpha floor. I quickly walked to my father's office. He rarely left that place, so I knew I could find him there. I banged loudly on the door, waiting for his answer. Come in, I heard him say. Dad, I need to talk to you about something, I said before I was even fully over the threshold. What is it? He asked. I sat down in the chair facing him, knowing he wasn't going to like what I was about to say. It's about the hybrid, I mean Juliana. Levi growled loudly when I didn't use her real name. My dad looked up at me, furrowing his brows together. I never used her real name if I could avoid it. What about her? He said suspiciously. I was just about to have Marvin go and tell her the happy news about leaving. No, you can't, I blurted out. Excuse me? And why is that? I just found out she's my mate. What? He bellowed so loudly the pictures on the wall shook. That's impossible. The chair behind him went flying as he stood up, smashing into the opposite wall, leaving a large dent. His eyes were glowing brightly, telling me his wolf was now in control. He blinked a few times as my dad tried to gain back control. Look, I didn't plan this. It just happened. Well, let's make it unhappen. You have to go reject her now. I can't. Levi won't let me. What? Why in the not? I don't know, but he won't. You know why I want our mate, even if it's her. He says he wants his mate, but we can find you a different mate, a better mate. The daughter of a powerful alpha, not a filthy hybrid. She'll ruin this pack. I don't have to make her my Luna, but I do need to keep her around. You can't send her away. He glowered at me, both hands flat on his desk. Finally, he lowered his head in defeat. Fine, I won't send her away, but you make sure no one sees her. Does anyone besides you know she's your mate? One good thing about being his only son was that he usually gave in to what I wanted. It happened right outside the dining hall, so I'm going to go with yes. Damn it, he breathed out sharply. Go find her and take her to your room. Keep her there until we can figure out what to do with her. If you don't want her as the Luna, I don't see what else she's good for. Clearly he doesn't know what we want to do to her. I should hope not. Logan, did you not hear me? What? I said go and find her and take her to your room. Make sure no one sees her coming up to the alpha floor. Yes, Alpha, I said, getting to my feet. Before I got to the door, I had a thought. I turned back to my dad. You don't think she could be the daughter of an alpha, and we just don't know it, do you? Don't be ridiculous. An alpha would never mate with a witch. It's disgusting to think about. I would hope they'd have more dignity than that. I suppose you're right. Sigh. I walked out of his office and back to the elevator. I needed to go find Juliana. I thought about mind-linking her, but I figured she wouldn't answer me. Even though we didn't mate or mark each other, we could still mind-link since she was a member of this pack. I exited the elevator and didn't have to search for her very hard. I could smell her scent. It was coming from the direction of the bathroom. I saw her coming out with her Omega friend. Juliana had her arms folded across her chest, while her friend had her arm around her shoulder. I could see the redness in Juliana's eyes. She was probably crying. Are you happy? You made mate cry, Levi said, annoyed. Oh, shut up. I began to walk over to them. Naomi must have heard me approaching because she looked back over her shoulder. She stopped and pushed Juliana behind her, as if that was going to stop me. What do you want? She snapped as I got closer. Nothing that concerns you, I replied. Haven't you done enough to her? Naomi said. Stand aside so I can talk to her. No, she was bold for an Omega. I'd give her that. Not many would defy a direct order, let alone say no out loud. I said, "Stand aside." I raised my voice, letting my alpha aura come out. She bowed her head and stepped away from Juliana, unable to disobey now. I got closer to Juliana, her honeysuckle scent washing over me, causing Levi to purr like a kitten. She kept her arms folded and her head down. "What do you want?" she mumbled out. "The Alpha has ordered you to be taken to my room." Her head snapped up now. "What?" she said, terror on her face. "He wants you in my room away from the other pack members until we figure out what to do with you." "No, I don't want to go to your room. I'm supposed to be meeting my mom in the kitchen." "Well, that's too bad." I grabbed her arm, pulling her towards the elevators. As soon as our skin made contact, I felt electric sparks shoot through my hand. It left behind a tingling sensation that was driving Levi wild. She must have felt it too, because she sucked in a breath at my touch. I pulled her into the elevator and could still see Naomi standing where we had left her, unable to do anything to help Juliana. When the door closed, she ripped her arm out of my grasp. "What the hell's your problem? You can't just make me do whatever you want. I'm supposed to be your mate. That makes us equals. If you were a pure wolf, that would make us equals. You're a hybrid with no family. That puts you further down than your friend." I turned to face her. We were in such a small space that her scent was making hard to breathe. "Then what's the point? Just let me go and take a chosen mate." "I can't. My wolf won't let me." "What?" "He won't let me reject you. He wants his mate." "Did it ever occur to him that I didn't want him?" She spat. Levi growled, which came out of my lips as he pushed his way to the surface. "Well, I want you, and that's all that matters. Logan will come around eventually." I watched from the back of my mind as Levi walked forward towards her. She backed up until she hit the wall and couldn't go any further. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Juliana was breathing in shallow, shaking gasps. We both could smell her arousal being so close to us. Levi put my hands up on the wall on either side of Juliana. She finally looked up at us. I never realized how beautiful her round amber eyes were. "You're beautiful," Levi said. He reached my hand up and ran a finger down the side of her face. I expected her to yell, scream, or hit us, but his touch made her close her eyes and felt a shudder run through her. Levi bent down to kiss her. Juliana stood maybe 5'4" tall, so I, at 6'5", towered over her. This is the moment Juliana came back to her senses. She put her hands on my chest and shoved us. "No!" she yelled out. She was surprisingly strong for someone who had never trained before and had just gotten their wolf. She managed to shove us back a few steps. Levi growled at her again, and to both our surprise, her eyes glowed, and she growled back. Her wolf now in control. Levi finally gave me back control, and I watched as Juliana's eyes went back to normal. We both just stared at one another, unable to believe or understand what had just happened. The elevator doors opened, and I gestured for her to walk out first, but she just soot-rooted on the stop. "I can pick you up and carry you if you prefer." She still didn't move. I advanced towards her, and she finally spoke. "Fine, I'll walk." We walked in silence to my living quarters on the top floor, which was the alpha floor. I opened the door for her, and she walked inside. I didn't follow, but talked to her from the doorway. If I walked inside that room and was alone with her, there was no telling what Levi would try to do. "You're to stay here until I come back." As I was shutting the door, I heard her yell, "My mom's going to be expecting me any minute. You can't just keep me locked in here." I shut the door and locked it. I needed to go clear my head and figure out what my next move was going to be. She couldn't be my Luna, I knew that. So, I needed to come up with an agreement that would keep her here. Juliana's POV. Logan slammed the door on me, and I heard the lock click, meaning I now had no way of leaving. I ran to the window and looked around. It was a 3-story drop with nothing to break my fall. I might heal quicker now that I had my wolf, but I wasn't invincible. I knew he would also feel it as soon as I got to the border and left. Alphas could feel when their members cut ties with their pack, and now with Logan as my mate, he'd feel it even more. "Damn it," I muttered. "Why is our mate doing this to us?" Sophia asked. "I told you, he hates us for being a hybrid. Until you showed up, I wasn't even sure I was going to get a wolf." She whimpered quietly and lowered her head. I turned back to face the room I was in. It looked to be Logan's living room. There was a kitchen to my left, which looked like it had never been used because of how shiny and clean everything was. The furniture was minimal at best. The only thing in here was a large sectional, a coffee table, and a very large flat-screen TV. There were no decorations, no pictures on the walls, nothing that would be a sign someone actually lived here. The curtains on the windows were black. I'm sure once they were drawn shut, it was pitch black in the room. I could see a door to my right across the room, and I made my way towards it. If I was going to be locked in here for goddess knows how long, I was going to look at everything. Opening the door, I was standing in what I assumed was Logan's bedroom. Again, the furnishing was very minimal. There was a king-sized four-poster bed up against the far wall, a large dresser, and a single armchair with a bookshelf next to it. There were two other doors leading to more rooms on the wall to my left. I opened one to reveal a spacious bathroom, and the other was a walk-in closet. "This guy isn't one for decorating, is he?" Sophia joked. "If it doesn't involve telling people what to do, I don't think it's for him." His closet was very organized. That was probably due to an Omega that cleaned. He had mainly black and dark blue shirts, jeans, sneakers, and a couple of black suits. I began opening one of the drawers when something caught my attention. "Juliana!" It was my mom's frantic voice, drifting into the closet from somewhere outside. I swiftly exited and found her standing in the middle of the living room with a confused and anxious expression on her face. I ran to her and flung my arms around her neck. "Honey, what's happening? Why are you here?" I couldn't bring myself to speak. I just let the tears fall. Being in the comfort of my mom's embrace caused me to lose all the facade I had been trying to put on. "It's okay," she cooed while stroking my hair. "No, it's not," I finally managed to get out. "He's my mate, Mom. Logan's my mate." "What?" she asked, pulling back to look at me. I just nodded my head. When I went to the bathroom, I came out and it was clear as day. His dad ordered I should be brought here until they can figure out what to do with me. "Okay, don't panic. We can figure this out." "How?" I tried to reject him, and he wouldn't let me. He's made it abundantly clear he's not going to reject me, but he also doesn't want me as his Luna. "Why won't he reject you? That doesn't make any sense. Everyone knows how he feels about you living in this pack. It doesn't make any sense to me either. I don't know what game he's trying to play. He said I have to stay here until he comes back. If I try to run, he'll know the second I leave. He can smell me for a mile." "I'll talk to Marvin," she said soothingly. "Maybe he can talk to the Alpha and convince him to just send you away." The door opened, and a very large man with muscles the size of my head and long dark hair came in. "Time's up," he said, grabbing my mom by the arm. "No, wait. She's only been here for a few minutes." "Alpha's orders." He dragged her out of the room and into the hall. "I love you," I shouted after her. "I love you too," she said through a mind link. "Don't worry, we'll get you out of this." The door slammed shut again, and I heard the lock click into place. "Fuck!" I shouted out. I would have flung something across the room if there was anything in this goddess-forsaken place. "This sure would be a good time to use our magic if we knew how," I said to Sophia. "There's no better time to learn than the present," she responded. "Too bad they don't have any books on magic in here. I'm sure if there was, they got rid of them a long time ago." I sat down on the couch, pulling my knees to my chest and hugging them. This was not how my 18th birthday was supposed to be. Shifting for the first time tonight seemed out of the question. "Julia, are you okay?" It was Naomi. "Yeah, I'm okay. Just locked in Logan's room like fucking Rapunzel over here. Too bad my hair's way too short to climb down the tower." She laughed. "I'm happy you're okay. Is Logan with you?" "No, I have no idea where he is. Did you see him come back down?" "No, I got the heck out of Dodge before he could come down and do anything for me trying to stop him from taking you." "Shit!" I hear someone unlocking the door. "Stay strong." I jumped up from the couch as the door opened and Logan walked in. His smell hit me, and I felt my legs get weak. Sophia purred in my head. "Stop that!" I yelled at her. "I can't help it," she whined. "How long are you going to keep me locked in here?" "As long as I want to. Like I said, we need to figure out what to do with you." "And just what am I supposed to do while you do that?" I yelled, throwing my hands in the air. I don't even have any of the stuff here. I want to go home. You are home, he sneered. I'll have someone go to your house to pack up your things. How are you going to know what I need or want from my house? He glared at me for a second. Make a list, he muttered, walking into the kitchen and pulling out a pad of paper and a pen. I narrowed my eyes at him skeptically. This was the first nice thing he had ever done for me. He walked back into the living room and offered me the pad. I took it, and our fingers grazed. I felt the same magnetic electricity run through my hand that I did when he grabbed my arm. I tried to keep my composure, as Sophia melted at the feeling. I don't understand why I can't leave. Everyone knows I'm your mate by now. They all saw and heard everything. I wanted to distract myself from the desire that was building inside me. We both know you'll run the second I let you go. I'm not letting you out of my sight. We stared at each other in silence for a moment. He was right about one thing. The second I got out of here, I was running for it, whether he accepted my rejection or not. He took a step towards me, and I matched his with a step back. You don't have to be afraid of me. Like, I don't. You have made my life a living nightmare for 15 years, and now suddenly, because of some magical mate bond, you're going to stop hating me? Fat chance. I saw hurt flash across his face. Did he think I would forgive everything he'd done because he was my mate? This man was delusional. It could be different in private, he said, taking another step. This time I didn't back away. I held my ground. You tortured me for years, never having one kind thing to say about me. You took me and locked me in this room, refusing to accept my rejection, and now you think we'll be mates in private, but I'll let you abuse me in public? I hate you. Don't you understand that? With every fiber of my being, I hate you. I spat the last words out at him. He didn't say anything for a second. I guess we'll have to find a different arrangement then. I'll be back for your list. He turned around and stomped back through the door, locking it behind him. Marvin's POV. I was enjoying a relaxing morning with Beth. We decided to skip the dining hall commotion and have a nice breakfast, just the two of us. Beth and I still resided in the pack house on the beta floor. We had a large residence here that I planned to move out of once Logan took over. The last thing I needed was to live anywhere near him and his little monkeys. We had a plan to move into one of the houses near Julia and her mom, but that was before I knew the Alpha was planning to banish her. I was waiting for Gregory's call to go and do it. Beth and I had spoken about it, and we agreed I would take her and hide her somewhere. Let Gregory think she was gone and give her the chance to get to the nearest human town. We had some money set aside that I was going to give her to help her get a head start. As long as Gregory thought she was gone, it was all that mattered. I don't think he wanted her dead, just gone, although I wouldn't put it past him to change his mind. What are you thinking about? Beth asked me. We were lounging out on our balcony in the hammock. Just about Juliana and what I'm going to have to do. Shh, keep your voice down, she warned. There was always someone listening from somewhere, especially the warriors. They loved nothing more than to get on the Alpha's good side by ratting people out. You're right, let's go inside and talk. She climbed out of the hammock first, and I followed her. All the way back into our apartment, we took a seat on the couch. When do you have to take her? Beth asked first. I don't know. I'm waiting for Gregory to tell me. Have you told her anything? No, not yet. I don't know what to say. Just tell her the truth. I'm sure she'll be happy to be out of here. Goddess, this is going to crush Sandra. Julia is all she has left. Why can't you take her too? I don't want to risk it. If I did, Gregory might suspect I've been helping her, or he might send people after Sandra to bring her back. He doesn't take kindly to people leaving the pack. Well, let me worry about Sandra. I've always been able to get through to her when no one else could. Beth and Sandra had always been close, especially when Sandra's mate was still alive and they were the Gamma couple. We just need to make sure Julia is safe from rogues until she gets into town. Even then, they could still be trouble. Suddenly, I heard Gregory's voice in my head. Marvin, come to my office now. Shh, I have to go, I told Beth. Why? Gregory needs to see me. I guess it's time then. Let me know what happens. I will, I said, standing up and giving her a kiss. It wasn't a far walk from our residence to the Alpha floor. I passed by a couple of Omegas on the way and caught a little of what they were saying. "Did you hear? That hybrid's Alpha Logan's mate." "What? How did you hear that?" "Apparently, it happened in front of the dining hall, and a lot of pack members were still there. But I don't understand. Shouldn't he be mated to an Alpha's daughter? I thought he hated her?" "I don't know. The moon goddess never makes mistakes, though." I froze outside Gregory's door as they continued down the hall. "Did you hear that too?" "Yeah, that can't be right, though. When have Omegas ever had the wrong information? They know things before anyone." He was right, but it just couldn't be true. It didn't make sense. Why would the moon goddess do that to Julia? I knocked on Gregory's door. I needed to know what was happening. "Enter," I heard from the other side. I opened the door and stepped inside. "Alpha," I said, bowing my head. "Have a seat, Marvin. We have something important to discuss." I sat down on the edge of the seat, terrified about what was going to come out of this man's mouth. "Is something wrong, Alpha?" "That depends on who you ask. It has come to my attention that the hybrid is Logan's mate." "Fuck, I guess those Omegas had the right information after all." "How is that possible?" I asked in disbelief. "I don't know. I told him to reject her, but Levi wouldn't allow it. It seems the mate bond is very strong for him. I know I told you to take her out of this pack, but it looks like circumstances have changed." "So, what are you going to do with her then?" I was worried about what he was going to say next. "I don't know. She can't be the Luna of this pack. It will ruin everything I have built. Logan wants to keep her, but I don't know for what purpose." "Well, a fated mate bond is stronger than a chosen one. It makes the Alpha stronger. Be that as it may, if he isn't going to mark her, I see no point in keeping her around. This is quite the dilemma we have on our hands." I would agree with you there. It was hard to wrap my mind around. The moon goddess had mated Juliana to the person who hates her the most. Then I had another thought. Where is she? Who? The hybrid? I had Logan take her to his room. If he wants to keep her, that's fine for now, but I want her away from the other pack members. Also, being locked in his room, she wouldn't be able to make a run for it. "Smart thinking," I told him. "So, this complicates our plans slightly. Now that she's Logan's mate, he'll be able to smell her from a mile away. She also will have to break their bond if she has any hope of leaving. He'll feel it as soon as she crosses the border now." Ray was beside himself at this news. They were going to sense her anyway, because once she leaves, she'll need to break all ties with the pack. Yeah, but they would just sense someone leaving. Now they'll know it's her. "Calm down, we can figure this out." "We need to figure this out before Logan's ceremony. Once he takes over as Alpha, there won't be much I can do about it. I have to think about this." "What do you need me to do?" I asked him. "I need you to make sure she stays in that room. I want you to go talk to the head warrior and make sure all patrols are on the lookout for her. She could still try some ill-fated escape attempt. I have a guard outside the door now, keeping watch around the clock." "Yes, Alpha. I'll get right on it." I got up and started to walk to the door. "Oh, Marvin," I turned back to face Gregory. "If it comes down to it and she does try to escape, just kill her. Logan will be able to withstand the pain as he's an Alpha's son. The last thing I need is for him to go chasing after her for some goddess unknown reason." I just nodded my head and walked out the door. "We definitely won't be doing that," Ray said defiantly. When I turned to walk towards the elevators, I saw Sandra coming towards me, in the hands of a large warrior. "Beta, Marvin," she yelled. "Let her go," I told the warrior. "Yes, Beta," he said, releasing her arm. "Go back to your post," I told him. He turned and walked back the way he came. From that direction, I assumed he was the one guarding Logan's door to make sure Julia didn't leave. Once he was out of earshot, I took Sandra and pulled her into one of the empty guest rooms on the Alpha floor. "Have you seen Julia?" I asked her. "I just talked to her, only for a few minutes though. The Alpha has ordered her to be shut in Logan's room and remain there until his Alpha ceremony. He says Logan wants to keep her as his mate, but not his Luna for now. Gregory just told me he wants to figure out what to do with her while he's still Alpha. That doesn't give us much time. We have to get her out of this. He's going to end up killing her." The desperation in her voice was that of only a parent. The need to protect your children was stronger than anything else. Don't worry, we will. She's safe for now. The ceremony is in a couple of days. I will spend every minute I can working on a plan to get her out. I'm so worried about her. I can't lose her. She's all I have left. Tears were glistening in her eyes. Don't cry. Listen to me. Go home and I'll keep you updated. I'm going to keep her safe, I promise. There's a likelihood I'll be taking her out of this pack, and you won't see her again. I need you to prepare yourself for that. Make sure no one knows about this conversation. Gregory will have you killed if he thinks for a second you had any part of this. Okay, she said, taking in a shaky breath. She left the room, but I stayed behind, sitting down on the bed. I rubbed the side of my face. I had about 2 days to figure out what to do. I knew I could get her out. I had to. Logan would torture her in a new way now. She would never be able to get away from him. Cornelia's POV. I watched in horror as that sorry excuse for a wolf slapped my daughter across the face. My blood began to boil, and I wanted nothing more than to turn him into the slimmest salamander there had ever been. It took every ounce of self-control I had not to go back to my body and teleport there to show him who he was messing with. I took a deep breath to steady myself. This was not how I had hoped her 18th birthday would go. This was not supposed to be happening. Everyone was minding their own business, just letting him hit her. I knew with their wolf hearing, each one of them could hear every word. He finally let go of her hair and walked away, followed by his 2 shadows. Julia ran for it, and all I could do was stare after her. It became too much for me, and I had to pull myself back into my body. Diana was waiting for me, because she thought I was going to come back with happy news. How is she? Is she having a good birthday? It's horrible. She's been mated to that pompous alpha's son, Logan. She tried to reject him, but he slapped her and wouldn't let her finish. He told her she wasn't able to reject him because she was just a hybrid. But that's not true. She's the daughter of an alpha and a high priestess. She can reject him. I know that, but she doesn't. If he hates her so much, why won't he let her reject him? Diana asked. I have no idea. Probably some weird power move. You know, he likes the feeling of being able to tell everyone what to do. We have to help her. I know, I'm just trying to think how. We were both silent for a minute, lost in thought. Then Diana spoke. The beta. What? The beta, the one who found her. He's kind, he would help her. Teleport to him, explain the situation, he might be able to get her out. That's perfect. He'll be able to do something about it. Should I go now or wait? I'm expected in 5 minutes to teach a lesson on talismans. Go right after. I'll wait for you here. Once you're done, come back and we'll figure it out. The lesson on talismans I was teaching seemed to drag on forever. After about 45 minutes, I ended the lesson early because I couldn't focus anymore. I made my way back to my room once the classroom had cleared. Diana was sitting on my bed waiting for me. Are you ready? She asked after I burst through the door. Yes, I replied. I'll keep watch. If anyone tries to come in while you're gone, I'll tell them you're busy in a trance or working on a complicated spell. Okay, thank you, Diana. Of course, this is my niece we're talking about. You know I'd do anything for her. With that, she was up and out the door. I stood up, focusing all my energy on Marvin and where he was in the pack. The next second, I was standing in a bedroom. There was a man sitting on the bed. Although 15 years had passed, I knew it was the same man I had led to Juliana in the woods. His hair was now peppered with gray, his face starting to look worn and tired for his age. What the he yelled, jumping to his feet. He took a defensive stance, ready to attack. Wait, I shouted, putting up my hands. I can explain. Explain? Who the are you, and where did you come from? Just give me a second and it'll make sense. I know how you are, Marvin Lee, and I know what's happening here. Oh, I would love to hear this. You have 2 minutes before I alert the other warriors. Okay, first of all, my name is Cornelia Sullivan. I'm the High Priestess of the High Moon Coven. I'm also Juliana's mother. He looked taken aback by that information. How am I supposed to believe that? Well, it's clear that I'm a witch. I just teleported here. True, but how do I know you're Juliana's mother? Because I know exactly what's been happening to her these last 15 years. Because I've been watching. I know she's been mated to the alpha's son, and I know he's a horrible person who's abused her since she arrived. He relaxed slightly, lowering his hands to his side. What do you mean you've been watching? I've been astral projecting myself here since she was little, looking in to see how she was doing. I don't understand. I found her alone in the woods. Who do you think led you to her? That was me. But I don't understand. Why did you abandon her? It seems like you're a perfectly fit mother. Her father and I didn't have a choice. In my coven, we are forbidden from mating with wolves, especially me as the high priestess. We tried to resist the mate bond, but we couldn't. Juliana is a result of that, and we tried to hide her for years because we knew if the elders of my coven discovered her, they would kill her. Finally, we realized it was going to be too hard, so we needed to find someone else to raise her. Had I known who this alpha was, I would have picked a different pack. But I've seen how kind you have been to her, trying your best to protect her, train her to learn to fight. So when I heard what happened, I knew you were her only hope to escape. Wait, you were in the woods that day? Yes, and I led you to Juliana to make sure she was found safely. That doesn't matter now. We need to find a way to save her. This isn't the path she's supposed to be on. Who was your mate? He asked me. His name was Joshua. He's the alpha of the Evergreen Pack. So Juliana is the daughter of an alpha and high priestess? Yes. Was this man actually listening to me? She thinks she can't just reject Logan, but she can. He doesn't need to accept it since she's a higher-ranking wolf like he is. You need to tell her this. You need to help her get out. Okay, I understand, but right now, the bond is the only thing keeping her alive. I have to wait until we're right on the border of the territory before she breaks it. When will that happen? I don't know. She's safe until his alpha ceremony in 2 days. The alpha said once that's over, they'll figure out what to do with her, and I have a feeling I know what direction he's going to take. Then you have to take her right after. Okay. Wait a second. If you're so high and magical, why can't you just take her away? I can't. I'm under constant surveillance from the elders. If they see her with me, they'll know she's my daughter immediately. She's still the product of forbidden love. They'll kill her. I get it, and I'll do what I can. I have to go. I don't want anyone to realize I'm gone or get my sister in trouble who's keeping watch. I'll check in from time to time and teleport to you if I can. Thank you. Thank you, Marvin, for doing this. I reached out and shook his hand before stepping back and focusing on my coven and my bedroom. I was back in the blink of an eye. I had 2 days to keep watch over her and hope that Marvin would be true to his word and get her out. I opened my door to see the back of Diana's head. What happened? She asked, shoving me back into my room. I talked to Marvin. He's going to try and get her out. She's safe for the next 2 days, but after Logan's alpha ceremony, her fate is up in the air. There's no way his father is going to let her stay, and there's no way he'll just send her away if there's a chance Logan could go after her. He's going to have her killed. I know he is, Diana said forcefully. It's the only way to break their bond and make sure Logan can't change his mind and take her as his mate. I won't let that happen. I'll intervene if I have to. You're willing to risk that? I have to. She's my daughter. I'm not going to let that man kill her. What about Joshua? Do you think he could do anything? Not from so far away. I'll tell him what's happening, but he can't go into the pack and demand the alpha's mate for no reason. You're right. Marvin better figure out what to do fast, Diana remarked. I know. He'll have to take her and try to help her escape. I don't know how that will go, but it's the only option available, it seems. There was a loud knock on my door. Come in, I said, trying to gain back my composure. Madam, it was Gwendolyn, one of our training witches. Yes, Gwen? I'm sorry to disturb you, but the elders have requested your presence. Thank you, Gwen. I'll be right there. She backed out of my room and closed the door. You don't think they know? Diana began. No, they can't have any idea. How could they? I'm sure it's for something insignificant. I was trying to convince us both that they had no idea about what was happening. I'll walk with you, Diana said, opening the door. My heart was racing as I walked out of my room and began making my way to the meeting room. I knocked 3 times, before placing my hand on the knob and turning it. If they did know what was happening, I would make damn sure to keep Julia alive while I could. Juliana's POV. Time was ticking on as I sat in Logan's apartment by myself. He didn't come back for my list like he said. Instead, the very large man who had taken my mom came in and grunted at me to hand it over. I didn't really have anything to do either. There were only a few books on the shelf in the bedroom. There was a TV, but I was too anxious to watch anything. I had pressed my ear to the door earlier to see if anyone was there and heard someone shifting around. I guess Logan thought I might try to bust the door down or something. We probably could if we really wanted to. Too bad we won't be able to shift today. I was looking forward to it. Sophia hung her head. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry you're stuck with me as your human. Looks like we won't be doing a lot of anything anytime soon. What are you talking about? I'm happy to be with you during all of this. I don't think this is going to be our life. I have a feeling we're going to get out of this nightmare eventually. You're more confident than I am. I heard the lock click, and when I looked, Logan was walking in the door, followed by a few large warriors carrying boxes. You can take the ones with clothes into the closet in the bedroom, he told them. We got everything you wanted. I just looked at him from the living room. You know a thank you wouldn't hurt. I just glared at him instead. We said, I thank you for showing basic common decency and letting me have my things while you keep me locked up, I said sarcastically. I heard him growl, and his eyes flashed. I guess I was packing his wolf off. Get out! He shouted at the warriors. They quickly set their boxes down and almost ran from the room. Why must you make it so hard for us to tolerate you? I'm making it hard on you. What about what you're doing to me? I started walking forward, closer to him without even realizing it. You've never tolerated me, and now you want me to act as if you're so chivalrous for what? Getting me clothes? You're insane. I saw him raise his hand, but I was ready for him this time. I ducked, avoiding his slap. When I stood back up, I don't know what came over me, but I pulled my hand back and slapped him across the face. Oh my goddess, I said, placing my hand over my mouth. Logan looked at me shocked. I knew my slap probably didn't hurt him, but it was also probably the only time a person, let alone a she-wolf, had ever stood up to him. He grabbed both my upper arms tightly. The warm, tingling feeling started radiating down my arms at his touch. The desire started building in me again, and I could feel myself getting wet. Logan's eyes flashed again, but this time it wasn't anger I saw, it was lust. Then he did something I never in a million years would have thought. He crashed his lips onto mine and kissed me feverishly. My legs turned into jelly as my lips molded to his. How could this feel so wrong and so right at the same time? One of his hands left my arm and intertwined itself in my hair. His other hand reached around to encircle me, pulling me closer to him. As if by instinct, my arms wrapped around his neck. I tried to pull myself back to reality, but I was finding it hard with the fire now burning inside me for Logan to touch every part of my body. I let Logan open my mouth as his tongue explored every nook and cranny. I moaned into his lips, and he tightened his grip on my hair. Every fiber of me was begging for him, and I forgot why I hated this man. His hand left my hair and trailed down my arm, pushing between our two bodies as he played with the waistband of my shorts. His fingers lightly grazed the skin of my stomach, causing me to gasp as the electricity shot directly into my core. He broke our kiss, grazing his lips down my neck, making Sophia collapse in ecstasy. This small break helped me regain some control. I realized this was not how I wanted my first time to be. I didn't want it to be with someone who hated me, someone who I also hated. Logan, I breathed, but he didn't respond. Lost in the haze of the mate bond, stop! I yelled, putting my hands on his chest and pushing on him, trying to create some space between us. I felt him freeze, and he pulled away from me. The look on his face told me he could hardly believe what had just happened as well. We just looked at each other, panting slightly, unable to find words to say. Logan pursed his lips, turning them into a thin line. I saw his eye twitch and knew he wanted to yell at me. It was strange he wasn't yelling. He never gave up an opportunity to show how alpha he was. I'll leave you to unpack, he finally said. Was he not going to rage and yell at me? Slap me for hitting him and denying him? I didn't know how to feel about the way he was behaving. He turned to walk out of the door. I haven't eaten anything since I've been here. I spoke. He stopped with his hand on the doorknob, turning his head only slightly to the side. I'll have something brought up. He wrenched the door open and slammed it behind him. I let out the breath I didn't know I was holding in. I know I'm new here, but was that normal? That seemed really weird. No, that was really weird. I expected him to yell at me or hit me for hitting him. He's a good kisser, though. Not what we're thinking about right now. Sorry, she laughed. I guess we should go and unpack our stuff? Okay, lead the way. I took us into the walk-in closet in the bedroom. I saw 3 large boxes on the floor. Bending down, I began opening them up and looking through. They had all but cleaned out my entire closet and dresser, not that I had a lot of clothes to begin with. The men who brought the boxes had also moved some of Logan's clothes out of the way, giving me a couple of racks. I didn't want to start unpacking because I wasn't planning to be here long. I was changing into a pair of sweatpants when I heard the door open. Walking into the living room, I saw it was a small Omega with a tray of food. Miss Juliana, sorry, Luna, I have some food for you. She set the tray on the dining room table. I'm not the Luna, I told her. Sorry, miss, she stammered. Please just call me Julia, and you don't have to be frightened of me. She looked up at me and smiled. Thank you for the food. You're welcome, Julia, she said. She bowed her head to me before retreating back out of the room. I don't blame her for not wanting to stay longer. I'm sure she was worried Logan would come back at any moment. On the tray was a bowl of chicken noodle soup and homemade bread. They included utensils and even a drink. Okay, maybe this situation isn't all bad, Sophia said, eyeing the soup in front of me. One nice deed does not a good person make, I replied. Can you not kill the mood for 1 minute? She pouted. I rolled my eyes at her before taking a seat in front of the tray. I was about halfway through my soup when the door to the apartment opened again. This time Marvin walked in. I dropped my spoon and ran to him. Marvin, what? I didn't finish the sentence because he held his finger to his lips. He took my hand and led me into Logan's bedroom and then into the adjoining bathroom. Why are we in here? I whispered. I want to make sure we're not overheard. What I'm about to tell you needs to stay between the two of us. You can't repeat it, and Logan can never know. Don't worry, I'm not going to be telling him anything anytime soon. I'm going to help you get out of here. Wait, really? Right now? No, not right now, unfortunately. They've tightened security in case you try to run, and Gregory has posted a guard outside your door at all times. I'm coming up with a plan. I can't tell you everything right now, but I promise I will. I would have mind-linked you, but I wanted to see you in person and make sure you were okay. I'm fine. Logan has been being weird, almost like he wants to be nice to me. Well, don't fall for it. It is probably just because of the haze of the mate bond. His attitude towards you is never going to change. Don't worry, I won't forget. When I say it's time to go, I need you to promise me you'll do everything I say when I say it. We're going to have one shot at this. I promise. He gave me a hug, which was weird. We had a close relationship, but he had never hugged me before. I have to go. I can't stay too long. He walked us both out of the bathroom and back into the living area. Stay strong. It'll get better. He opened the door and disappeared from view. I hope he comes up with a good plan, one that lets just reject that he. I think he will. He's kept us safe for all these years. He's not going to stop now. Alexander's POV. I was currently training with my beta Elijah, something we try to do every day. Elijah liked to think he could beat me, but in all the years he had been my beta, it had never happened. I threw him down on the mat, where he decided to stay, spread eagle in defeat. I thought you said you were going to have the one-up on me this time, I joked. I thought I did for a second. My Lycan was almost certain we were going to win. He got to his feet, and we walked back to the bench where our shirts and towels were sitting. I was just about to ask him if we wanted to go again when an Omega, Oliver, who worked in the pack house, came running up to us. Alpha Alexander, he said, bowing his head to me. Your mother is looking for you, she said. He couldn't finish because we all heard my mother's booming voice coming from behind him. No need to run and get to him before me, Oliver. Myso doesn't find me that scary. Oliver looked at the ground and backed away. Thank you, Oliver. You can go back to your work. Without looking up, he retreated. My mother was dressed in a red pencil skirt, white short-sleeve blouse, and high heels to match. Her long silver hair pulled back into a tight bun, making her blue eyes stand out against her bright red lipstick. Mother, to what do I owe the pleasure? She never usually came to find me when I was training unless she wanted something. Why do you sound like I'm here to deliver bad news? I'll just be over there, lifting, Elijah said uncomfortably. She waited for a second as he walked away. Now what's going on? I asked her. It has come to my attention that you're planning to go to the alpha ceremony of a werewolf pack. Is that correct, or do I have my information wrong? No, you're not wrong. I think it's high time we stop this ridiculous idea that our kinds shouldn't mix. I think going to this ceremony is the first step in that. I pulled my shirt over my head as she surveyed me through narrow eyes. I would assume there's no talking you out of this? No, there's not, I said firmly. She folded her arms across her chest. I see. Well, I think you can tell my thoughts on the matter, especially since we have a guest coming in a few hours. What are you talking about? This was clearly her attempt to get me to avoid the October moon ceremony. Yes, the elders and I have been talking, and we think it's high time you take a chosen mate. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Elijah freeze with his weights halfway up. He had been listening to this entire conversation, which was exactly like him. And no one thought to include me in this conversation? Now I was the one folding my arms across my chest as my Lycan growled threateningly. We all know how you feel about waiting for your mate. But darling, you're now 27 in the Lycan King. It's high time you stopped waiting and started thinking about taking a chosen mate and producing an heir. They had been trying to push this idea of taking a chosen mate for a couple of years now, but I never thought they would go behind my pack and invite someone here. I took a deep breath to calm myself and my Lycan. Are you going to tell me who's going to be here in a few hours? The daughter of Alpha Samuel, Cecilia, from the Lycan pack in New York. Her father is also coming, and they've agreed to stay for 3 days. You realize we're supposed to be leaving the day after tomorrow for the Alpha ceremony? You'll just have to cancel. You can't invite someone here and then just vanish. I didn't invite them, Mother, you did. It doesn't matter who invited them. All that matters is they're on their way, and since you're the king, you must be here to greet them and show Cecilia around. Get to know her. She's a smart and strong Lycan who would make a perfect queen for you. I shook my head as she smiled at me sweetly. I knew my mother was used to getting what she wanted as the former queen, but this was going too far. Since my father died 5 years ago, there was no one to reel her in except me, and clearly I wasn't doing a very good job. Mother, this is unacceptable. You can't start meddling in my life and making decisions for me I don't want and know nothing about. You can be upset with me if you like, but Alpha Samuel and Cecilia will be here soon, so I suggest you go and get yourself cleaned up and presentable. Without another word, she turned and started walking away from me. Elijah was now beside me, watching her walk away as well. She can't be serious. She really doesn't want you to go that badly? Apparently, I don't think there's much I can do at this point. They're on their way here. She's right, I have to be here to greet them, even if I had no idea they were coming. Should we go and get ready then? He asked, looking at me. Yeah, we might as well. We began walking back to our pack house. I headed for my apartment on the west side, and Elijah went inside the pack house to his apartment. I had chosen to build a new alpha apartment attached to the pack house, but not accessible from inside. It had its own entrance, which gave me more privacy. My office had remained in the pack house like my father and the other alphas before me. Of course, my mother never approved of me living outside the pack house. Attaching my living quarters to the pack house was the compromise we came to when I first took over after my father's death. I showered and got dressed in some navy blue dress pants and a light blue button-up shirt. I ran some product through my sandy blonde hair, making sure it stayed in place. I rolled the sleeves of my button-up, revealing my forearm tattoo, another thing my mother didn't approve of. After taking one last look in my bathroom mirror, I headed for my office, but before I got there, my mom sent me a mind link. Alexander, Samuel and Cecilia will be here in 30 minutes. We should meet them outside the pack house. The Omegas should be getting the guest rooms ready. Elijah, I said to him through a new link. What's up? Are you ready to go? Just about. I told Hannah what's happening. Your mom didn't tell her anything either. I'm sure she knew if she did. Hannah would have warned me. Meet me in my office when you're finished. They'll be here in 30 minutes. Got it. I opened the door to my office and walked inside. Everything in here was an antique, from the ornately carved desk to the bookshelves that housed books about our pack from the beginning. It was customary to keep the King's office the same for the next one. I did make a few changes. I had the carpet replaced with hardwood. The drapes were now navy blue instead of the black they had once been. The couch and chairs in the lounge area had been replaced with dark gray fabric instead of leather ones. A large family portrait of my mom, father, sister Hannah, and I hung above the fireplace. My father had put it up in his last year as King and Alpha, and I couldn't bring myself to take it down. Sitting down behind my desk, I pulled a few papers towards me I needed to sign. I owned an architectural design company that worked a lot with cities around the United States. There was a knock on my door, and Elijah came in, followed by my sister and his mate, Hannah. Did you hear what Mom did? She asked straight away. I did. Elijah said she didn't tell you anything either. No, because she knew I would have told her she was crazy. It's a ridiculous idea to bring a random Lycan here and expect you to take her as your mate. Why is she pushing you so hard to find a mate? You're only 27, Elijah asked. I don't know, but now we have to deal with what she's done. They'll be here soon, and we will be welcoming and polite. I eyed Hannah when I said this. She had a hard time not letting her feelings show all over her face. I'll try my best, but if she's rude, I make no promises. Elijah, could you send word to the October Moon Pack that I will no longer be attending the Alpha ceremony? Sure. Do you want me to tell them why? Just tell them we had a sudden and unexpected commitment come up. Sure thing. I'll do it after we meet these people. What are their names again? Alpha, Samuel, and Cecilia. They're here. I heard my mom's voice ring in my head. They're here. We've got to go meet them outside. I got up, and they followed me out of my office and outside. We got to the bottom of the stairs, just as a black SUV was pulling up the driveway. My mom came down the stairs and stood next to me. When the car stopped, two of our warriors went and opened the door for them. Alpha Samuel came out first. He was a very large man, dressed in a suit. His black hair was cut very short, and his brown eyes looked around judgingly. His daughter followed him, dressed in a tight bodycon dress and heels higher than my mom's. She had her father's same midnight black hair, but hers was curled and fell just past her shoulders. Her eyes were also a piercing blue, but they held the same judging look as her father. This should be interesting, Hannah said in my mind. Remember, be nice, I warned. She was right. This was going to be a long 3 days. Juliana's POV. The clock on the wall told me it was 10 in the evening. I didn't know where I was supposed to sleep in this place. He only had one bedroom. I would sleep on the couch if it meant staying away from Logan. After I washed my face and put on some pajamas they had brought, I sat down on the couch, intent on going to sleep. Before I could lie down, the door opened and Logan came into the room. "What are you doing?" he asked, eyeing me on the couch. "I'm going to sleep. What does it look like I'm doing?" He looked confused, almost like, how could I think I was going to sleep on the couch? "No," he said firmly. "I'm sorry." "No, you're not sleeping out here on the couch. You'll sleep in my bed with me." "I would prefer not to." I said, "You will sleep in my bed with me." He was starting to raise his voice. "Fine," I said, getting to my feet and storming to the bedroom. He watched me walk in, throw back the covers, and slide in onto one side as close to the edge as I could. He stood in the doorway for a couple of seconds staring at me. "What?" I said. Silence was all that followed, as he walked into the bathroom and shut the door. "If he wants us in here so badly, why is he being so weird?" I asked Sophia. "He's probably trying to hide his erection." "Oh, goddess, that's disgusting." "Well, it's the truth." I didn't even want to think about that right now. There was no way anything like that was happening tonight or any other night I had to be here. After about 10 minutes, he came out of the bathroom in his boxers. I knew it wasn't my fault, but I couldn't help staring at him. I had never seen him without a shirt before because I spent so much time avoiding him. Now everything was on full display, especially the tattoo on his chest of a wolf howling at a full moon. Without meaning to, I bit my lip, looking him up and down. He was standing in the doorway of the bathroom watching me. I don't think either of us knew what to do next. I could feel myself getting wet the longer I looked at his bulging muscles, and I pressed my thighs together, hoping he wouldn't be able to smell my desire. Those hopes were dashed when I saw his eyes flash as his wolf tried to take control from pure lust. "Get a grip of yourself. And you're sure we hate this guy?" Sophia asked me. "Yes, I'm sure." Sophia's words were what I needed to pull myself out of my mate haze. I had let myself lose control once and kissed him. I wasn't looking to do that again. Logan came and laid down next to me finally. He had a king-sized bed, so there was a lot of space between us, which I was thankful for. I didn't know what to do or say, so I decided to turn over and face the wall. It took a while, but I was finally able to drift off to sleep. My eyes fluttered open, and for a second I forgot where I was and about what happened yesterday. It all came flooding back to me, and I sat up quickly. Looking around, I didn't see Logan anywhere. I listened hard but could hear anything coming from the bathroom or the living room. "Oh, goddess," I breathed out, covering my face with my hands. "I was hoping it had all been a dream," I said to Sophia. "Sorry. Welcome back to reality." Getting out of bed, I crept quietly to the bedroom door and opened it just a crack. Still, I didn't hear or smell Logan. I opened the door wider to look around. He was nowhere to be found, and I was thankful for that. I closed the door, turning around and leaning on it. Then I heard my mom's voice in my head. "Julia, honey, are you doing okay?" "Mom? Yeah, I'm okay. I just woke up and Logan's not here." "Well, everyone is running around getting ready for tomorrow, so I'm probably going to be busy most of the day. I just wanted to tell you that I love you so much." "I love you too, Mom, and I'll see you soon." "Okay, sweetheart. Stay strong." This was the first time I had talked to her since they brought her to see me yesterday. A shower seemed like a good idea, so I walked into the bathroom. It was very spacious and modern. White subway tiles lined the walk-in shower, and the marble floor was cold on my bare feet. I had placed some of my toiletries in here last night before I went to bed, and there was a fresh towel hanging up behind the door. After a quick hot shower, I dressed in some bike shorts and a crop tank top. Completing the look with sneakers, I wanted to be prepared in case Marvin came to get me. I was rummaging through one of the boxes Logan had brought, looking for a hair tie when I felt the cold metal of the brooch my mom had given me for my birthday. I took it out and held it in my hands, examining it. This was the most precious thing I owned, and I wanted it to come with me. Logan had brought my crossbody purse, and I zipped the brooch inside for safekeeping, throwing the strap over my shoulder. Also, in the same box were my pencils and drawing paper. Drawing had always been something I enjoyed, and one of the few things I was good at. Gathering up the items in my arms, I went out onto the balcony that was attached to the living room. Logan did have one lounge chair out here, so I sat down and began sketching the landscape in front of me. I was on my third drawing. This time I was sketching Sophia, and how I saw her in my mind when the balcony door flew open. I looked up and saw the stern face of Marvin. Marvin? I was surprised to see him looking so angry with me. I glanced behind him and saw the same large-looking warrior who had come to take my list. "Get up," Marvin said sternly. I put my paper on the floor and got up. He grabbed me firmly under the arm and started marching me to the door. "Marvin, what's happening?" He didn't answer me. "Don't worry, I have to act this way in front of Gregory's crone. I'm getting you out." My heart jumped into my throat. I looked behind me and saw a scary warrior following us. "How are we going to lose Ding Dong back there? Leave it to me and play along." I let Marvin lead me out of the apartment and to the doors of the elevator. He turned to the warrior. "Thank you, Darius. I can take it from here. Go tell the Alpha I have her." "Yes, Beta." Darius headed for the Alpha office, and when the doors to the elevator opened, Marvin shoved me inside. As the door slid closed, he let go of my arm and turned to face me. I'm sorry to be so rough. I didn't want Darius to report anything to Gregory. So, what's happening? I asked, concerned. Logan is busy with a lesson right now, and Gregory is shut in his office. I'm taking you to the border near where we train and letting you go. There's a human town about 7 miles north where you can find a place to stay. I've hidden a small bag filled with things for you in the training area. Take it and get as far from here as possible. Once you break your ties with the pack and reject Logan, you won't have much time. But I can't reject him. He said I can't. Marvin hit the emergency stop on the elevator. Listen to me. You can reject him. You're the daughter of an alpha and powerful high priestess. I'm what? Yes, I can't tell you how I know, but I do. That's why you're mated to an alpha's son. You're an alpha yourself, so you can reject him, and you will. I don't understand? I know, but I can't tell you anything else, but trust me, when I tell you, you can reject him. He hit the button, and the elevator jerked downward again. You'll have to act like you're scared of me. I should be the only one taking you away, but if anyone is watching, it needs to look convincing. Okay. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the whole daughter of an alpha and high priestess, Sophia said. The elevator came to a stop, and when the doors opened, I was horrified. There were about 5 large warriors standing in front of the elevators. Beta Marvin, we were told we were to assist you in disposing of the hybrid. Can I just say, we're very excited to finally rid her from this pack. I felt Marvin stiffen beside me. Did he just say dispose of? Sophia questioned. Fuck, was all I could say back to her. Logan's POV. I woke up the next morning and heard Juliana breathing lightly beside me. When I opened my eyes, I saw she was facing me, her chestnut hair falling over her shoulder. Without thinking, I reached over and ran my fingers through her hair, moving the strand back behind her shoulder. Levi purred as the tingling ignited in my hand. What am I doing? I thought to myself. She was a hybrid, and I was raised my entire life to reject them as less than pure wolves. Her being my mate couldn't change my mentality. Or could it? Levi seemed to have flipped some kind of switch and was begging me to take her as my mate. I just didn't see how that was possible with everything I had been taught my entire life. My father seemed to think she was going to ruin this pack, but looking at her sleeping next to me, I didn't see how that was possible. If you stop being such an app to her for 5 minutes, maybe she'll grow to like us. I highly doubt that. You heard her. She doesn't want either of us. We could grow on her, though. The bond is already there. I pushed Levi to the back of my mind as I got out of bed and began showering to get ready for the day. I had some training and lessons to attend today, which meant I would be away from Julia. I didn't like that idea at all. Again, I shook the thought off. I walked out of the closet and once again saw Julia sleeping soundly in bed. She was so beautiful with her small round face and large eyes. I simply watched her sleep for what felt like hours. I decided I knew what I wanted to do with her. I walked out of my apartment and to my father's office, knocking loudly on the door and opening it before he answered. Dad, I called as I walked inside. What, Logan? He asked dismissively. I have decided what we're going to do about Julia. I sat down across from him. The hybrid? I can't think about that now. I just got word the Lycan King is no longer coming to your ceremony. He said he had an unexpected commitment come up. That should have bothered me, but at that moment it didn't matter. That can wait. Look, I want to keep her around and try to win her over as my mate. I already told you that's out of the question. That's bullshit. We should be able to have our mate just like everyone else, Levi growled loudly. I realized the growl had come out of my lips, and my dad looked furious. Logan, he screamed. Sorry, I muttered. If this hybrid is going to be such a distraction to you, maybe she should be removed. No, he can't do that, Levi whined. No, we don't want her to be removed. It doesn't matter, because after tomorrow I'll be able to do whatever I want when it comes to Julia, and you won't be able to stop me. His face was quickly turning redder than a tomato as I felt the anger radiating off him. His eyes were glowing as his wolf was in control. I probably should have kept that idea to myself. You are not the alpha yet, you ungrateful, selfish wolf. This is my pack until I say otherwise. Maybe if you're going to have such poor decision-making, you're not fit to be the alpha yet. I sat there stunned, unable to process what he was telling me. I am too fit to be the alpha of this pack. You can't keep me from what's rightfully mine. I yelled back at him. We were both on our feet, our wolves about to take control fully. My dad took a deep breath to steady himself. We will discuss this more after your training and lesson. Go meet Damon in the training arena, and don't forget you have a lesson after. I wanted to argue with him more, but I figured my chances would be better if I let him cool down first. I stood up and stormed from his office. I was halfway out of the pack house when I heard the shrill voice of Alexis behind me. "Logan Russell!" I turned to see her stomping towards me, her light brown hair drawn into a slick high ponytail, the clicking of her heels on the tile floor echoing through the hall. "Where the have you been?" she demanded, poking me in the chest with her finger. "I've been looking for you everywhere and trying to mind-link you. Why haven't you been answering me?" "Sorry, it's been a crazy 24 hours. Yeah, I heard. Everyone has about the hybrid being your mate. Why the fuck haven't you rejected her yet? Clearly, she's not fit to be your mate. Seeing as you've waited all this time and she's your mate, it's only fitting you reject her and take me as your mate and Luna. I'm the daughter of the head warrior and a pure wolf. I'm much better than she will ever be." Levi was getting pissed listening to her talk about Julia like that. "Look, Levi wouldn't let me reject her, okay? It's not my fault. We'll tell him to wise up and let you. She isn't fit to be the Luna of this pack." "I'm handling it okay. Just stop being so dramatic about this." "Excuse me, I'm your girlfriend. How am I not supposed to not be dramatic about this? Where is the dirty hybrid anyway? I haven't seen her around." "She's in my room where my dad ordered me to take her." "What?" she bellowed, making the few people who were eavesdropping run for the hills. "You took her up there to fuck her, didn't you? Just admit it." "No, I didn't." She was crossing a line now, and it was pissing me off as well as Levi. "Yes, you did. That's why you've been avoiding me. You're cheating on me." "I'm not cheating on you. Julia wants nothing to do with me now. You think she'd sleep with me?" "She's your mate, isn't she? Why wouldn't she sleep with you?" This is insane. I haven't done anything wrong. Come and talk to me when you're not going to scream and carry on like a pup. I turned and walked away from her, but I heard her shout, "You better reject her, Logan, or I swear I'll make you pay." I rolled my eyes. I knew she was only full of empty threats, and nothing was going to come of this. Making my way to the training grounds, I couldn't think of anything except Julia and taking her as my mate. The idea seemed unfathomable, but if I played along and got through tomorrow, my dad couldn't do anything about my decision. That might have to be what I decided to do, make him think I wanted her gone, but tell him to wait until after my ceremony so the pain of it wouldn't disrupt anything. You think he's going to fall for that? I think he'll fall for anything that involves getting her out of this pack. We only need to make it another, 24 hours? I think it'll be fine. We'll go and talk to him once we're done with our training and lesson. That gives him plenty of time to cool down. When I got to the training grounds, I saw Damon set up and waiting for me. Damon was the head warrior and Alexa's dad. I hoped she hadn't told him about the fight we just had. "Alpha, you're late," he said curtly. "Sorry, Damon. I was talking to my dad. About getting rid of the hybrid, I hope. Everyone has heard by now that she's your mate. Alexis was very upset you didn't come and find her after you found out yesterday." Damn, of course he'd bring this up. I know, I just talked to her. I guess I wasn't thinking with all the commotion. Well, I hope you wise up and send that hybrid packing. Let her reject you. It's the best thing that can happen. Thank you for your concern, Damon. I assure you, I'm taking care of everything. Good. I'd hate to think you aren't treating my daughter well. I think we should talk less about my relationship with Alexis and more about training. Yes, of course. He spent the next hour training me hard. I could tell by his demeanor he was not letting me off for how I treated Alexis. Sore and slightly bruised, I headed back into the pack house to the Gamma's office for my lesson on interpack relations. The clock behind his desk told me it was now 10 in the morning. This lesson was supposed to be 2 hours long, taking me to lunch. After that, I thought I might go and see Julia and try to talk to her without shouting. That seemed like a good idea and a place to start. I was watching the clock tick closer and closer to noon as Gamma Dillon droned on and on. I stopped paying attention to what he was telling me long ago. "Do you think we should bring Julia something to eat?" Levi asked. "I mean, I guess we could. That would be a nice peace offering." "Alpha Logan, are you listening to me?" "What? Sorry, Gamma. Levi was distracting me." "Well, he should be paying attention too. This is important for both of you." He eyed me for a few seconds. "Let's call it a day and pick up with this after your ceremony. You'll need to continue your lessons for a little while until you're used to how this pack works." I stood up before he even finished his sentence. "Sure, whatever." I walked from his office as quickly as I could, getting about halfway down the hallway when I was hit with an unexpected pain. It started in the middle of my chest and began to spread quickly. The pain was so great I clutched my chest and fell against the wall, unable to catch my breath. "Levi, what's happening?" "It's Julia. Something's happening." Juliana's POV. We stayed planted in the elevator for a moment. I was taking in all the faces around me, which looked far too happy to be about to dispose of someone. "He knows. Gregory knows," Marvin said in my head. "Does he mean he knows that Marvin is trying to help us?" Sophia asked. "I think so. He must know Marvin wouldn't be able to hurt us, so he sent these guys to make sure he did." Marvin grabbed me under the arm again before he spoke. "I appreciate the Alpha sending all of you, but he entrusted this task to me, and I am more than capable of completing it. We know you are Beta, but the Alpha was worried this might be difficult for you given the circumstances at hand. We are simply here to make sure everything goes off smoothly." The two of them stared each other down for a second. I didn't know any of the warriors' names, but they were all very large and looked like they could crush my head with one good squeeze. "Very well, but I will be the one to carry out the act." "Of course, Beta. We are merely here for support." Marvin pulled my arm as we walked forward through the crowd of people. I could hear their heavy footsteps behind us as we walked out of the pack house and into the afternoon sun. "Marvin, what are we going to do?" I asked him. "I'm working on it." He steered me in the direction he originally said, towards where we would train. My heart was racing, and my stomach was one giant knot. There was no way he was going to let these men kill me, but I didn't see how we were both going to get out of this alive. We walked further and further into the woods, the men breathing heavily behind us, like they were excited with anticipation. Sophia was pacing anxiously in my head, which did nothing to calm my nerves. I could feel Marvin was starting to slow down, which meant we were getting close. "Okay, here's the plan. I'll make it look like I'm about to kill you, but I'll turn and attack the men instead. That'll give you a few minutes to run like your life depends on it, because it does. Shift if you have to, but you run and don't look back. I'll hold them off as long as I can." "But they'll kill you. Even if they don't, the Alpha will for allowing me to escape." "I know, but that doesn't matter to me. All that matters is getting you away from here. I'm old, I've lived a good life, saving you is worth my life. Marvin, I can't let you do this." I was pleading with him now. I couldn't let him give up his life for me. Going against the Alpha's orders meant death. "You will, and you're going to. Do you hear me? That's an order." He shouted the last words in my head, and I bowed my head in submission. I couldn't refuse a direct order from the Beta. "Juliana!" I was surprised to hear my mother's voice in my head now. "Mom, where are you?" "Just beyond where you can see or smell me." Marvin told me what was going on. "I couldn't let you leave without saying goodbye and seeing you one last time." "I love you, Mom. I'll see you again one day, I promise." "No, you won't. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay far away from this pack for the rest of your life. I love you more than life itself." I felt tears in my eyes at her words. How was I never going to see her again? Marvin came to a halt, and I knew our training area was just a few feet ahead. "Remember to grab that bag I told you about quickly. When you get there, reject Logan as fast as you can and cut your ties with the pack," Marvin said in my mind. He turned me around to face him. The look on his face ripped my heart in two. There was so much pain in his eyes, but I didn't see any fear, only determination for what he was about to do. I love you like you're my own." The men were standing a few paces behind him, all smiling ear to ear. It made me sick looking at them. I saw Marvin pull out a silver knife from the back of his waistband. I never even realized he had it. He looked down at the knife and then back at me. "Run," he mouthed. Then he turned around and threw the knife towards the group of men. I saw it hit one of them on the arm and he howled in pain. Marvin had already shifted to his brown wolf ray and went charging after the rest of the men. Something large and tan flew over my head. To my horror, I realized it was my mom in Terry's form. I didn't have time to think about it, though. I turned and darted into the woods in the direction of our training area. I skidded to a stop and saw a light brown bag sitting against a tree. I snatched it up and threw it over my head with my other purse strap. I could hear the snarling and thumping coming from the ongoing battle. "Juliana, reject him!" Sophia screamed at me. "Oh, right." I cleared my throat and said loudly, "I, Juliana Parker of the October Moon Pack, reject you, Logan Russell, as my mate and alpha." An intense pain started spreading through my chest, and I fell to my hands and knees, gasping for air. The pain was so intense I thought I was going to faint. It was burning me from the inside out. I had to get up. I had to keep running. I pushed myself up onto my knees and gasped out, "I, Juliana Parker of the October Moon Pack, reject and cut all ties with my pack." I felt the bonds break, felt the release of the binds holding me to my pack and people. My head felt empty, as I could no longer mind link anyone. I pushed myself up to a standing position, staggering slightly because of the pain. "We have to keep moving," I told myself. I tried to run the best I could towards the border. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned and saw one of the warriors running at me with the knife in hand. Forgetting the pain, I sprinted further into the woods as fast as my legs would carry me. There was a sharp pain in my lower back, and I fell face down on the ground. I fell around my back and could feel the cold and searing of the silver knife sticking out of my back. I grabbed the knife with my hand, causing it to burn me, but I pulled hard and the knife came out. I threw it to the side and turned over onto my back. The warrior had stopped running, looking at me as if he thought I might be dead. The feeling of hot blood was spreading over my back from the wound. It being a silver knife meant I was going to heal very slowly from it, making bleeding out a real possibility. I pushed myself up as the warrior advanced towards me. From behind him came the snarling of a wolf, and I saw Terry run up behind him and sink her teeth into his arm. He yelled out and started shifting to his own wolf. This gave me the opportunity to keep running. I ran and ran for what felt like hours, leaving a trail of blood behind me miles long. I no longer heard anyone chasing me, so I stopped and leaned against a tree. I tore off a piece from the bottom of my shirt before taking my shirt off, folding it to make a pad and pressing it to stop the bleeding. I tied it to me with the piece of shirt I had torn off. Once I was satisfied with the placement, I was off again. The pace was severely slowed, and I was beginning to feel dizzy. Stumbling for another mile or two, I finally collapsed at the base of a large pine tree. I curled up in a tight ball, thinking about my mom and Marvin. My mom had been alive a little while ago, though I didn't know how much time had passed since then. Maybe she and Marvin would be able to get away and escape. I had to keep hope alive that Gregory wouldn't kill them after all their loyal years of service. "Sophia, are you okay?" I asked her. "Yes," her voice faint in my mind. My eyelids were getting heavy, and I was trying my hardest not to pass out in the middle of the woods under a tree. I rolled over on my hands and knees and began to crawl. The direction I was moving was a mystery, but if it was away from Gregory and Logan, I knew it was the right one. Alexander's POV. Cecilia and her father Samuel had been here for 2 days. Tomorrow was the day they left, and I was counting down the hours. I had tried my very best to give her a chance, even though she was here without my knowledge, but it was increasingly difficult with each passing minute. It was getting later into the evening. Cecilia and I were currently taking a walk around the grounds and surrounding woods. Like I was saying, in our pack in New York, we have designer stores in the pack. Sure, it was a challenge getting the designers to agree to it, but in the end, they saw the value in having their establishments in that area. Right, I think you've mentioned this before. I have, because it just seems odd to me that, as the king of our kind, you wouldn't have these types of stores in your territory. It's just something that never occurred to me before. We live so close to the city. Most people will go shopping there. I think they shouldn't have to. Maybe that's a change I can help make? She linked her arm in mine, her long, bright red nails on full display. Would you like to go for a run in the woods? I asked her. Like this, or in lichen form? Either, lichen form, if you'd prefer. No, that's okay. I don't usually just go running around the woods. Right, just a walk then? She looked down at the 4-inch black heels she had on. Fine, but just a quick one. Don't worry, there's a path we can walk on, I reassured her. We started walking and she continued to tell me all the ways I could improve the pack. I took us in the direction of the lake our pack bordered on. We lived in Oregon, and our pack bordered Timothy Lake, which was beautiful this time of year. We walked out of the woods to overlook the lake. Oh, you have a lake. That's very cute. Do you guys have anything like this? Well, we have beautiful gardens with fountains and even a waterfall, but they're all man-made and kept up by the staff. Care for a swim? I asked as I started taking my shoes off. Right now? Yeah. She looked around, shifting uncomfortably. No one's around if that's what you're worried about. It's not that. I just got new hair extensions put in and I don't want to get them wet. I was undoing the buttons on my shirt but stopped when she said that. I'm surprised someone of your stature would consider stripping down and going for a swim in a dirty lake. The look on her face told me she thought this idea was not only beneath her, but also disgusting. I started redoing the buttons on my shirt while my lichen growled angrily, and I tried not to let my annoyance show. I had just finished putting my last shoe on when the breeze picked up, and I caught the most sensational smell I had ever experienced. It smelled like blueberries and vanilla, the kind of smell that would come from a homemade blueberry cobbler. My lichen was going crazy in my head, screaming at me, "Mate!" It was one of the few things he was able to say. Lichens were not like wolves in that regard. They didn't have a voice in our heads. They were more a part of the makeup of our DNA. They didn't talk to us constantly, but could say occasional things when they wanted to. "Mate," I said out loud. "What?" Cecilia said. I had completely forgotten she was here. "My mate." I sniffed the air again and could still smell the scent, but something was wrong. The smell of blood was mixed in with it, a lot of blood. "Mate is hurt!" My lichen was panicking at the thought his mate was bleeding somewhere. "I have to find her," I told Cecilia. "She's hurt." I got up, leaving her on the riverbank, as I followed the scent back into the woods. "You're just going to leave me here?" Cecilia yelled from behind me. I didn't answer, as the scent was getting stronger, but so was the smell of blood. Looking down, I started to notice a few spots of blood on the ground. I followed them, and in the middle of the woods, I found what I was looking for. There was a woman lying face down on the ground. Her face was obstructed by the most gorgeous chestnut hair I had ever seen. I ran over to her and could see she had a blood-soaked bandage tied to her back. The only clothes she had on were a sports bra and bike shorts. "What the?" I moved the hair out of her face and saw how pale her skin was. "Mate is hurt!" My lichen yelled at me, as if I couldn't see everything he saw. Why isn't she healing? I could smell through her delicious scent and blood that she was a wolf, but there was also a hint of something else, possibly a witch. "Alexander, you can't just leave me in the middle of the woods." I could hear Cecilia yelling as I scooped up my unconscious mate. She was so small compared to myself at 6'6", and I instantly felt electric tingling ignite on my arms where her exposed skin touched mine. Turning, I saw Cecilia coming into view, stumbling slightly because of her heels on the damp earth. "What are you even doing over here? Who's that?" she asked, looking at the woman I was carrying. "My mate." "What? That's not possible. That's the entire reason I'm here. I'm supposed to be your mate." "I'm sorry, but you're not. And if you'll excuse me, I need to get my mate to the pack hospital." I took off running towards our hospital, leaving Cecilia to stand there with her mouth open. My lichen was whimpering slightly, looking down at this beautiful woman's pale face and blood-soaked clothes. We made it to the hospital in a matter of minutes, and I burst through the doors like a bat out of "Dr. Williams!" I yelled, laying my mate down on a bed. Alpha Alexander, he said, coming into the room. What's going on? Williams looked between myself, with my now bloody shirt, and my limp mate laying on the bed. I found her in the woods. She's breathing, and it looks like she lost a lot of blood. Harper, Mason, a little help in here, please. The two nurses came running a second later. What's her name? Dr. Williams asked, opening my mate's eye and shining a flashlight into it. I don't know, I found her like this. Thank you, Alpha. Could you please give us some room to work? I didn't move. I want to stay with her. She's my mate. Dr. Williams looked from her and then back to me. She's your... Very well, but please let us do our work. I nodded and went to stand by my mate's head. Harper, hang 2 units of O negative. Alpha, do you know anything about what happened to her? All I can tell is that something happened and she's bleeding from her lower back. It looks like she tried to cover the wound to stop the bleeding. Dr. Williams and the 2 nurses turned my mate to her side to get a better look. He removed the pad to reveal a 3-inch wide cut that was still bleeding. She must have been hit by a silver knife. That's why it's not healing. Dr. Williams replaced the pad she had on with a fresh one, keeping pressure on the wound. Alexander James Hudson. My mother's angry voice was in my head. Why is Cecilia telling me you left her in the middle of the woods and ran off with some random woman you say is your mate? Where are you? I demand to speak with you now. I'm busy in the hospital with my mate at the moment, Mother. Your mate? What are you talking about? I'm coming there right now. Dr. Williams, I'll be right back. Please come and find me in the lobby if anything changes or she wakes up. I walked into the lobby before my mother got there and started pacing back and forth thinking about my new mate. How did she get into our territory without anyone seeing her? Who injured her, and how far did she travel before she passed out? Where was she from? The doors to the hospital flew open and in clicked my mom. You have 2 minutes to explain to me how you could possibly be so rude to such a wonderful Lycan. She stopped in her tracks when she spotted the blood on my shirt. What is going on? You might want to sit down for what I'm about to tell you, Mother. She glared at me and didn't move. I think I'll be just fine standing up, thank you. Suit yourself, I found my mate. Her eyes went wide when I said that. You must be mistake, but I cut her off. Please let me finish. I was with Cecilia, and I caught her scent, which took me into the woods. I found her passed out from blood loss. It looks like she's been attacked by someone. I don't know her name or who she is, but what I do know is that she's my mate, and she's a werewolf. She's a what? She's a wolf, also possibly a witch. It was difficult to decipher all the scents mixed with the blood. No, Alexander, as king of the Lycans, you cannot take a werewolf as your mate. I'm sorry? You need a strong Lycan as your queen, not a werewolf. You'll simply have to reject her. No, I'm not going to do that. Why are you being so difficult? Cecilia is a great match for you. She'll make a great queen. I don't want her as my mate. We have nothing in common. I want the woman who is currently lying in that hospital room, I told her, gesturing to the double doors behind me. She opened her mouth to argue back, but I held my hand up. I'm not interested in your opinion or what you have to say. It was very nice to meet Cecilia and her father, but they are no longer needed here. I'm going back to my mate to make sure she's okay. If you'll excuse me. I turned around and walked back through the doors and back into my mate's room. She was now in a hospital gown, hooked up to machines and IVs. Dr. Williams had her on her stomach while he stitched her knife wound closed. How is she doing, Dr. Williams? She's stable right now. We're giving her a blood transfusion to replace what she's lost. Once I get this wound closed, we'll bandage and wait for her to wake up. He looked up at me. She probably won't be awake for a while, Alpha. You might want to go home and change so she doesn't see you covered in blood. You're right. That's a good idea. Will you mind link me if anything changes with her condition? Of course, Alpha. I was about to walk away, but I turned and walked to the side of her bed. She was lying face down, but the side of her face was exposed. I bent down and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. It felt like I got shocked when my lips met her skin, and my Lycan was about to melt with satisfaction. How was my beast a puddle of mush for a woman he hadn't even spoken to? I saw Dr. Williams smile slightly, even though he didn't look up as he worked. When I got back out to the lobby, my mother was no longer there. Elijah, are you busy? No, but what's going on? Cecilia and your mom seem to be on a rampage. It's a lot to explain. Meet me at my place and I'll tell you what's been happening. Logan's POV. The pain was finally starting to subside from my chest. I had slid down the wall and was sitting on the floor trying to catch my breath. Did she just reject us? I think so, Levi said. That's not possible. She's just an Omega. She doesn't have that kind of power. We should go talk to her now. He was right. I managed to get myself to my feet and started making my way to my apartment. I noticed the guard was no longer outside the door. That doesn't make any sense. Why is the guard gone? Levi asked me. I don't know. I burst through the door and noticed I didn't smell her scent that strongly. Juliana! I yelled into the room, but all that followed was silence. Running into the bedroom, I looked around but saw nothing. All her things were still there in their boxes. She never even unpacked anything. I checked the closet and bathroom before running back out to the living room. Scanning the room, I noticed the balcony door was ajar. I pushed it open and noticed the lounge chair had been moved. On the ground next to it was a pad of paper. Picking it up, I saw drawings I assumed Juliana had done. There were two that looked like the Packlands, but the third was of a large black wolf. The word Sophia was written on the bottom. Is that her wolf? Levi questioned. It must be, but I don't understand. Only alphas have black wolves. I stared at the drawing for a while, admiring all the detail she'd put into it. We need to go speak to my dad now. I tore towards his office, determined to get to the bottom of what was happening, basically breaking down the door as I went in. He wasn't in his office, which was weird. Dad, where are you? I need to speak with you now. But he didn't answer me. Marvin, are you with my dad? Marvin didn't answer me either. Where is everyone? Levi asked. I left my dad's office and headed down to the first floor. When the elevator doors opened, it was clear something was happening. The front doors were open and a huge crowd of people was outside. As I got closer, I could hear people shouting. Logan! Ian was shouting and waving at me from the crowd. What's happening? I asked as I approached. Apparently Beta Marvin was supposed to kill the hybrid, but he took her into the woods with a bunch of warriors and attacked them so she could get away. Your dad ran into the woods after him, and we're all waiting to see what's going to happen. My heart stopped beating in my chest. Marvin did what? Was all I could say. Levi was frozen with fear in his mind. He was going to kill her. I guess your dad told him to. Didn't you know? I thought you would be in on the plan. No, I didn't know. Did he kill her? Is that why we felt the pain? I don't know. He couldn't have. Marvin was always soft on her. There's no way he could kill her. Look, someone's coming out of the woods, someone shouted. I pushed to the front to get a better look. My dad was in the front with a few warriors behind him. Behind the warriors, I saw Marvin and Sandra both in chains. Blood was covering both of them, and a few of the warriors were nursing injuries. So what Ian had told me was true. My dad had ordered Marvin to kill Julia. At least that's what it looked like. I marched towards my dad, set on confronting him, even in front of all these pack members. Dad, did you order Marvin to kill Julia? Not now, Logan, he yelled back. No, I want answers now. Did you try and have her killed? Yes, I did, he roared in my face. Why? Why would you do that? Because you were falling for her, that's why. I heard gasping from the people behind us. Alexis told me you were falling for her. That, combined with what you told me about taking her as your mate, solidified her fate. She had to be eliminated to protect this pack. She would ruin everything if she became the Luna. That wasn't your decision to make. She's my mate. Not anymore. Marvin said he told her to reject you. She's not your mate anymore. Where is she? I asked. Gone. She took off, and no one was able to follow her because Marvin had betrayed us and attacked his own pack members. It appears Sandra also joined him. I was about to open my mouth to scream and rant at him, but then I remembered his comment about not giving me the Alpha title because of Julia. I decided to play along, because I needed to become the Alpha if I was going to find Julia and bring her back where she belonged. Fine, she's gone, and I accept that. What are you going to do with the two of them? He looked slightly taken aback by my words, but didn't say anything. I haven't decided yet. For now, they're going to the dungeons, and after tomorrow, I'll figure out what to do with them. Levi perked up his ears. If he said after tomorrow, that means the ceremony is still going to happen. I know that we just need to keep quiet a little while longer. My dad continued on, past me, followed by the warriors, one yanking on the chains attached to Marvin and Sandra. They both gave me glaring, hateful looks as they passed. You might want to go find Alexis and talk to her. She was pretty peed when she came to talk to me. My dad said over his shoulder. Alexis, I thought to myself. She was one of the catalysts in all of this. Alexis, where are you? I asked her. I'm waiting in your apartment for you. The skink of the hybrid is everywhere. Levi snarled. He was mad at her disrespect, but also that she was in our space, acting as if nothing had happened. The crowd of people was starting to disperse, as my dad had disappeared in the direction of the dungeons. I stomped to my apartment, stopping just outside the door to calm myself and my wolf. Taking a few deep breaths, I reminded Levi not to fly off the handle, no matter how much he wanted to. I opened the door and saw Alexis perched on the back of the couch. As I closed the door, she stood up and walked over to me with a satisfied look on her face. I heard what you did talking to my father. Well, I had to. Clearly, the mate bond with the hybrid was clouding your judgment. She lifted her hand and ran it down the front of my shirt. Now that she's gone for good, we can get back to our life as normal. I'm sorry I had to go behind your back, but I had no other options. She doesn't know Julia got away. She must think she's dead. Levi said, Let's try to keep it that way, at least until after tomorrow. She leaned in and kissed me, and I kissed her back. She pulled away and whispered, I'm happy you survived the pain. It would have been a shame if it had killed you. Well, it didn't, and after tomorrow I'll be the one in power. Have you thought any more about me being Luna? Oh, all I've been thinking about is who's going to be my Luna. I grabbed her under her, making her gasp because she wasn't expecting it. I looked into her perfectly done-up face, thinking of something to say. Shouldn't you take me as your Luna tomorrow? I think we should wait. Don't you want your own time in the spotlight? She smiled and kissed me hard. I carried her to the couch and sat down so she was straddling me. It would also make Alexis think everything was back to normal. She was wearing a strapless sundress, and I wasted no time in ripping the thin fabric in two with my bare hands. Alexis grabbed the bottom of my shirt and lifted it over my head, running her hand over my chest. Alexis had passed out in my bed, and I crept out, so I didn't wake her to retrieve Julia's drawings. I didn't want anyone to know yet that I suspected she was the daughter of an alpha. We're going to bring her back, right? Yes, if I have anything to say about it. Julia will be back here in my arms, taking back her rejection in a matter of weeks. Juliana's POV. I was standing alone in vast blackness, confused as to where I was and how I had gotten here. Hello? I called out. My voice echoed on and on with nothing to stop it. Sophia? I called her. Yes, Juliana, I'm here. Except her voice wasn't in my head. It was coming from behind me. I whipped around and saw her. She was standing nearly 6 feet tall and completely pitch black. It was hard to see her shrouded in darkness, but her amber eyes stood out. She came walking over to me, nuzzling the side of my body with her fur. What's happening? I asked her. I'm not sure. I remember being hit in the back and crawling for a while, but then it all went blank. Same. I'm not sure where we are. We started walking around, but there was nothing to be seen. Are we dead? I asked finally. No, definitely not. I don't think it would look like this if we were. Do you see that? I asked, pointing in front of us. See what? There's a light. I think I can see a light. I took a step forward, but Sophia suddenly blocked my path. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Haven't you seen enough TV to know you never follow the light? I rolled my eyes at her. Oh, come on. You're the one who said we're not dead. We're not dead yet. That doesn't mean we won't be if we follow the light. I'm sure it's fine. I have a good feeling about it. She eyed me and then the light that was growing brighter and bigger. Fine, but if we die, I'll yell at you for all eternity. Deal. I put my hand on her back and we walked together towards what I hoped was life. I heard something before I opened my eyes, the sound of beeping and paper rustling. The smell of ammonia was heavy in the air. I opened my eyes and blinked quickly at how bright it was. Looking from side to side, I realized I was in a hospital room. My heartbeat quickened. Was I back in October Moon? Did someone finally catch up to me? I had never been in the hospital before, so I had no idea what it looked like. I heard the beeping on the machine getting faster and faster. I started hyperventilating at the thought of being back in my old pack. I went to move my arm, but noticed there was a needling, an IV giving me what looked like fluids. My breathing and heart monitor beeping must have drawn someone's attention because I heard hurried footsteps, and then the door to my room opened. In the doorway stood a large older man dressed in a white coat, a stethoscope around his neck. "You're awake," he said excitedly. "How are you feeling? Are you in any pain?" "A little, in my back. Please," I pleaded, trying to shrink myself back into the mattress as much as possible. "I didn't mean to. Does the Alpha know? Is he angry with me? Where's Marvin?" The doctor walked over to my bed, a confused look on his face. "My dear, what in good heavens are you talking about? Aren't I back in the October Moon pack?" "No, child, you're in the Crystal Sky pack. Is that where you're from? October Moon?" I just looked at him, not knowing if I should answer. Wasn't Crystal Sky the name of the nearby Lycan pack? We'd learned about it in school, but it was hard to remember. "You're the Lycan pack?" "Yes, I'm Dr. Edgar Williams. What's your name?" I eyed him suspiciously. He smiled, sensing my hesitation. "Don't worry, no one is going to hurt you. Quite the opposite, actually." My suspicion turned to confusion when he said that. "Will you please tell me your name? Our Alpha is very excited to learn it, and he'll be ecstatic that you're awake." "My name's Juliana." "Do you have a last name?" "Parker, Juliana Parker." "Well, Juliana, it looks like you were attacked with a silver knife. We've stitched up your wound, and it should heal in a few weeks. Can you tell me how it came to be that someone attacked you with a knife?" I bit my lip and looked down at my hands. "That's okay, you don't have to tell me. How did I get here? I don't remember anything." "The Alpha is on his way, and I'll let him explain everything to you. He found you in the woods." It was just now that I realized that both bags I had with me were gone. "Where are the bags I had?" I started looking from side to side. "They're here," he said, pulling them out from the nightstand next to my bed and handing them to me. I rummaged around in my purse and pulled out the brooch my mom had given me. Sighing that I still had it, I relaxed some. "Since the Alpha is almost here, I'll give the two of you some space. I'll be back to check on you shortly." He left the room. "Are you okay?" Sophia asked me. "Yeah, are you?" "I think so. I still have 4 paws and a tail, so I'd call it a win. Dr. Williams seems nice." "Yeah, he does. It seemed like—" Sup. I trailed off because the most enticing scent hit my nostrils. It was like pine and lemon. The scent was swirling all around me, making me slightly dizzy. Wait, this was the same feeling I had when I found out Logan was my mate, Sophia whispered. "Come again?" "Mate, right there." I turned my head, and there was someone new standing in the doorway to my room. He was very tall, probably well over 6 feet. His sandy blonde hair matched his stubbly beard, while his blue eyes bore into mine, making me blush unexpectedly. He was dressed in jeans and a light gray V-neck t-shirt that was pulled tight over his broad shoulders and muscular arms. I noticed a tattoo on his forearm, though I couldn't make out what exactly it was. He smiled kindly at me as he made his way into my room. "You're awake." His deep voice echoed in my mind, turning Sophia into a puddle of mush. He walked over to my bedside, and his scent was so strong I felt like I would lose myself in it. "I don't understand," I said to Sophia. "We had a mate and we rejected him. How can we have another one?" "I don't know, but we do, and he's way hotter than Logan ever was, and he's a Lycan." "Is it possible to have 2 mates? I've heard about second chance mates, but I don't think it's been that long since we rejected Logan, has it?" "I don't know. Why don't you ask our super hot mate instead of just staring at him?" "Shh, have I been staring at him this entire time?" "Yeah, kind of," she laughed. I focused my attention back on my new mate. "Are you okay?" he asked, after my prolonged silence. "Are you in pain? I can call Dr. Williams back in to give you something." "No, I'm okay, actually." "Good. I guess I should probably introduce myself. My name is Alexander Hudson. I'm the alpha of the Crystal Sky Pack. I swallowed dryly as Sophia purred his name. Alexander, that's sexy. I pushed my lips together, trying to hold in my laugh. I must not have been doing a good job because he said, "What's so funny?" Sorry, just my wolf. What is she saying? I felt myself blush again, and I looked back down at my hands, playing with the hem of the blanket. Nothing. She likes your name. This time he laughed, and it sounded like the melody to a love song. I'd love to know what your name is. Juliana Parker. Juliana, that's beautiful. I smiled, still not looking into his gorgeous blue eyes. Do you know how you got here, Juliana? No, the last thing I remember was crawling through the woods, then I woke up here. Well, I found you just inside our territory, passed out from blood loss. You had a large wound on your lower back that our doctor thinks came from a silver knife. Can you tell me anything about that? I shifted uncomfortably in my bed but didn't answer. I wasn't exactly sure how to tell him everything that happened to me, or if I wanted to just yet. He might be my second chance, but I still just met him. It's okay, he said. You don't have to tell me anything right now. Just know that you're safe here. He placed his hand on top of mine, and I felt the familiar electric sparks I felt when Logan touched me. Although these felt different, they were stronger than before. I gasped slightly because I was unprepared for the contact. He smiled at me again, but there was something else behind it. I think I detected desire in his eyes. I breathed out as I felt my own desire growing in my core. Alexander left his hand on mine for a while, letting the electricity flow freely. Keeping his one hand on mine, he lifted the other one up and brought it towards my face. I recoiled slightly, and he hesitated, looking confused. Instead of slapping me, he placed his hand on the side of my face, cupping my cheek. I closed my eyes and leaned into his touch, which was sparking a fire inside me. Beautiful, he said, moving his hand under my chin and tilting it up so I looked right into his handsome face. My breath was coming out faster now, not because of panic, but because of nervous anticipation. I could hear the beeping of my heart monitor getting faster again. He looked up at the screen, chuckled slightly, then looked back down into my eyes. I saw him leaning down towards my face, and I stretched my neck to meet his gentle kiss. Alexander was the only man I had ever kissed, apart from Logan. Although kissing Logan had been a surprise and not something I really wanted to happen, it had been enjoyable. Now, this kiss felt like something completely different. It was as if all the stars in the universe were aligning, and I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I felt like I had known this man my entire life and not just about 5 minutes. I went to reach my hand up, but the pull of it caused a shooting pain where I had been stabbed. Pulling back from the kiss, I sucked in a painful breath. Alexander looked at me worried. Did I hurt you? His concern confused me. It was something I wasn't used to from a man. No, it's just where I got stabbed. When I reached my hand up, it hurt. I'll go get Dr. Williams and he can give you something. He left the room, which upset me at the loss of his presence. Okay, that kiss was the most amazing thing we've ever experienced. We're staying here with him, right? I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it. Before Sophia could respond, Alexander came back into the room, followed by Dr. Williams. The Alpha said you're experiencing some pain? Just a little when I move certain ways, I told him. I'll up your dose of morphine for the time being. He injected the medicine into one of the ports of my IV, and I felt the effects almost immediately. A dizzy haze was taking over my body. Alexander got a faraway look on his face for a second. Juliana, I have to go take care of something quickly. I'll come back when I'm finished and we can talk more. He took my hand in his and kissed the back of it before leaving the room. My eyelids were starting to become heavy from all the medication, but I heard Dr. Williams say, "The king is very happy that you've come to him, my dear. He's been waiting a long time to find his mate." Did he just say king? Sophia asked me sleepily. I tried to respond to her, but the sleep that I was fighting finally took over. Cornelia's POV. After my meeting with the elders yesterday, in which all they wanted to talk about was me ending my class earlier than expected, I was sitting in my office working on student schedules for our next round of classes. Suddenly, I got a sinking feeling in my stomach. Something was wrong with Julia. I could feel it. She was in pain. I stood up and locked the door to my office. teleporting seemed too dangerous. So I decided to astral project to her first and teleport if absolutely necessary. Sitting back down in my chair, I focused my energy on Juliana and taking myself to her. When I opened my eyes, I was standing in the woods. I looked around trying to find where Julia was. Then I spotted her behind me, standing in a clearing near some equipment. A man was running at her with a knife. Julia turned and ran at full speed into the woods. I glided after them in my invisible form. The man threw the knife and it hit Julia in her lower back, causing her to fall to the ground. "No," I yelled, but realized in this form there was nothing I could do. Julia pulled the knife out and rolled over to face the man who advanced towards her. But a large tan wolf came from behind and sank their teeth into her arm. Julia took that opportunity to get to her feet and keep running. I didn't stay to see how the fight turned out, but followed my daughter, thinking of a way to help her. I couldn't show myself to her because that would raise questions, and we looked so similar she would know instantly. I continued to follow her until she collapsed under a tree. I bent down beside her and whispered in her ear, "Keep going, my love. You have to keep going." She rolled over and began to crawl, and I stayed with her the entire time. I wasn't supposed to use my mind powers on anyone without their permission, but I was desperate. It came to my attention. We had now entered Lycan territory. I could sense them and smell the nearby lake. Maybe I could get one of them to follow me to her. Julia finally fell to the ground and wasn't moving anymore. I had to get someone to her now. Coming out of the woods, I spotted a man and woman walking. This had to be the Alpha. I could sense his powerful aura, but it was more than an Alpha aura. The girl had one too, but not as pronounced. I went to his side and whispered in his ear, "Take her for a run in the woods to the lake." "Would you like to go for a run in the woods?" he asked the woman, who protested. I huffed out in anger. "Ask her to go for a walk," I breathed into his ear again. "Right, just a walk?" I went over to the girl now. "Go for the Dan walk," I told her. "Fine, but just a quick one." They went for their walk, much slower than I would have liked. Finally, they came to the lake where the Alpha asked if she wanted to go for a swim, to which she responded no. I was about to whisper in his ear again when he stopped and sniffed the air. "Mate," he said out loud. The girl he was with seemed just as surprised as I was. "Holy shot!" I breathed. Julia was his mate, which meant he was her second chance. "I have to find her," he said to the woman, who did not look happy in the slightest. The Alpha took off into the woods, leaving this girl yelling after him. I glided along behind him, making sure he found her. I breathed a sigh of relief as I watched him scoop Julia up in his arms. The girl had followed him and began arguing with him. "For fuck's sake." I went over to him and whispered in his ear again, "Just take her and leave this woman here. I need to get my mate to the hospital." I stood there as he ran off towards his pack with Julia cradled in his arms. I pulled myself back into my office and got to my feet. Telepathically, I told Diana that she had to come to my office right away. A few minutes later, she burst into my office without knocking. "What's wrong? What's happening?" "Close the door," I told her. Once she had, I started telling her what had happened. I got a feeling Julia was in trouble, so I projected myself to her. She was in the middle of the woods running from a man with a knife. He hit her with the knife, but before he could do anything else, Sandra came and stopped him. Julia kept running and eventually passed out. I found a Lycan Alpha and led him to her. "Wait, how did you lead him to her?" She knew what I was about to say. I might have used my mind suggestion powers on him. "Cornelia, you know that's against the law. You can't use mind powers on other supernatural beings. We're not allowed to meddle in their lives or force them to do something." I didn't force him, I just guided him to her. Thankfully I did, because it turns out he's her second chance mate. What about Logan? What happened to him?" "I don't know. Marvin must have told her she could reject him and helped her escape. But if Sandra was fighting one of her own pack members, that means she's going to be in trouble." "I know, and I didn't see Marvin anywhere either." "Are you going to go back and look for him?" "Yes. Now that Julia is safe in the Lycan pack with her new mate, I'll go look for Marvin." "What, is he's dead?" "Then there's nothing I can do for him. Can you make sure no one comes in?" "Of course, but be quick." I nodded my head and went to sit in my chair again. This time, I focused on Marvin and where he was. I opened my eyes, and I was in a cold, dark place. It was made of old stone, and there were barred doors lining a narrow hallway. This must be the dungeons. I could hear some voices coming from down the hall. As I got closer, I could make out what they were saying. "Sandra, it's going to be okay. Julia is going to be fine." "You don't know that. I saw her get hit with the knife. She's probably bleeding somewhere in the woods alone and scared." I peered into one of the cells and saw Marvin, sitting on a bed wearing a gray shirt and shorts. Looking into the cell next to him, I saw Sandra sitting on a bed in the same gray outfit. "Hopefully she can make it to a nearby pack or something," Marvin said. "The Alpha is going to kill us," Sandra told him bleakly. "Yeah, probably," he responded. I pulled myself back to my body to tell Diana what I saw. "They're in the dungeons. Sandra said the Alpha is going to kill them. It looks like they got caught trying to help Julia escape." "Oh, Goddess, I can't let them die. We have to help them." "Cornelia, we can't. We can't interfere with their lives or their fate. Maybe this was what was supposed to happen all along." I couldn't accept that answer. These people have loved my daughter like their own for the last 15 years. They had risked their lives to help her escape. This couldn't be how their life ended. "You're singing a very different tune than the other day when you wanted me to go talk to Mavin and ask him to help Julia escape. That was different. You were only asking for his help to make sure she lived. You didn't have a hand in anything. You're talking about teleporting them out of their cells to Goddess knows where. It's too dangerous. We can't get involved." "I'm sorry, I can't accept that." "Cornelia, don't. What if the elders find out? Then I'll take their punishment, knowing I saved 2 people's lives." I closed my eyes and teleported myself back to the dungeons, into Marvin's cell. I knew Diana couldn't follow me because teleporting was an upper-level power that she hadn't mastered yet. "Cornelia," Marvin said in a surprised yet hushed voice, "what are you doing here?" "I'm here to get the 2 of you out. I can't let you die for saving my daughter." "Marvin, who are you talking to?" Sandra asked. "I'm not sure you'd believe me if I told you," he said. "What?" "I'll tell you in a second. Cornelia, you need to get out of here before someone sees you." "I'm not leaving without the 2 of you. I can get you out of here." "No, our fate was sealed the second we decided to fight. This is our punishment. The Alpha might have mercy on us and just keep us down here." "How am I supposed to leave knowing I could have saved you both?" "Because this is the way it's supposed to be. If we die, Julia is going to need one person looking out for her. You can't do that if you save us and your coven finds out." I knew he was right, but it didn't make things any easier. I investigated Marvin's determined face. It was clear he had accepted what was going to happen to him. "Fine, I'll leave for now." I was about to teleport back but stopped. "Marvin, thank you for everything you did for Julia and helping her escape. She's alive and safe, I made sure of it." In the blink of an eye, I was back in my room, looking at Diana pacing back and forth. "Cornelia, what did you do?" "Nothing. I didn't do anything. They didn't want to come with me. They're smart. They know this is their fate." "It doesn't mean I have to like it or that I've given up." She gave me a disapproving look. "You're the high priestess of this coven. You can't get involved in their business. Please, I want to help them too, after everything they've done, but we can't." I gave her a pleading look, but she looked determined about her decision. I hung my head, knowing she was right. I had to leave Sandra and Marvin to their fate. At least for now, Marvin's POV. Cornelia disappeared right before my very eyes. I appreciated her coming and trying to save us, but I knew the risk she would be taking if anyone found out what she did. "Are you going to tell me who you were talking to?" It was Julia's birth mother. "What? Her? What?" "Her birth mother, Cornelia Sullivan from the High Moon Coven." "Her mother's a witch?" "Yes, and her father is the alpha of a werewolf pack. Their love was forbidden, but they still tried to make it work. Cornelia gave birth to Juliana, and they tried to hide her from Cornelia's coven for fear they would kill her. They realized it wouldn't be possible, so they left her by our pack and guided me to her. She's been watching over her for the last 15 years, and I promised her I would help Julia escape, which I have. She came here to get us out, but I told her no. If her coven finds out she's been lying to them and that she helped us, they could kill her. Then Juliana would truly have no one left to look after her. Sandra didn't say anything for several minutes. I think it was information overload. "When did you find all this out?" she finally asked. "The day Julia found out Logan was her mate." "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't want anyone to know that didn't have to. Cornelia took a great risk coming to talk to me. I didn't think she would turn up again. I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you by not telling you. I only wanted to protect you." We didn't have time to continue the conversation any further because the door to the dungeon opened. Light spilled into the dimly lit room, and I couldn't make out who was descending the stairs. Logan came into view as he got closer to my cell. "Where's Julia?" he demanded. "I don't know," he growled angrily. "I know you had this planned for a while. Now where is she?" His alpha aura was suffocating Ray and myself, and I knew I wouldn't be able to lie to him. "I swear I don't know. I planned for her to go to the human town, but since she got hit with the knife, I don't know what happened." He stopped, and his eyes got wide. "She got hit with a knife. Who hit her with a knife?" "Keith did. I only planned to take her into the woods and let her escape, but your father sent warriors with us to make sure I killed her. I pulled out the knife but threw it at them and she ran. Keith picked it up and ran after her. I don't know what happened after that. Sandra followed them." Logan turned his attention to Sandra now. "You know where she is, don't you?" "No, Alpha. I attacked Keith, but Julia took off into the woods. I didn't see her again." He glared at her and then turned back to me. "Why? Why did you do this?" "Your father ordered me to kill her. I couldn't let that happen. I love her like a daughter." I had never told that to anyone. I certainly never planned to tell Logan, but his aura was making me and Ray submit. Then he asked me something I had hoped I would never have to tell him. "Do you know anything about Julia's family? I know you found her. You have to know something we don't know." I tried to resist this question. I didn't want him to know the true power she came from. If he did, he might go after her. I think he sensed my hesitation to mean I did know something. I said, "Tell me now." Resisting his command was painful, and finally I gave in. "Her father is the alpha of a werewolf pack, and her mother is the high priestess of a coven," I said through gritted teeth. "How do you know this?" he asked in surprise. Again, I tried to resist but couldn't. "Her mother came to me and told me. She wanted me to get Julia out because she'd watch you torture her for years." "She'd watch? How is that possible? How did she come to you?" "I don't know. That's all she told me, and she teleported from her coven." It was so quiet in the dungeons, you could hear a pin drop. Logan didn't say anything for a few seconds. "I'm going to find her and bring her back. She belongs with me as her mate." "No, let her be. She's finally free of you." "The two of you will stay here until after my ceremony tomorrow. After that, I'll be the one to decide what to do with you. For now, I'm keeping you alive in case I need more information." He walked out of the dungeons, leaving me to hang my head in shame at having told him everything he wanted to know. "Damned," I muttered. "I'm sorry you had to tell him all of that. Did Julia's mother say where she was?" Sandra asked hopefully. "No, she only said she's safe, and I'm glad she didn't tell me, or I would have been forced to tell Logan and he would have gone after her." Ray was whining in my mind. He hated having to submit to an alpha's will. After I attacked the warriors and Gregory came running, he stripped me of my beta title. It didn't matter so much to me anyway, seeing as after tomorrow it was going to someone else. I slumped back against the wall, thinking about Julia. If she was hit with a silver knife, then it wasn't going to heal quickly. She needed help, but Cornelia said she was safe. I had to take comfort in the fact that she wouldn't have said that unless it was true. "Marvin, what's going on? Are you okay?" Beth was frantic in my head. "I'm okay as of right now. I'm in the dungeons with Sandra. My plan kind of blew up in my face. I think Gregory knew I could never hurt Julia, so he sent a bunch of warriors to make sure I did what he asked. I couldn't kill her, so I attacked the warriors and Sandra joined in." "Oh, sweetheart," her voice was crestfallen and disappointed. "I'm sorry, my love." "It's okay. I understand why you did what you did. How am I still able to mind link you? Don't they have you chained in silver?" she asked, puzzled. "Not anymore. They took them off when we got down here. I'm sure they know we won't try to escape. You should be prepared for when Gregory comes to talk to you. I'm sure he's going to suspect you knew something. I'm sure he will, and we both know I won't be able to lie to him. It's only a matter of time before I'm right next to you. Let's hope that doesn't happen, I said reassuringly, even though I knew it wasn't true. I love you so much, Marvin. I love you too, Beth. Try your best and avoid Gregory and Logan. I cut the link. Gregory is probably going to integrate Beth. She knew what I was planning. I never should have told her. Well, it's too late to think like that now. What's done is done. Sandra and I sat in silence for a while. I'm not sure there was anything left that could be said. You said Julia's birth mother would come and watch her? Sandra asked, breaking the silence. Yes. Apparently she's been doing it for 15 years, but never stepped in or anything like that. She would just check up to see how she was doing. She was very happy about the relationship the two of you had. I heard her sigh. You mean the relationship we had? There's a 99% chance I'm never going to see her again. I'll either be killed or stuck in this cell the rest of my life. At least we know she's safe. I just hope Logan never manages to locate her. She's been through enough. Marvin, Sandra called, barely above a whisper. Yes? Thank you for always looking out for Julia and for risking your own life to save hers. After Richard died, you were the best father figure she had. Also, thank you for training her all those years. I jerked my head up when she said that. Wait, you knew I was training her and never said anything? Of course I knew. I'm her mother. I just figured why say anything. She tried so hard to hide it from me. I knew she didn't want me to know in case Gregory found out, but I did. I even watched a few sessions. She was very good. She really was. Now knowing who her birth parents are, it makes sense. Well, I just wanted to thank you for everything you did for us. You're welcome. It's been an honor to keep her safe all these years, and if this is the end for me, I'll go out knowing I saved a beautiful young woman from a lifetime of misery. Alexander's POV. Juliana had been in the hospital since last night. It was now in the early afternoon, and I was thrilled she was awake. My Lycan was howling in my mind about having kissed her. He had wanted to do that since he first saw her in the woods. I was so elated that I didn't even care my mother was aggressively calling for me. I knew it was time for Cecilia and Samuel to leave. Cecilia had pretty much ignored me since I left her in the woods. I know it wasn't what I should have done as the king, but my mate needed tending too, and that was more important to me than anything. I joined my mother, Elijah, and Hannah outside the pack house, all lined up to say goodbye before they got into the waiting SUV. I was smiling ear to ear when I approached, with both Elijah and Hannah smiling back at me, while my mother had a disgruntled, angry look on her face. She's not happy about the way I treated Cecilia, or the fact my mate is a wolf. I was hoping she would come to accept that, and if not, I wasn't sure what I would do yet. Cecilia and her father came out of the pack house and started walking down the front steps. They stopped in front of my mother and shook her hand. Thank you for your hospitality and for inviting us in. You're welcome, Alpha Samuel. I'm so sorry things didn't turn out like we had hoped. These things do happen. I hope to see you again someday soon. Samuel then shook Elijah's hand and Hannah's. When he got to me, he bowed his head low. King Alexander, I had hoped we would be able to join our packs as one, but seeing as you found your mate, I hope we can continue our alliance instead. I would like nothing more, Alpha Samuel. I reached out and shook his hand. Cecilia was glaring at me from behind him. Say goodbye, Cecilia. Don't be rude to the king. She went around him to look at me. Goodbye, King Alexander. She put all the emphasis on the word king. Perhaps to remind me I was being childish because of the way I treated her. It was nice meeting you, Cecilia, I said, extending my hand to her. She hesitated but shook it quickly, before turning and following her father into the waiting car. We all stood there and waiting until they drove down the driveway and out of sight. I want to speak with you, my mom said in a harsh tone. I would be more than happy to speak to you in a little while, Mother. My mate woke up and is waiting for me to come back like I told her I would. She's awake, Hannah yelled excitedly. Congratulations, Alex, Elijah said, thumping me on the back. Honestly, is this any way for the king, beta, female, and princess to behave? My mother huffed, giving us all a disapproving look. Mom, calm down, Hannah told her, rolling her eyes. This is amazing news. Alex has finally found his mate, and she survived whatever it was that she went through. Why don't you go oil your knees, go see the wizard, and get a heart? My mother just stared at Hannah. She opened her mouth to reply, but instead turned and stormed back into the pack house. Only Hannah would talk to the former queen that way and get away with it. They were very different people, and my mother was never happy. Hannah wasn't the perfect little princess she had always hoped for. She also hated she was mated to Elijah, as she saw him as hurting her reputation as a princess because he wasn't an alpha. I think you really pissed her off good this time. I warned her. She'll get over it, she always does. Now, when do we get to meet her? Have you learned her name yet or not? Yes, it's Juliana Parker. Did she tell you how she got stabbed? Elijah asked. It's pretty bad. Your mate was causing so much trouble she got hit with a knife. I'm not sure she's going to see it that way, I laughed. But when do we get to meet her? Hannah asked again more impatiently. Calm down, girl, Elijah said, wrapping his arm around her waist. You might be twins, but it doesn't mean you need to share everything. She just rolled her eyes at him. You calm down, pup, she shot back jokingly. Elijah growled at her, to which she laughed. She was 2 years older than him, and it always got under his skin when she called him pup. Trying to break the tension, I said, I'm going to go talk to her some more. We really didn't get a lot of time before I had to come here. I'll let you know when she's up for visitors. As I walked away from them, I heard Elijah say, I might be younger than you, princess, but I'll show you who's the boss in our house. I heard her giggle, and I knew what that meant. Gagging internally, I quickened my pace to get back to Juliana. When I walked into her room, she was sleeping peacefully. I smiled, looking at her heart-shaped face and full lips. Dr. Williams, are you in your office? Yes, Alpha. Would you like to talk about Juliana? I would. I'll be right there. Dr. Williams was typing on his computer when I knocked and let myself in. He stood up and bowed his head to me. What would you like to discuss? He asked, sitting back down after I did. I just wanted to know if Juliana said anything to you about what happened to her before I came in. Not that much. When she woke up, she seemed confused. She thought she was back in the October Moon pack. October Moon, is that where she's from? It appears so. She was almost beside herself at the thought of being back. She asked if the Alpha was angry with her and said she didn't mean to. Didn't mean to do what? I'm not sure, she didn't say. October Moon is only about 10 miles away or so. She traveled all that way injured like that? It's possible, Dr. Williams replied, or it's possible she got injured closer to our borders. How is it that you came across her again? I'm not sure. I was walking with Cecilia, and then I had this overwhelming feeling like I needed to go for a run to the lake. Cecilia wasn't interested in the idea, so I suggested a walk. When we got to the lake, the wind kicked up and I could smell her scent mixed with the blood. That's when I found her just inside our borders. Strange. She'll have to tell us more about it. When do you think she'll be able to leave the hospital? I asked. I would say tomorrow, so long as she's feeling all right. All her vitals look good and stable, so as long as they stay that way, I don't see why she won't be able to leave. Her stitches will have to come out in about a week or so, and she'll end up with a scar. I'm going to go sit with her until she wakes up. I stood up, but Dr. Williams called my attention back to him. King Alexander, I turned to look at him. Try not to push her too hard for information. I know you might be tempted to, but she's clearly been through some trauma. She'll tell you when she's ready. I nodded my head, letting him know I understood before leaving his office. Even though I was the alpha of this pack, I valued Dr. Williams' input. He had been in this pack for a very long time and had seen many things happen. I trusted his opinion and advice. I pulled a chair over so I could sit by Juliana's side. She looked so beautiful sleeping. The color had come back to her face, giving her cheeks a slightly rosy color. Taking her hand in mine, I started rubbing small circles with my thumb on the back of her hand. The corners of her mouth pulled up in a smile while she slept. Alex, there's a call for you from one of our contractors. He said it's important. Okay, Elijah. I'll be right there. My Lycan growled in anger at being pulled away from our mate yet again. I kissed Juliana's hand and whispered, I'll be right back, my love. Quickly making my way to my office, I took the call. Since we owned an architectural design company, we had many contractors under us to complete our projects. The call lasted longer than I would have liked because the client was upset with something in our blueprints. I spent a couple hours then trying to fix the problem and sending emails, making sure their complaint got to the proper people. Once I was satisfied, I headed back to the hospital to see if Juliana was awake. I entered her room and saw she was sitting up in bed with a tray of food in front of her. She was no longer hooked up to the heart monitor, but I could hear her heartbeat pick up when she saw me. My Lycan smiled, enjoying how we could make our mate's heart skip a beat just at the sight of us. Hello again, I told her, going further into her room. Hi, she breathed out. How are you feeling? Good, better than earlier. I'm glad to hear that. I went and sat down in my chair from earlier. Did you bring that chair over? She asked curiously. Yes, I wanted to sit with you until you woke up, but then I got called away on a phone call. I noticed she had eaten everything they had brought her. Are you still hungry? I can have something else brought here? She looked at me questioningly, almost like she wasn't used to kindness. I'm okay, thank you. Everything I had was delicious. I'll let the kitchen staff know you said that they'll be very pleased. She looked down and smiled. I was trying to think of something to say to her. It was strange feeling this nervousness in front of someone. Dr. Williams said you should be able to leave the hospital tomorrow. Where would you like to stay once you're out? The look on her face told me my question had confused her. You want me to stay? Of course, I want you to stay. You're my mate. I'd like nothing more than to have you here with me. I'm sorry. I'm not really sure how this whole second chance mate thing works. Wait, second chance? She had a mate before me. Your second chance? I asked her. You had a mate before me? She looked embarrassed, and her cheeks flushed pink again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I did have a mate before you in my old pack. He wasn't very kind to me. Is that why you left? She looked at me and sighed. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it right now. It seems like you've been through a lot. Thank you, I appreciate that. This is just all a lot to take in right now. She ran her hand through her long, dark hair. This simple action caused my Lycan to stir with desire for his mate. I leaned forward in my chair so I could take both her hands in mine, causing her to shudder slightly. Hoping it was a good shudder, I looked into her round amber eyes. I'll listen whenever you're ready to talk to me about it, but I just want you to know that you're safe here and that you're wanted. I've waited a long time to meet my mate, and now that I have, I will show you nothing except love, kindness, and respect. I took one of her hands to my lips and kissed it. Her breath quickened when my lips touched her skin. Looking up, I saw she had her eyes closed and a satisfied smile graced her lips. I could spend the next millennium staring into her mesmerizing face. Alexander? She asked. Please call me Alex. Alex, I want to tell you about myself. My wolf Sophia is screaming at me too, but I just need a little time. Just yesterday I was running for my life from my former pack, and now I'm here with you. It's overwhelming. I understand, Juliana. Like I said, when you're ready, I'll be here. Julia? People usually call me Julia. I smiled at her now. Whatever you'd like. Logan's POV. My alpha ceremony was now complete, and this pack was mine to command. I had played along with my father's game to ensure he gave me the title, as we discussed when we discussed. I had them do the ceremony in the morning, the day after Julia ran away, so I would be able to send warriors into the woods to see if they could track where she went. Getting them out there as soon as possible was vital, so the trail would be fresh. We didn't have the big tattoo like was originally planned, just my father passing the title to me with Ian and Tyler present. I convinced him it would look in poor taste to have all the alphas, betas, and lunas from the neighboring pack without the Lycan King present, and with our own beta sitting in the dungeons. With my father so obsessed with the image of this pack, he quickly agreed I was right. I was waiting for the warriors to report back to me with any information. We should never have left her alone in our room, Levi said. How were we supposed to know Alexis was going to run to our father and rat us out? I certainly never thought he'd order Mavin to kill her. We're just lucky he asked Marvin to do it and not someone else. She never would have gotten the opportunity to escape then. We know she's alive and we'll find her before long. I had very quickly taken over my dad's office, and that's where I currently was. I had made Ian my beta and Tyler my gamma, and they were both moving into the pack house now. Neither of them agreed with me about bringing Julia back here, but that didn't matter to me. If they tried anything, I would strip them of their titles, and those were more important to them than anything. I had broken things off with Alexis a few hours ago, and she had gone ballistic, screaming and hollering at me about everything she had done for me. Not that any of that mattered now that I found my mate, even if she had rejected me. I had not accepted it, and once she was back, I would get her to take back her rejection. There was a knock on my door. "Come in," I said. In came two of our warriors I had sent to look for Julia, Jameson, and Gage. "What did you find?" I asked before they had even closed the door. "We found her blood trail, starting from where she got hit. We followed it for many miles. She managed to get a lot further than we originally thought. We had to stop tracking because she crossed over into Lycan territory. Our best guess is someone from their pack must have found her." "Fuck," I said. "How are we supposed to get her back if she's in the Lycan pack?" "I don't know, Alpha, but some of us have been talking." "Is that right?" I cut him off. "Yes, and we mean no disrespect, but why go after her at all? Why not take a chosen mate, a strong she-wolf, from this pack or a neighboring one?" "No!" I yelled out, causing them to cower at my anger. "I will have my fated mate, and that is the end of it. I don't care that she's a hybrid. Marvin has informed me she's very powerful. She comes from alpha blood, so she is worthy of being the Luna of this pack. You will not question my decision-making again. Is that understood?" "Yes, Alpha," he said, looking at the floor. "You two may go." They both left my office without another word. The Lycan pack? If they have her, how are we going to get her back? That's the pack that the Lycan King resides in. "I know that, and I don't know, but we can't just go running in there with no proof. First, we need to figure out if she's really there or not." "How are we going to do that?" "We'll have to send a couple of people in. But the Lycans will kill or capture them. They don't take kindly to wolf intruders. Then it will have to be some people we're willing to lose, or we'll have to set up a decoy so she comes out. All we need to do is see if she's there or not." The door to my office burst open, and my dad came flying in beet red in the face. "Logan Russell," he bellowed. "What is this I hear about your plans to go after the hybrid? Do not shout at me. This is my office and my pack now. You will show me some respect," I roared back at him. He was looking at me as though he wanted to strangle me. The hatred of not having full control was apparent in his face. I sat back down in my chair and looked at him through narrow eyes. "You failed in your attempt to kill her. My warriors tracked her blood into Lycan territory. I know she's alive." "How can you possibly know that? She rejected you and the two of you have no bond now. For all you know, they killed her for crossing into their territory. That's why I'm going to check and see if she's alive." "You will do no such thing. You need to forget your old mate and find a new one. Maybe the moon goddess will give you a second chance, mate." "I will do what I please. This is my pack now." "I knew I should never have given the title to you. I thought you were coming to your senses after the hybrid ran away, but clearly you're not. I'm fully in my right mind, and you will not stop me. Now get out of my office before I have you thrown in the dungeons for your disrespect. You wouldn't dare. I'm still your father. That means nothing to me now. Get out!" She scowled at me, and I could hear him mumbling under his breath, but he left my office. "We should throw him in the dungeons now before he tries anything stupid," Levi barked. "No, he's not going to try anything. What could he do at this point? I'm the alpha, and my pack will defend me if he tries anything." I had thought about putting my father in the dungeons for his order to kill Julia, but decided against it. I had just become the alpha, and I would need his help getting my footing. If he did become a nuisance, then I would do what I had to. Right now, I needed to think of a way to get into the Lycan pack or draw Julia out if she was in there. "Tyler, Ian, come to my office," I yelled. "On our way, Alpha." A few minutes later, they came running through my door, sensing the urgency in my voice. "What do you need?" Ian asked. "I want you and Tyler to gather some more warriors. I want you to go to the borders of the Lycan pack and scope it out. See what you can see and how they patrol. If you spot Julia, even if it's for a split second, you have to report it back to me immediately." "Yes, Alpha," Tyler said. "How long would you like us out there for?" "For as long as it takes. You can come home every evening, but take shifts, so someone is always watching some part of the border. This is our first step in getting my mate back." "What do we do if we find her, and she has a new mate?" "In the Lycan pack?" I laughed. "Don't be ridiculous. Everyone knows they never mate with wolves. If anything, they're only letting her stay until she's healed. Then they'll probably send her away. I don't think they'd kill a useless she-wolf." "And you're sure about this?" Ian asked hesitantly. "Are you questioning your Alpha?" "No, sir, just making sure you've thought this through." "Of course I have. All you have to do is take turns watching the border. Do you think you can manage that?" "Yes, Alpha, we can." "Good, now get going. If she's healed by now, they'll let her go soon." They both looked at each other but bowed their heads and walked away. "We had better get some information fast. I don't like waiting," Levi told me. "I don't either, but we need to try and be patient this time. Finding her is the most important thing right now. Sure wish we had a witch's help." "We don't need anyone's help. We can do this on our own." I hoped that was true. The pain I felt when Julia rejected me was crippling. Getting her back and having her back in my arms consumed my every thought. I wanted to go out and watch the border with them, but I also now had a pack to run. I sat back in my chair. This was going to be a long few days waiting for information. Juliana's POV. Sitting there in my bed, looking into Alex's face, I felt so at peace. This is how a mate bond is supposed to feel, not wrong or forced, like it did with Logan. Sophia was practically screaming at me to mark him right here. Although I was on the mend, I didn't think I had the energy for that. Sophia was also barking at me to tell Alex my entire life story. I wanted to as well, but the pain in his eyes when I mentioned having a mate before him made me stop. He did say he would listen when I was ready to talk. The sincerity in his voice when he told me he wanted me here with him was something I had never heard before. "I don't want to push you if you're not comfortable, but I do have some questions about how you managed to get inside the borders of my pack," Alex said. "I'll do my best to answer them. I'm not 100% sure myself." He flashed me a smile that nearly melted all my resolve to not invite him into bed with me. "How long did you travel for before you collapsed?" "I don't know. I got hit with the knife, and I ran for a while before I used my shirt to try and stop the bleeding. I ended up under a tree, but then had this overwhelming urge to keep going, so I think I crawled for a while. It's all a little fuzzy." "With all that blood loss, I'm surprised you remember that much. Doctor, William said you mentioned something about October Moon. I know they're a nearby pack. Is that where you're from?" "Yes. I wanted to elaborate, but something was stopping me. If he knew everything about me, would he still want me?" "Where's your family?" "Back in my pack, I think. I'm not sure what happened to them after I left." I looked down at my blankets because I could feel the stinging of tears building up in my eyes. My family, what happened to them? Marvin, my mother, Naomi. I hadn't really spoken to her since Logan took me to his room. I had a strange feeling Logan had banned her from talking to me because it was strange she didn't at least try and mind-link me. I know she stood up to him, which wasn't allowed for an Omega. I hoped she was okay. Logan wouldn't have killed her just for that. I'm sure he would have bragged about that to me if he had. "Julia, what's wrong?" Alex asked. "It's just," I sniffed and tried to hide myself, wiping my eyes. I looked everywhere, but at his face, knowing if I did, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from crying. I felt his hand under my chin as he tilted my face back to look at him. The tears were now spilling over and down my cheeks. This was the first time I had a few minutes to think about what happened or what I had left behind. Alex wiped one cheek dry, while looking at me with sadness and concern. He adjusted himself, moving my tray so he was now sitting on the side of my bed, just inches away. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you." No, you didn't. Like I said, it's just overwhelming, and this is the first moment I've had to stop and think about my family," I sniffled out. "I would love to know more about them. You don't have to tell me what happened, but I'd love to know their names at least." His kindness towards me made me smile. He still had his hand cupped on my cheek, stroking it gently. It was hard to focus on anything else except his touch. "My mother's name is Sandra Parker, and my father's name was Richard Parker. He died when I was little. They were my adoptive parents." "I'm sorry about your father. Did your birth parents pass away as well?" "No, they had to give me up when I was 3. I think he could sense my unwillingness to elaborate because he then asked, "Did you have any siblings?" "No, just my best friend Naomi. She was an Omega who worked in the pack house. Marvin Lee was the Beta and also like a second dad to me. I know my leaving probably messed a few things up for all of them." "Why would you say that? For the love of the moon goddess, just tell him everything already." Sophia yelled at me. I decided to change the subject instead. "You know, I don't know anything about you yet. How long have you been the alpha of this pack?" "It's been about 5 years. I took over after my father died." "Oh, I'm so sorry." "Thank you. I should probably let you know now that I'm more than just the alpha of this pack." I furrowed my brow at him, not sure what he was going to say next. "I'm also the Lycan King, at least the Lycan King of this area. There are a few different kings of the different territories. I reside over the Western Territory." "Did we hear him right? Did he just say he's the Lycan King?" "Shh," I hushed, not wanting to miss it if Alex said something else. He just looked at me questioningly, so I took that to mean he was waiting for me to respond. "You're the Lycan King?" "Yes." "And you're my mate? My mate is the Lycan King?" "Yes," he confirmed again. "Wow, I don't really know what to say." "That's okay. I know you said you were overwhelmed. I don't want to add to your stress. I just thought you should know the truth up front." "And you're sure I'm your mate?" He laughed and kissed the backs of my hands that were still resting on his, sending a jolt of electricity up my arms which made me gasp. "Yeah, I'm sure." "Do we have to stay here until tomorrow?" "I feel fine, and I want to get to know Alex more," Sophia asked. "My wolf wants to know if we have to stay here another night. She's ready to be done with the hospital." Alex laughed. "I'll talk to Dr. Williams and see what he has to say, but I see no reason if you're feeling well enough. I'll be right back." He got up and walked out of my room. Sophia was lusting after him, only staring at his as he left. After a couple of minutes alone, Dr. Williams came in, followed closely by Alex. "Juliana, I hear your wolf is very eager to leave." "Yeah, I think she's overstaying in one place for too long." "How are you feeling? Any pain around the wound?" "Not too much. I think it's starting to heal." "Most likely. It will heal, just much slower than usual. If you wouldn't mind lying on your side so I can examine your stitches." I looked at Alex. Although he was my mate, I wasn't sure I was comfortable exposing my entire backside to him in my hospital gown. He smiled at me and moved so he was on the other side of my bed. I laid down and turned to face him, the zipper of his jeans at eye level. Sophia was drooling, wondering what he looked like under his clothes. Her thoughts made me blush out of embarrassment, but also started a tingling sensation between my legs. I sucked in a breath as I looked up into his eyes. I could have sworn I saw them flash black for a split second. I hoped Dr. Williams wouldn't be able to sense our desire. He was either pretending not to notice or was too involved with his work. I felt his gloved hand pushing the area around where I was attacked. "Any pain when I press here?" "Just slightly." "You can turn back over now. Your wound looks to be healing nicely. I think the stitches could come out in a few days. Are you of alpha blood?" His question caught me off guard. No. Wait, I mean yes. Are you not sure?" Dr. Williams asked. "Well, up until the other day I thought I wasn't, but apparently I am. It's a long story," I added, eyeing Alex's puzzled expression. "That would explain why, even being hit with a sliver knife, it's healing faster than I anticipated. Anyway, I don't see any reason you shouldn't be able to leave today. I won't be far away if you need to come back. If you start experiencing any bleeding or severe pain, please come back at once." "I will. Thank you, Dr. Williams." "My dear, it was an honor to help save King Alexander's mate." He took my hand and shook it. "Alpha, please see to it that this lovely young woman gets the best care outside of this hospital. I wouldn't have it any other way. Dr. Williams, thank you again." Alex shook his hand. "I'll leave you two. Please let me know if there's anything else I can do." He walked from the room, and Alex turned to me beaming. I smiled back, but then realized I had no clothes and no place to stay. "Alex, where are the clothes I was wearing when you found me?" "I believe the nurses disposed of them with the medical waste. They were covered in blood." "Oh, right. Sue, what am I supposed to wear?" "Let me ask my sister to bring some clothes here for you. They might be a little big, but they'll do until we can get you some new things." He got a faraway look in his eyes for a second. "You have a sister?" I asked. "I do. She's my twin sister. She's been asking to meet you since I brought you here." "Too bad it's not a twin brother. Maybe then we'd have two hot mates to take us and—" "Sophia, have a little tact!" She just shrugged at me. "I can go meet Hannah outside in the lobby if you're not comfortable with her coming in. She can be a lot to handle." I didn't want to be rude and refused to meet his sister, but it also seemed like a better time would be when I wasn't in a blue gown that was completely open in the back. Alex smiled at me. "It's okay. I'll tell her to meet me in the lobby." "Thank you," I said. "No thanks needed. I want to make sure you're comfortable here." This man had known me for a couple of hours and was already showing more kindness than Logan did in 15 years. This thought only made me want to tell him everything about me more. I wanted him to understand why he found me the way that he did, and why I'm a little reserved. "Hannah must have run here," Alex said. "Let me go get your clothes." As he went to leave, he leaned in and kissed the top of my head. I sighed in contentment, knowing already what a good man Alex was. After a minute or two, I could hear some raised voices coming from the direction Alex went. I tried to listen, but with the door closed, it was hard to hear. Alex came back into the room carrying a bag with a slightly annoyed look on his face. "Is everything okay?" I asked, as he set the bag at the end of my bed. "Yes, it was just my mother. She's, having difficulty with the current situation." "With me?" Alex came to sit on the side of my bed. "My mother is very traditional. I don't know what you've been taught about Lycan packs, but we typically don't mate with wolves or hybrids. It's not the way I feel at all. I'm so happy to have found you, no matter what you are. You could be a 7-foot-tall toad, and I'd still think you were the most beautiful creature in the world. Don't let anything my mother says get to you. I've made it clear to her she is to treat you with dignity and respect." I was nervous now. I hadn't even met his mother yet, and she already didn't like me. It seemed like Alex was telling me I came before his mother's opinion, which I appreciated, but it still made me feel anxious about leaving the safety of the hospital. Alexander's POV. I went out into the lobby to meet Hannah and get the clothes for Julia. When I went through the last set of double doors, I saw Hannah standing in the lobby holding a bag. What I wasn't prepared for was who was standing next to her. There was my mother, in all her done-up glory, tapping the toe of her heels impatiently. "You could have warned me," I told Hannah. "Sorry, she snuck up on me and I didn't have time." "Mother, why are you here?" I asked, taking the bag from Hannah. "I told you I needed to speak with you, and you've been completely ignoring me. This is no way for the king to behave, running around like a lovesick puppy. I'm sorry to inform you, but right now I am a lovesick puppy." Hannah laughed, and I think I saw steam come out of my mother's ears. "Alexander Hudson!" She was starting to raise her voice with how angry she was. "You will listen to me and take my opinion into consideration." I turned to face her, trying not to let my Lycan take control. "Lower your voice, Mother. This is a hospital, and you're going to scare my mate. I do not wish to take your opinion into consideration at the moment. Please see yourself out, and if you try to come into Julia's room, I will have you removed from this building." Hannah was physically biting her tongue to keep from laughing. My mother pursed her lips and flared her nostrils. I knew she wanted to say something back, but not being the queen anymore, she had to respect my authority. Thank you, Hannah, for the clothes, I said. Oh, you are very welcome. I'm happy I was here to witness this. My mother turned to her now. No one appreciates your sarcasm, Hannah. I left the two of them in a staring contest and made my way back to Julia. Is everything okay? She asked. I knew she would be able to hear my mother's voice it tended to carry. Yes, I began to explain how my mother was to her, and I could see the anxiety build in her eyes. I didn't want her to be afraid of my mother, but I also wanted to warn her about what she would be walking into. Waves of nervousness were rolling off Julia. It's going to be okay, I said, trying to reassure her. I scooted closer to her on her bed, taking her hands and pulled her into a hug, trying to relieve her nerves. This was the first time I had her in my arms since I carried her here. Having her this close was driving my Lycan insane. He was clawing to get out and taste his mate. Fighting him for control was taking a lot of energy. Her blueberry scent was invading every corner of my mind. I heard her sigh into my neck and relax a little. She inhaled deeply and made a quiet, erotic moaning noise. The scent of her desire was starting to seep into the air. Careful, mate. My Lycan wants to take you here and now, I whispered, causing her to shudder. Her arms were underneath mine and wrapped around my midsection. One of the shoulders of her hospital gown had slid down, exposing some of her skin. Without thinking, I kissed the exposed skin, eliciting a loud moan from her this time. I kissed from her shoulder, up her neck, making my way to her mouth. Alex, she breathed out. I captured her lips with mine in a fiery, passionate kiss. This was different from the gentle one I'd given her earlier. Julia moaned into the kiss, opening her mouth slightly, and I took that chance to dive my tongue into her mouth, tasting every part of her. I took one hand and intertwined my fingers in her hair, pulling her closer to me. We needed to stop soon, or I wasn't going to be able to. The pull of our bond is so strong right now. I withdrew my lips and pressed my forehead to hers while I stroked her hair. Her eyes were closed, and she was panting slightly. I guess we should see what Hannah brought and get you out of here. Julia didn't say anything, she only nodded. Reluctantly, I let go of her and began pulling out clothes from the bag. Hannah had given Julia a simple red sheath dress and a blue lacy thong that still had the tags on it. Julia had been wearing sneakers when I found her, but those two were covered in blood. I checked the size before they were thrown away, but knew we would have a hard time finding someone with the same small feet in this pack. The average person was 6', and Julia was not. Hannah had given Julia a pair of flip-flops, which would probably be too big, but they would work for now. I think Hannah did the best she could. Every female here is a lot taller than you. That's okay. I'm thankful for anything that isn't this open hospital gown. I laughed and handed her the clothes. I'll wait outside while you change. Just come out when you're done. Leaving the room was difficult. I wanted nothing more than to see her completely naked in front of me, but I didn't want to push anything on her she wasn't ready for. After about 10 minutes of waiting, I heard the door behind me open. Julia stood in the doorway wearing the simple dress like the most elegant garment in the world. I think the dress was only supposed to fall just above the knee, but on Julia it almost touched the floor. Hannah was my twin sister, which meant she stood almost the same height as me at 6'3". Julia was at least a foot shorter than her. It's a little long, I think, she noted, playing with the sides of the dress. I was expecting that. Hannah's about a foot taller than you. Is every Lycan so tall? She asked, looking up into my face. Pretty much. You're definitely going to stick out. How tall are you? 5'4". How tall are you? 6'6", I told her. Wow, that's much taller than the average werewolf, she joked. You'll get used to it, I said. So where are you taking me? I was going to ask you what you'd like to do. I'm sure you're tired after being in the hospital, and although they got most of the blood off you, I would understand if you'd like to take a shower. Actually, that would be nice. Say no more. I can take you to my apartment, and you can shower there. You don't live in the pack house? No, I opted for an apartment that's attached to the pack house. I wanted my own more private space. My mother didn't approve at first, so we compromised, and I attached it to the pack house. The small price to pay for not having a ton of people around all the time. Much less chance of someone walking in on something they shouldn't see. I winked at her, and she laughed. Taking her hand, I started leading her out of the hospital. It's not a far walk. When we got out of the hospital, a lot of pack members were staring at us. "Good evening, Alpha," Eric said as we passed. "Eric," I said, nodding in his direction. "King Alexander?" A young female Lycan named Kennedy yelled as she ran over to us. "Hello, Kennedy," I said. "I've heard you found your mate and that she's a wolf and a witch. Is that true? Is this her?" she asked excitedly, looking at Julia. "Yes, that's true. And yes, this is Juliana Parker." "It's so nice to meet you, Luna Queen," she squeaked, bowing her head to Julia. "Hi," Julia said quietly. "If you'll excuse us, I'm taking Julia back to my apartment for some rest." "Oh, yes, of course. I heard what happened. I'm so happy you're okay, Queen Juliana." She bowed to us one last time and ran back to her two friends who were giggling. "Did she just call me Queen?" "Yeah, you might get that when people hear you're my mate. You don't have to take it seriously. They're just trying to be respectful." I pulled her hand and we continued towards my place. "Why do some people call you Alpha and some call you King?" she asked. "I prefer to be called Alpha, but many people choose to call me King out of respect. My father liked to be called King, so when I took over, they just continued with that." Julia's head was on a swivel, looking at everything we passed with adoration. Our pack was relatively large, with 1,000 members, so our territory was large too. We had the pack house, which in all honesty was an old, converted castle. We had 3 different training facilities for the different levels. Everyone here started training when they were 13. That is when our Lycans appear. We had rows of houses lining the sidewalks and streets. Some people worked outside the pack and had cars, while others worked inside. "This place is huge," Julia commented. "It is. We have about 100 pack members, so we need a lot of space." "How many pack members did you have?" "I'm not exactly sure, but I don't think it was more than 500 or so. I didn't have much access to a lot of the pack, and I tried to stay away from as many people as possible." I looked down at her to ask some questions when she said, "It's a long story." "Got it," I added. She would tell me when she was ready, and I was okay with that. Our pack house was coming into view now, and I heard Julia gasp slightly. "Wow, that's your pack house?" "Yeah, it's very old, but we've done some renovations on it over the years. My apartment is just over there," I said, pointing at the obvious addition. "While you were getting changed, I asked a couple of Omegas who work in our pack house to go into town for some clothes and other things for you." "You didn't have to do that. I'm okay with this dress." "I know, but you also need pajamas, a toothbrush, basic toiletries. If they don't get you what you like, I'll take you tomorrow to pick things out." "Tomorrow?" she asked. "Where am I going to stay tonight?" "You're welcome to stay with me. I have a guest room," I added, not wanting to sound too eager to have her with me in my place. "Only if you want to," I added, noticing her silence. "I'd like that," she answered. My Lycan howled in my head at the thought of having her so close to us. I smiled down at her and pulled her to the door of my place. Opening it and taking her over the threshold, I heard her audible gasp. We walked into the foyer, which housed a large crystal chandelier in the vaulted ceiling. A large staircase stood to the left of the door, leading to the second floor. Julia and I walked down the foyer, which opened into the kitchen. There was a large island in the center of the kitchen that seated 6, with white cabinets and a gray granite countertop. The cabinets continued throughout the kitchen, along with stainless steel appliances. "This is beautiful," Julia remarked, looking around. "Thank you. It's nothing crazy, but it works for me." I walked around the island to the fridge. "Are you hungry or thirsty at all?" "Some water would be nice," she said, taking a seat at the island. I took a glass from the cabinet and filled it from the fridge, handing it to her. "Thanks. I can take you upstairs and show you your bedroom and bathroom." Julia almost choked on her water. "So, you can shower," I laughed. She blushed and smiled coyly. Coming around the counter, I stood behind her, leaning down and whispering in her ear. "Don't worry, mate. We'll have plenty of time for other things in the bedroom." Juliana's POV. "Don't worry, mate. We'll have plenty of time for other things in the bedroom," Alex whispered seductively in my ear. I wasn't expecting him to be so forward, and his words sent a jolt of electricity through me that settled between my legs. He moved the hair that was over my shoulder, exposing my skin. I closed my eyes and leaned my head back as he kissed my neck. The moan that escaped my lips couldn't be stopped. I loved feeling him touch me, kiss me, and caress me. Alex started sucking on my mark spot, which made me arch my back, but this caused my stitches to pull, and I felt a sharp pain in my back. I cried out in pain, and I felt Alex freeze mid-kiss. "Are you all right?" he asked, spinning my stool so I was facing him. I just moved in a way I shouldn't have. "I'm so sorry. That was my fault. I shouldn't have been so aggressive after you just got out of the hospital." He kissed my forehead. "Don't apologize. It's not as if I didn't enjoy it," I said. He flashed me a breathtaking smile, and it was then I realized he had two very pronounced dimples. How had I not noticed those before? "I think you were too busy drooling over his muscles." "I'm pretty sure that was you, actually." "Well, have you seen him? How could you not?" Her words made me laugh, and Alex looked at me sideways. "What's so funny? My wolf, she's just being cocky." "I think that makes two of us," he winked. "I'll try to be good while I show you upstairs." Extending his hand to me, I took it and got to my feet. I followed him back down the foyer and up the staircase. We went up the stairs to a hallway. There's a powder room downstairs, and each bedroom has a full ensuite. "Which one is where I'm going to stay?" I asked curiously. "This one," he said, leading me to the third door in the hallway. Alex opened the door to reveal a large and spacious bedroom. There was a king-sized bed made up of white sheets and a very fluffy matching duvet. It looked like the most comfortable cloud. The light gray curtains were open, and the evening sunset was spilling into the room with hues of pink and orange. There was a white couch on the far wall, with a matching coffee and an end table, making a cute sitting area. There was a tall gray dresser and two other doors. The floor was a light gray carpet to match the curtains. The door to the left is the ensuite, and the door on the right is the walk-in closet. There was a loud clang of a doorbell ringing. "Who's that?" I asked nervously. "Probably just the Omegas Daisy and Allison with the things they pick up for you. I'll go get them. Feel free to look around while I'm gone." He kissed my temple and left the room. "Okay, this is 10 times nicer than Logan's room. Just look at the space and the light." Sophia gushed, dancing around my head. "Let's go check out the bathroom," I said to her. I opened the door on the left and flicked the light on. It was only a little smaller than the bedroom. On the far wall was a double vanity made from beautiful white wood and a marble countertop. The floor also looked to be made of marble. There was a large stone soaker tub in the middle of the room, and the walk-in shower had glass doors around two sides, and the marble continued on the floor and up the wall. The shower head was coming out of the middle of the ceiling, with additional ones in the walls. There was a seat in the shower that could hold at least 2 people, maybe even 3. I could see myself in the large mirror behind the vanity. This was the first time I had looked at myself since leaving October Moon. I walked closer to get a better look at myself, realizing now just how ridiculous I looked in this dress. It was probably 2 sizes too big, as were the shoes. How in the world could Alex look at me and call me beautiful? My hair was a matted mess. It looked like someone had tried to comb it, but had difficulty with the blood. My skin wasn't as pale as I would have imagined, but I had a haunting look in my eyes, with large circles under them. There were also faint traces of pink on my arms as I looked down at them. They must have tried their best to get the blood off me, but some was still there. I didn't want Alex to come back and see me like that. I opened one of the drawers in the vanity and found a hairbrush, trying desperately to pull it through my tangled hair, but it wasn't happening. Washing out the blood was the only option. Going over to the shower, I turned the water on hot. There was shampoo, conditioner, and body wash already in the shower. Kicking off my flip-flops, I slipped the dress over my head and tossed it aside. I was getting ready to remove my thong when the door opened. "It looks like they got everything I asked for and then some. I hope you like." He stopped mid-sentence, catching sight of me almost completely naked. "Oh, I'm sorry." I had my back to him, so he didn't see too much. Alex quickly turned around to face the hallway. "That's okay. It's my fault. I should have locked the door. I should have felt embarrassed that a man I didn't know very well had just walked in on me half naked, but I wasn't. In fact, I started laughing. "What's so funny this time? I'm sure your wolf is getting a laugh out of this," he joked. "She definitely is. It's just funny to me how I should be embarrassed right now, but I'm not. This is just a weird situation for me. I can say this has never happened to me before either." "Really?" I asked, grabbing a towel from the rack and covering myself. "You can look now." He turned back to face me, eyeing the towel. "I like the first view better," he said, smiling, causing his dimples to appear on his cheeks. "So you've never had a woman in here naked before?" I asked, curiously. "Do you really want the answer to that?" I thought about it for a second. "I do. It doesn't bother me. I expect you haven't been saving yourself for your mate all these years." He just looked at me before coming into the bathroom and setting the bag he was carrying on the vanity. "I've had a couple of women in here before, not as many as a lot would think." "What about you? If I'm sharing my dirty laundry, you are too," he winked. Well, there's not much dirty laundry for me to air out," I said, crossing my arms and looking at the floor. "Not much. Not at all, actually." "So, you've never had?" I finished his sentence. "No, it's kind of hard to find a boyfriend when you're the most hated person in your pack." "What do you mean?" He looked very confused at what I said. I sighed and said, "Can I take a shower first, and then I'll explain everything to you?" "Are you sure you're ready for that?" "Yes. I think if I wait any longer, Sophia is going to take over and tell you herself." I was becoming more confident with each moment I spent with Alex. I didn't know if it was the mate bond, his calming presence, or his alpha aura, but I knew it was time. "I'll wait for you downstairs." He came over to me, and I had to look up to gaze into his face. I was pretty sure the moon goddess herself made this man. Everything about him was perfect, from his blue eyes, dimpled, sandy blonde hair, which was shorter on the sides, while the top was longer and slightly unkempt looking, but in a perfect way. I felt him press his lips to mine gently. One hand reached around and held my back, while the other held my head. My hands were flat on his chest, as he parted my lips, and I let his tongue invade my mouth desperately. My towel was slipping from my upper body, but I didn't care. I let it fall to the floor with a soft thump. Alex stopped our kiss when he felt the towel fall. He backed up slightly, taking in my body with a hungry look in his eyes. His hand reached for me, and he trailed his fingers lightly from my shoulder, down my arm, and back up. This was the first time I had been touched in this way. Each sensation was new and exciting, sending jolts of electricity to my core, fueling my desire for my mate. This time I really did see Alex's eyes flash black as he pulled me against his hard chest. I wrapped my arms around his neck as he crushed his lips on mine and picked me up from under mine. I heard his guttural claim as I wrapped my legs around his waist. Alex carried me to the vanity and set me down on the counter. He broke our kiss and looked at me apologetically. "I'm sorry, my Lycan took over for a second. He didn't hurt you, did he?" "Oh no, he didn't. I'm okay," I told him, reaching up and running my fingers down the side of his face. He closed his eyes and moaned. It made me happy knowing that I could elicit such a reaction from this large, strong man with just the touch of my hand. "I'm going to leave you alone now to shower. If I stay any longer, I won't be able to stop myself from truly making you mine." He kissed me quickly. "I think everything you need is in the bag I brought you, and there are some things in those drawers. I'll be downstairs making us something to eat." With what looked like great difficulty, he pulled himself away from me and walked out the door, closing it softly behind him. "I think you need to change that to cold water," Sophia joked. I rolled my eyes at her and hopped off the counter, took off my underwear before looking in the bag Alex had brought. He had them get me another brush, toothpaste, toothbrush, hair ties, deodorant, face wash, moisturizer, sunscreen, leave-in hair conditioner, and blow-dry cream, more shampoo, conditioner, body wash, loofah, 2 sets of button-up pajamas, more underwear, a dress that looked like it would actually fit me, and some sandals. These women who got me these things were my heroes at the moment. I set everything out on the counter I would need after my shower and took the remaining shampoo and things in with me. As I showered, I tried my best not to get my stitches wet. After I had washed my hair a good 3 times, it felt like the dried blood was gone. I scrubbed my face and body, trying to remove any traces of blood still left, before turning off the water, wrapping myself back up in my towel and stepping out onto the soft bath mat. Getting the comb through my hair was much easier now that it was clean and conditioned. I parted it down the middle and added some of the blow-dry cream, even though I usually let my hair air dry into its natural slight wave pattern. Once I was satisfied with my hair, I put on the moisturizer. The dress they had gotten me was a beautiful light blue with a lace overlay and a halter-type top. I slipped it on and was surprised at how well it fit. Adding the sandals made for a very nice outfit. "We're going to have to thank those women for all this once we get a chance," I said to Sophia. "Definitely, I like their taste." I took one last look in the mirror before exiting the bathroom and bedroom to go and find Alex, Juliana's POV. I went into the kitchen and saw Alex taking something out of the oven. He turned to look at me before I even had time to say anything. Mate smell combined with his Lycan senses, I guess. His eyes lit up when he saw me, and a huge smile spread across his face. "You look amazing," he commented. "Thank you. The people who picked this out have good taste." I took a seat at the island, and I noticed he had already set up with glasses, silverware, and napkins. "I'll tell them you said that." "What are you making?" I asked. "Steaks and Parmesan couscous. I hope you like that. I should have asked beforehand." "No, that sounds amazing." I smiled, letting him know I appreciated his gesture. "How do you like your steak cooked?" he asked. "Medium rare is perfect." "Great. If you said well done, we would have to rethink this whole mate thing." He winked, and I rolled my eyes. I was enjoying these interactions with him. It felt so normal and right, like I had known him my entire life. He put the steaks on a cutting board and turned back to the stove. "Who taught you how to cook?" I asked him. "My grandmother and mother, actually. When my sister and I were younger, my mom was very hands-on. My grandmother took over raising us when my mother was busy." "That's nice. My mom taught me a couple of things in the kitchen, but we mostly ate in the packed dining hall. Do you normally eat here, or do you guys have a dining hall?" "We do have a dining hall, and everyone eats there most days. With so many pack members, the kitchen is more like a restaurant. We have a set menu for breakfast, lunch, and dinner that changes weekly." "That's nice. I like that idea. We did more of a buffet-style breakfast, lunch, and dinner so people could come and go during that time period." "That's a smart way to do it too," he added. That was about the only thing that made sense about my old pack. "Your old pack?" he asked, emphasizing the word old. "Oh, I didn't mean. It just came out." "It's okay, sweets. I love that you consider them your old pack." He turned around to face me now. "I told you before, I want you here with me, and I'm not talking just for a few days. I'm talking for the rest of your life." I smiled at him, and he turned back to his work on the stove. "Do you want something to drink?" he asked, indicating to the bottle of alcohol on the counter. "Oh no, I can't." "You don't like to drink, or?" "No, I'm only 18. "Wait, how old are you?" 27, he said, flashing me a sly, dimpled smile. "I believe they call that robbing the cradle," I joked. "Nah, when you get into the 15-year age gap, then you can say that." Alex cut up the steaks and placed them on the waiting plates, followed by a red sauce. He spooned the couscous last before placing one of the plates in front of me. "Thank you," I told him. "This is the first time a man has ever cooked for me." "An error of the highest order," he laughed, sitting down next to me. "How are you feeling?" "Good. I haven't had any pain since last time." "That's great. Dr. Williams will be happy to hear that. I figured we could go back tomorrow so he can check you out again." "Sounds good," I told him, placing a piece of steak in my mouth. It was probably the best steak I have ever tasted. "This is fantastic," I praised him. "I'm glad you like it. It's the fastest thing I can make. How did you make out upstairs? Is there anything else I can pick up for you?" "No, I think I have more than enough to get me through the night. I am taking you into the city tomorrow to go shopping for clothes. I'm sorry you don't have anything from your old pack." "Well, I have my purse and a bag Marvin left for me, and that's really all I need." I had put the bags on the bedside table in my bedroom when Alex had showed it to me. Why did Marvin leave you a bag? Okay, I guess there's no time like the present. I'll tell you about the events that led me into the woods the other day. I'll give you my undivided attention, Alex said, looking into my eyes. I guess the first place to start is when Marvin found me outside our pack at 3 years old. I don't know how I got there, but my parents had to give me up for some reason. Marvin quickly realized I was a hybrid, which wasn't allowed in my old pack. The alpha, Gregory, hates hybrids or anyone that isn't a pure wolf. For some reason I'll never understand, he let me stay. The gamma female, Sandra, took me in as her own along with her mate. He died not long after, and my mom was demoted from her position. We were forced out of the pack house and to the outskirts of the pack. As I grew up, I was the object of Gregory's son, Logan's torture. He made my life a living hell, and so did his friends. That is when I noticed Alex's eyes flash black. He blinked a few times, taking a deep breath until his eyes returned to their normal blue. Sorry, my Lycan doesn't like the idea of anyone laying a hand on you. I reached down and took his hand in mine. I understand. Please continue. He knows to control himself. So I got older and was allowed to attend school but was forbidden from doing pretty much anything else. I wasn't allowed to train. I wasn't allowed to use my powers or even talk about them. I couldn't go to pack functions. No one wanted to talk to me besides my mom and my best friend Naomi. They did let me work in the pack house. I worked in the daycare there, looking after the pups of the ranking members. Marvin tried his best to protect me when he could. He also decided to train me on the weekends without anyone knowing. He wanted me to be able to defend myself. I was getting along fine for the most part, but then my 18th birthday came along, and everything went to shot. That's the day I found out Logan was my mate, the man who hated me most in this world. I tried to reject him, but he wouldn't let me. He slapped me just for trying and told me, being an Omega, I didn't have the power to reject him. Alex went rigid on his stool, and I squeezed his hand reassuringly. His eyes didn't go black, but it looked like he was struggling internally. Well, after that, I tried to go home, but Gregory ordered me to be brought to Logan's apartment. He locked me in and posted a guard at the door to make sure I didn't try and escape. Then Logan went to my house and brought back a bunch of my things, stating I would be staying with him until they figured out what to do with me. He didn't want me as his Luna, but he couldn't reject me either. His wolf wouldn't let him. So I stayed up there for what felt like an eternity, but really it was only about 24 hours or so. It might have been longer, but I was only there for one night. Marvin told me he was trying to figure out a way to get me out. I'm not sure what time it was, but the next day I was drawing out on the balcony, trying to have a little minute of feeling normal, when Marvin came in and told me to get up. He walked me to the elevator. Once we were inside alone, he told me he was taking me to the woods to let me go. He left the bag in our training area, which was near the border, with some money and things to help me get to the human town. That's when he also told me I was the daughter of an alpha and high priestess, so I was able to reject Logan and he didn't have to accept it. Unfortunately, when the elevator doors opened, there were 5 warriors waiting for us. Gregory had sent them to make sure Marvin killed me like he ordered. I guess he knew Marvin would never be able to hurt me. Marvin took us as close to our training area as he could, which is where he planned to let me go. And my mom was waiting for us. She had come to say goodbye because Marvin told her the plan. He pulled out a silver knife while the warriors watched. Instead of attacking me, he threw the knife at the warriors and turned on them. My mom also joined in the fight. I don't know what happened to them because I ran. I ran to the training area, got the bag, rejected Logan, and cut my ties to the pack. One of the warriors had broken free and came after me. He had the knife, and that's when he hit me with it, as I was running away. My mom came running and attacked him, which is how I got away. I ran for a while and tried to stop the bleeding with my shirt. Eventually, I collapsed under a tree, but knew I had to keep going, so I crawled. I don't remember anything after that until I woke up in the hospital. Alex was quiet for a minute. I think he was trying to process everything I had just dumped on him. Finally, he spoke. "Julia, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you had to experience all those years of torment. You've experienced things no one should have to go through. Thank you for telling me everything. I want you to know you will never experience anything like that again. Fuck those people for treating you the way they did. I hope your family is okay. I can't believe you managed to get away from all of that the day after you turned 18. I didn't even get to shift for the first time, I said, just now coming to that realization. You haven't? He asked. No, I wasn't allowed to go to the shifting ceremony like everyone else, and then I was locked in Logan's room. A deep growl came from Alex, which surprised me. I'm sorry, my Lycan wants to go to your old pack and rip the Alpha and his son's heads off. I wouldn't be mad if he did, I laughed. I really don't know what else to say except, thank you for opening up to me. I still don't know what led me to you in the woods, but I'm glad it happened. Me too. There's a reason for everything that's happened to me. I know that. Maybe the reason was all leading me here to you. So back to the whole, you haven't shifted yet. Should we change that? He asked. You mean right now? Why not right now? I looked around nervously. We can go outside into the woods, just me and you. Come on, Julia. I've been waiting long enough. You've been waiting 2 days. 2 days too long. Come on, she whined. I think Sophia would take over and shift right here if I said no. Alex's face lit up. Come on, I know the perfect spot. He took my hand and started leading me out of his apartment. Where are we going? I asked as we crossed the lawn and headed into the forest. There's this beautiful place that I think you'll appreciate more than the last person I showed. We walked for a while until Alex led me into a clearing with a beautiful lake. Wow, it's amazing. There were wildflowers growing everywhere, and I could see a few bunnies and squirrels running about. I thought you'd like it. This is where I was when I caught your scent for the first time. He smiled down at me and wrapped his arm around my waist, bringing me close to him. I leaned my head against his chest as it was the highest I could reach and relaxed into his arm. I could stand here with him like this, in this special place for the rest of my life. Logan's POV. The day was dragging on and I couldn't sit in my office waiting for information anymore. I had to go do something. Going to the training facility and taking my frustrations out on a punching bag seemed like a good idea. I headed down and out of the pack house, ignoring everyone I passed. Julia was the only thing I could think about. She had to be alive. She had to. I knew she had gotten hit with that knife, but that didn't mean she was dead. I refused to believe that. Once I got to the training facility, I took off my shirt and took out one of our human-shaped punching bags. There was no one to spar with except young warriors, and I wasn't in the mood for child's play. I spent the better part of an hour wailing on the punching bag with everything I had. After that, I went for a 5-mile run until it was dark. I was on my last lap back to the training facility when I heard Ian's voice in my head. Alpha, where are you? Running back to the training facility. What is it? Come to your office when you're done. We have news for you about the hybrid. I growled at him loudly through our link. Sorry, I mean Julia. We have news about Julia. I'll be right there. My stomach clenched. I didn't know if they had good or bad news, but I knew there was only one way to find out. I ran back to the training facility as fast as I could to retrieve my shirt. Put all this away. I barked at a young warrior who was in the facility, indicating the things I had taken out. Yes, Alpha, he said, bowing his head. After putting my shirt back on, I sprinted to my office and threw open the door. Ian and Tyler were both standing in my office with serious looks on their faces. As calmly and coolly as I could, I went to sit behind my desk. Ian and Tyler sat opposite me in the chairs. What have you found out? I asked them. They both just looked at each other. I said, What did you find out? We've been taking shifts, watching the border of the Lycan pack like you asked, Tyler began. We started where the blood trail ended, and we went slightly further into their territory because we didn't see any patrols. Ian and I were going together just in case anyone saw us. As we got further into the territory, we heard voices. Through the trees, we could see 2 people standing in a clearing by a lake. One was definitely Julia. But the other, Ian said. Who was the other person? Now we weren't able to get very close, so we could be wrong, but it looked as though she was in the arms of the Lycan King. What? I yelled, standing up and clearing everything off my desk in one angry swipe. Levi was feral in my mind. He was peeved at the idea of another man's hands on his mate. That's not possible. I'm her mate, and I didn't accept her rejection. She can't have another mate already. Ian and Tyler were cowering in their chairs. No, you have to be wrong. I turned around and punched a hole in the wall behind me. Alpha, Tyler said. What? I yelled, turning to face him. At least we know where she is now. I know that, you moron. If she's with the Lycan King, as you said, how in the are we supposed to get her out? Neither of them said anything. We're going to kill him. We're going to dislocate his head from his body. We'll tear him into such small pieces he'll never be able to heal from it. Levi growled. This is impossible, I said, sitting back down in my chair after my outburst. How can she not only have survived but found a way into Lycan territory? And how in the does she have a second chance, mate? You're sure you saw them together in that way? Yes, Alpha. He had his arms around her very protectively, looking at the lake together. She had her head resting on him. We think he heard us because he looked in our direction. We got out of there before we could find out. Disgusting, I grunted. That bitch thinks she can do this to me? She thinks she can humiliate me, and I'll just lay down and take it? What are you talking about, Alpha? Tyler asked. Never mind. Julia can take back her rejection because I haven't accepted it yet. We just need to get her back here somehow. How do you propose we do that? We can't just walk in and demand the Lycan King's mate. You don't even know if that is the king. We've never seen him before. It could have been some low-level Lycan. Yes, Alpha, that is possible, Ian said. I want you to watch the border more. Get as close as you can and bring me back any useful information. Now get out of my sight, both of you. I need to think about how to proceed. They didn't need a second telling. Both jumped to their feet and left my office at once. Maybe we can use Marvin or Sandra to draw her out. Use them as bait. All that will do is start a war between us and the Lycans if we fail to kill the king. Based on past history, those usually don't end well for us. If what they're saying is true, then we need to be careful about this. I think we should have them watch the border more and gain more information. It just doesn't make sense. Lycans don't mate with wolves. What if she put him under a spell? Levi suggested. Don't be ridiculous. You know my dad banned her from using her powers. He also banned her from training, but from what the warriors said, it looks like Marvin was going against his orders. You think she's been practicing her powers? It's possible. Then why didn't she use them on us? Good point. This complicates things a lot. I thought she would just be hiding in a human town and easy to bring back, damped. A knock on my office door got my attention. Come in, I said, instantly regretting it as I saw Alexis walk in. What do you want now, Alexis? I want to talk to you. You can't just dump me like that and expect I'm going to walk away quietly. The hybrid is gone. Why are you doing this? Alexis, I have better things to do than sit here and talk about this with you. No, you're going to talk to me. You're going to come back to your senses eventually. I won't wait around forever. I wish you'd stop waiting around now. What is your problem? She asked, placing her hands on her hips. At the moment, you're my problem. You came in here, insistent on talking when you know perfectly well. I don't want to be with you anymore. I already explained all of this to you. Well, I don't accept your breakup. I hate to tell you, but that doesn't matter. I'm going to find my mate and bring her back here. She will be my Luna. This is my pack, and I'm supposed to be the Luna, she finally yelled at me. For the last time, Alexis, you are not going to be the Luna of this pack. Now get out of my office. I was letting my alpha aura out now because I was so angry with her for thinking she could speak to me that way. She looked at me with a loathing look, her mouth opening and closing to yell back at me, but she couldn't. She turned on her heels and stormed very loudly out of my office, slamming the door so hard it shook the ceiling fan. I think she was madder because she lost her authority by not being with me. As the head warrior's daughter, she had respect, but as the alpha's girlfriend, people feared her, and she loved that. Power was what she craved more than anything. What she wanted didn't matter to me anymore. All I had to think about was a way to get Julia out from under the hands of the Lycan. I needed to know for sure if it was the king she was with. It seemed impossible to me that it would happen. Why would she be mated to me, only to be mated to him days later? It had to be a mistake on Ian and Tyler's part. They would bring me back more information soon, and then I would be able to make my plan of action. Alexander's POV. I was enjoying the feeling of Julia leaning against me as we gazed at the lake together. This overwhelming feeling like we were being watched took over my senses. I sniffed and listened hard to my surroundings. I heard some rustling in the woods to my left. Looking in that direction, I could have sworn I saw movement. "Is everything okay?" Julia asked, having picked up on the change in body language. "I think we're being watched," I told her. "Really?" She followed my gaze in the direction of the woods. "I'm gonna go find out." "I'm coming with you," she said determinedly. "Okay." I took her hand and we started walking. As we got closer, I picked up an unfamiliar scent. "Do you smell that?" "Yeah, it smells like someone from my old pack." "From October Moon? Why would they be here watching us?" "Logan must want to know if I'm alive or not. I'm sure he's not happy his dad ordered Marvin to kill me. He probably wants me back." My Lycan didn't like hearing that, and he took over, placing his arms around Julia possessively. "Mine," he growled out. I fought back control, shoving him to the back of my mind. "Sorry about that." "It's okay," she said, laying her head on my chest and breathing in deeply. I smiled, thinking about how a few hours ago she was in the hospital scared half to death, and now here she was content in my arms. "I'll send out some warriors to do a thorough search of the area." I mind-linked the head of patrol, Jason. "Jason, we seem to have had a border breach. I need you in the clearing by the lake with 4 others at once." "Yes, Alpha, we'll be right there. Some people are coming. Let's go meet them, and then we can continue with why we came here." We walked back to the clearing, and as we came out of the woods, I saw Jason, Ezra, Aiden, Rowan, and Zion coming from the other end. "Alpha, Luna," Jason said as we got closer. "Thank you for coming so quickly. Let me introduce you all to my mate. This is Juliana Parker." "Hi," Julia said. "Luna, it's an honor to meet the king's mate," Jason said, taking her hand and shaking it. "Julia, this is Jason, our head of patrol. These other men are Ezra, Aiden, Rowan, and Zion." I gestured to each of them in turn, and they all bowed their heads to Julia in respect. "Julia and I were being watched just through those trees," I told them all. "We believe it was someone from her old pack, October Moon. I want you to do a sweep of the area and report back to me with anything that you find. I want you to add more men to each patrol to ensure no one is able to get onto our lands without us knowing." "Yes, Alpha," they all said in unison before disappearing into the woods. I turned to Julia. "Are you ready to shift?" I asked. "I think so, Sophia definitely is. She wants to know if you're going to shift too." "Have you ever seen a Lycan shift before?" "Not in person. We learned about it in school, though." "Then you know Lycans are not like wolves. They are wilder and more feral. Mine especially as an alpha and king. He can take control from me relatively easily. I know he would never hurt you because you're his mate, and he already cares so much for you, but I don't want him to scare you, or worse, take your wolf before either of you are ready. I think we should save me shifting for the next time. This moment is about you." "Okay, but next time you're letting him out," she joked, batting her eyelashes. "Deal. I guess you should take off your clothes," I told her. "I'm sorry?" she questioned. "To shift," I laughed. "You only have this one dress and some pajamas for now. I don't think you want it shredded right after you got it." She looked down at her dress and started laughing. Julia grabbed the bottom hem of it and started pulling it up. She stopped when it got to her thighs and smiled at me seductively. "Do you want to help?" she asked. "Absolutely," I responded, closing the gap between us in 2 steps. I replaced her hands with mine and slowly pulled the dress over her head, making sure to graze her skin with my knuckles. After I removed the dress, she shook her hair out, biting her lip as she looked up at me. Knowing she had never had before, I didn't want her first time to be on the floor of this clearing. "You better shift before I lose my resolve and lay you down right here." She smiled at me and closed her eyes. I stepped back several paces as I watched her shift. The sound of her bones breaking was all I could hear. Shifting for the first time was normally painful, and I could tell by the look on her face she was feeling it. Just breathe, I told her. Her body was changing right in front of me. Tufts of fur were sprouting up on her body as her arms and legs elongated. Her hands and feet were being replaced by giant paws, while her face was morphing into a snout. In a matter of seconds, a large black wolf was standing where Julia had just been. My Lycan purred in my mind, which rumbled through my chest. Sophia blinked her eyes at me. They were the same amber color that Julia had. Gorgeous, I said, reaching my hand towards her. She took a wobbly step towards me and rubbed the side of her face against my hand. I felt her rumble as she purred at our touch. Hello, Sophia, I said to her. She looked at my face with adoration in her eyes. She was very tall for a wolf, coming close to 6 feet, I would say. Knowing she was the daughter of an alpha, it made sense why her wolf was black. Only alphas had black wolves. They could have any color wolf, but black was restricted to powerful alphas. Sophia was now rubbing the side of her body on mine, nipping at my hand. Do you want something? I asked her. Sophia started walking towards the lake, turning to look at me. I followed her and watched as she clumsily jumped in. I laughed at her as I watched her try to catch the water in her mouth as it splashed. She dove under the water and popped back up, looking at me. Sophia gestured with her head for me to join her. I kicked off my shoes, pulled my t-shirt over my head, and began unbuttoning my jeans. I decided it was best to leave my boxers on, because if Julia got control back and we were both completely naked in the lake, there would be no self-control. I waded into the lake up to my knees and watched Sophia splash and swim around. She looked so happy and carefree. I saw her dip herself under the water, but Julia is the one who popped back out. She was panting and looking like she was in pain. The water was up to her upper chest, and I quickly waded out to her, wrapping her in my arms and pulling her close. Are you all right? Yeah, I think so. I wasn't expecting her to give me back control so quickly. Maybe you both just need some rest after everything that you've been through. Shifting for the first time takes a lot out of you. She responded, leaning her head against me. I scooped her up in my arms and carried her out of the lake. With some difficulty because of how wet I was, I pulled my jeans and shirt back on. I collected Julia's dress and underwear, then helped to slip the dress over her head and just pocketed her thong until we got back home. Julia looked exhausted, so I picked her up in my arms again and carried her back to the apartment. It was completely dark now, as the sun had set. By the time we got back, Julia was snoring lightly in my arms. I took her inside and right upstairs, carefully removing her dress again and replacing it with the pajamas she had gotten. Laying her down in the bed, I kissed the top of her head and pulled the duvet over her. I wanted to put her in my room, but didn't want to make her uncomfortable, so I would just have to get used to sleeping alone, still until she was ready. I went to the doorway, turning to take one last look at my sleeping mate, and smiled to myself. She really was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. I closed the door softly and went to the kitchen to clean up what was left from dinner.